Okay, so this is about seeing as it looks from the viewpoint of vision science. So I'm going to start with the role of concepts in seeing as. According to Brian O'Shaughnessy, it says that Wittgenstein thought that seeing was always conceptual. He puts it that, he quotes Wittgenstein saying that the work of the understanding lies at the center of visual perceptual experience, and he quotes things like, I do not merely interpret a figure, but I clothe it with the interpretation. But the real work of this interpretation has to do with Wittgenstein's notion of seeing under an aspect. Of course, Wittgenstein is famously hard to interpret. You don't always know whether he's attributing a view to himself or he's expressing a view or attributing it to his opponent. In any case, this view that seeing is always conceptual is stated much more unambivalently and clearly by Jerry Fodor for quite different reasons from Wittgenstein, I'm sure. And here's what Fodor says. He says, there's no seeing a thing without seeing it as something or other. And when something looks to you to be something or other, you must have some or other concept that it looks to you to fall under. So the chain of inference goes, no seeing without seeing as, no seeing as without conceptualization, no conceptualization without concepts. Thus, too, intentionality and conceptualization enter into the philosophy of perception, and they enter very early. So I do think there's a sense of seeing as in which you could speak of seeing as conceptual, but I think it's really important to see the kinds of seeing as in which it's not conceptual. So let's go into Fodor's reasons for this. I think they're bad reasons. He says, all the perceptual representations that are accessible to consciousness exhibit constancy effects, and by pretty general consensus, constancy effects are the products of inferences. You cannot, for example, see the retinal color of a thing, the color of the light the thing actually reflects to the eye. And then he speaks of inferences that correct for color. Here's a familiar phenomenon. So that guy back there, that very little piece of image can be moved to the front. It looks very weird. Whereas back here, it looks like a normal-sized person in the background. And this kind of reflects the extent, here's a few more of them, the extent to which, if you haven't encountered this before, the size constancy is a surprising thing. And according, what Fodor says is that by pretty general consensus, constancy effects are the products of inferences, and this is an idea that comes from Helmholtz. I myself think this is a pernicious metaphor. There are some similarities between those subpersonal computations and inference. I do not think it justifies the attribution of concepts. But anyway, that is Fodor's reason. So his argument is this: no seeing without seeing as, no seeing as without conceptualization, no conceptualization without concepts. Here is now of course, to some extent, the way you use the word concept is, you can use it many different ways. He's entitled to his own use. But here is an alternative point of view, which I think is a better point of view. This is a Burge's picture in The Origins of Objectivity. And the important terminology here is between the properties of things in the world, which he calls attributes, and the mental representations postulated by vision science, which he calls attributives. And here's a sort of summary picture. The idea is you've got an attribute, the color of the fire hydrant. Sensory transducers transduce that property. You get a percept, which he says could be put in language in this form, that F. But the point of that form isn't that the visual system has the word that in it. It's that there's a singular, that in a percept there's a singular element and a perceptual attributive. And the singular element can refer to an object, a property, instance, an event. And the next stage is a basic perceptual judgment or belief, where you can have a conceptualized version of the attributive, and then a non-basic belief or judgment. And the idea is that this is the upper border and lower border of perception. So when you have a percept of the form that F, the idea is that, so for example, that face, I could be said to see the item as a face, but seeing as in that sense is not conceptual, and there needn't be a perceptual judgment involving a concept. Now when I say it's not conceptual, I'm using the term concept to mean something like elements in a propositional structure that are apt to be constituents of thought. So that's really just a definition. Okay, but the main point against Fodor is that the trouble with this argument is that the second premise is wrong in the sense of concept that I'm talking about. And in addition, that intentionality enters with just perceptual representation. You don't need the concepts. Now, of course, as I said, it's a verbal issue how to use the word concept. But what's not a verbal issue is that, in my view, is that there's a joint in nature between perception and cognition, and that there's a form of seeing as that falls on the perception side. Now, this is, I have to concede that this is a topic of much controversy today as to whether there is really a joint in nature, and I can't get into that because I'm kind of doing other things in this talk, but maybe that'll come up in the question period and we can talk about it. Okay, so the key here is the perception-conception distinction, or perception-cognition distinction. And just to be clear, what I'm suggesting is that it's a matter of computational role and format. So the computational role, roughly, perception is encapsulated. Cognition is, in Stitch's terms, inferentially promiscuous. So if you get reasoning of that form, then you know you're in the realm of concepts and cognition. So, and that's often used as a diagnostic for cognition. So the format, the concepts are a predicate of elements in a propositional structure, apt to be constituents of thought, which is, of course, where Fodor disagrees. Another way to think about it is that the other side of that is that percepts have something like an iconic form. Okay, so this is a perspective that I haven't really argued for, but I've claimed is implicit in vision science. So using this sort of set of concepts, we can ask the question, well, what are the perceptual attributives? Now, in his review of Burge's book, Andre, or maybe it's Endre Begbie, says, by the way, I like the review. I don't mean to, but I disagree with a lot of the things in it. I'm going to mention some of the things. He says, he, being Burge, acknowledges, however, that we also have perceptual beliefs which are not thus basic, but rather perceptual in a broader sense, namely those that involve familiar everyday objects, such as baseball bats, CD players, hybrid autos, and so on. What can we say about these? Burge's response is, to my mind, a letdown. While they, that is the wider perception in the wider, looser sense, while they do not involve conceptualizations of perceptual attributives, they nonetheless depend for their empirical application on perceptual attributives. Attributives for baseball bats depend for their application on size, shape, color that baseball bats in fact have. The implication, if I understand Burge here, is that we do not perceive CD players and baseball bats, but only reliably form beliefs about their presence on the basis of perceiving attributes such as color, shape, and texture. Now, when he says do not perceive, he means do not perceive as such. I mean, of course, he agrees that you perceive baseball bats. It's just that what he's attributing to Burge is that we don't have attributives for baseball bats. So we can ask the question, how do we know? How can we know about this? Now, I'm going to mention Susanna Siegel's what she calls the rich content thesis, that the representational contents of visual experience go beyond basic visual detection. This is actually my list, not hers. Shape, spatial relations, motion, texture, brightness, color, body. So that's a list of low-level properties. In addition, one can suppose that maybe perception involves representation of high-level properties, that is, involves high-level attributives. And Susanna's, some of the ones that Susanna suggests are causation, being a dog, being a pine tree, and even individual properties like being John Malkovich. So the terminology here is that corresponding to these low and high-level attributes, we have low and high-level attributives. So how are we going to think about how to find out what those attributives are? So one possibility is that if they're learned, if an attributive can be learned, maybe that shows it's high level. Okay, so I don't think that's going to work, and my argument for this, one argument for this depends on work by Mary Peterson. I'm using her very old paper, but she's done much more work on this topic. So the idea is you're more likely to see the white as figure in these than in these. And in case you haven't noticed, these differ from these by inversion. And these are kind of familiar shapes, a standing woman, a face. These are inverted standing woman, inverted face. You're less likely to see the white in figure. Of course, you're most likely to see the black as figure because the Gestalt principles dictate seeing the black as figure, but people can get the white as figure, and they do get the white as figure. Now, what does it mean to get the white as figure? So the idea of figure versus in figure versus ground, the figure appears closer, appears smaller, has more of a shape, appears more thing-like. Maybe it's more attention attracting, but that may be because of the other things. So these are seem to be low-level properties, and there's plenty of evidence, which I won't go into, that what's going on here is low-level contour representations, and that the visual system is sensitive to the contours in the environment and adapts its figure-ground segregation to match them. So, but they're low-level, so they're not high-level. So the fact that our perceptual expertise improves with experience does not show that we perceive high-level properties. So far we're at ground zero, but here at least let's distinguish between the following questions. One is, are there any high-level attributives, like face or cause? That is, not just color. I'll use the phrase color, shapes, and textures to abbreviate that long list. The second question is, can we acquire new high-level perceptual attributives? And a third, and quite interesting question is, are there culturally constructed high-level perceptual attributives that we don't share with other primates? Like, maybe you might suggest CD player and baseball bat. Although I think there are more plausible examples than that. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to mention what I call the recognitional coextension problem. And then I'm going to give my purported solution, which is a method of finding out what attributives the visual system, what attributives are we use in seeing something as something. Then I'll say something about primary versus secondary seeing and personal versus subpersonal, and go on from there. So the recognitional coextension problem, what is that? Well, that's the problem that although we certainly feel intuitively that we see a face as a face, the properties we're attributing might just be family resemblance clusters, and I just typed in family to Google image search and got this. Family resemblance clusters of low-level shape properties. And it is known that it's very easy for us to learn such clusters. An old experiment uses this Posner paradigm where they produced random dot pictures and distortions, low distortions, high distortions, and gave that a name. And people have found it very easy to pick out one from another. You can learn those very easily. And actually, there's more interesting work done on this. Even small children find it very easy to learn names for pretty arbitrary, pretty disjunctive categories, visual categories. So the recognitional coextension problem is, how can we tell whether a perceptual attributive is an attributive for faces as opposed to a family resemblance cluster of recognitionally coextensive low-level perceptual attributives? The terminology here is that a high-level attributive is recognitionally coextensive to a low-level attributive or a cluster of them if they are coextensive to the extent that we can recognize them. I'm not saying that there is a cluster of low-level properties that is coextensive with being a face, but there's reason to think there is such a thing coextensive with looking like a face. But here let's ask the question whether there are such family resemblance clusters, and if yes, the problem is how can we decide whether when we see a face we're using those rather than the attributive face or something like that. And if no, you might wonder how the visual system can detect faces to the extent that it does. So I think the answer here is yes, and that's the problem we have. And that's because there can be pretty much bottom-up face recognition. And one sort of series of experiments that suggest this is experiments by Molly Potter that shows that you can recognize pretty complicated things very, very, very quickly. An old study of hers showed that at 6 per second you could recognize, these are her pictures, you could, given a description, you could pair them, a description of this sort: small boats on the water at a beach, couple in the water at a beach, a road with cars, a girl sitting in bed. Now, of course, here the description comes first, which seems like, it doesn't show its bottom up, but she also showed that you can actually get the description second. And then later work speeds it up even more. And if you look at the time course of the feed forward from the visual areas in the back of the head to the frontal lobes that are registering some of these categories, it looks like there just isn't time for much feedback. So the upshot is we can recognize objects with little or no feedback processing. Some objects, not all categories, can be done. And so then we have to, so then it looks like we're in this branch of this dilemma, and we have to answer the question of how we can distinguish a high-level attributive from recognition equivalent low-level attributives. So one sort of line of thought that I think won't work is the kind of behaviorist idea that maybe Wittgenstein was expressing when he said what is in question is an inclination to do one thing or the other. The point is I can see a face as a cluster of colors, shapes, and textures, but be inclined to treat it as a face, even immediately inclined, because of an immediate connection between perception and basic perceptual judgment. So in general, what people are inclined to do in the sense of categorize, you won't get you won't distinguish perception from perceptual judgment that way. You have to use something more, according to me anyway, something more experimental. So the first problem then is the recognitional coextension problem, distinguishing high-level properties from clusters of low-level properties. The second problem is distinguishing a high-level or a low-level perceptual attributive from a cognitive attributive. So here is an example that illustrates this. So these are the familiar things, probably everybody's seen these. So most people say when they see that it looks as if the first event caused the second event. And in this one, it looks as if the first one didn't cause, or maybe it causes in a different way. So the problem here is that although that first one looks causal in some sense, it's not clear that we can tell from introspection that the causal aspect of it is genuinely perceptual as opposed to some kind of an overlay of perceptual judgment on a low-level percept. So that sets up the need for a way of doing this, and I'm going to suggest a method. I think there are a number of methods that can be used, but one that I think is quite powerful is the method of looking at adaptation. So this has been called by John Frisbee the electrode of psychophysics. The idea is that just as the physiologist can boost or can tweak the activation of cells using an electrode, the psychophysicist can do the same thing using adaptation. Okay, so here's the idea. So stare at this, fixate there, stare at that thing for about 30 seconds. You really have to do this if you're going to get the phenomenon. So I'm going to time it. Then I'm going to show you another grid, and you have to say whether it looks at all tilted to the left or to the right. So you have to say, let's make it forced choice. You have to say left or right, meaning right meaning tilted slightly clockwise like this one, or left meaning tilted slightly counterclockwise. And you ready, set, when I say go, shout. Okay, look, yeah, all right, good. Now let's do the same thing with this. Okay, so when I say go, shout left or right. 1, 2, 3, go. Okay, so it's the same one you saw. First it looked tilted to the left, then it looked tilted to the right. Everybody get that? Okay, so here's the explanation. We have receptors in the visual system that are tuned to different orientations. So when the vertical stripes look vertical, we're getting sensitivity of channels all equal and a higher response in the in this direction. So it looks. So then we stare at this thing, and then we get a higher response in these channels over to the right, and then they become quote fatigued, and then they're not responding equally, and then when we see this, those fatigued receptors aren't firing as much, and so we have a dominance of the left receptors. So that's the explanation. So a principle relating to this kind of adaptation is if extended exposure to one of a set of attributes lowers the level of activation of the corresponding attributive, resulting in the domination of other attributives in the set in the overall detection state, that attributive is at least in part perceptual. Okay, now we're going to do another one. And okay, I need you to stare at this for 30 seconds. Then I'm going to show you a picture, and you're going to have to say, does it look a little angry or a little fearful? A little bit on the angry side or a little bit on the fearful side. So you have to respond one way or the other. Okay, when we say 1, 2, 3, and you have to say immediately angry or fearful. Okay, now we'll do this one. You see where this is going. I hope that doesn't contaminate the results. Stare at that. Okay, so it's going to be 1, 2, 3, angry or fearful. Okay, and again, it's the same thing. This is a morph. This is fearful. This is angry. This is a morph of the two. Ambiguous figure. It looks like something pretty similar was going on with this expression stuff that happened before. So again, the principle suggests that we have some kind of attributive that attributive for angry, attributive for fearful. The attributive for angry gets quote fatigued, and you can do. Well, I won't do this, but I'll just show you the displacements for masculine and feminine. So this is a more feminine face, a more masculine face. This is a morph. And a similar thing happens for that. You can turn the light back on. Okay, so since adaptation affects the look of fearful or angry and the look of masculine or feminine, can't we conclude that visual representations of fearfulness, anger, masculinity, and femininity are modulated by adaptation? So I think this makes a prima facie case, and that's basically one of the big points I'm making, which is that when you get adaptation, that's a prima facie case for an attributive for the adapted property. However, a little more work needs to be done to nail down whether it's really a high-level attributive or congeries of low-level attributives. So one kind of thing that can be done in this, and I don't have a slide for it, but I have a slide that is, I don't have a real slide, I have a slide that I made up, is you can get face effects almost as big, even when you move the face around, change a lot of its low-level features, and here's an example. And I just move these around, change their... Actually, I have a better case, but it uses a somewhat different method that I don't want to go into, but the idea is that you have pictures of this, the same person from, with various things not held constant, and you still get, and you get the effect. It's the identity of this. In this case, it's identity of a person. That's relevant. But the same thing works for gender and expressions. So you vary the low-level properties, and you still get the effect, although not as great, suggesting that it's a combination of an effect of low-level properties and high-level properties. That is, there are low-level attributives and high-level attributives. They both contribute to the adaptation. But the important point for my case is there is evidence. It provides evidence for high-level attributives. Here is a really cool experiment. Came from Eleanor McCone's lab. You know, one of the things I love is that philosophers often think that there's no way of showing something, and that's because they just haven't sort of examined all the clever things that people can do to. Anyway, here's a really cool idea. So the idea that she uses is that if you many things can look elongated or squat, or in between, and one interesting fact about this is that if you adapt to one elongated thing, it makes another different shape look less elongated. Second idea is that genuine face attributives should be revealed in adaptation to right-side-up faces. The idea is that inverted faces, any adaptation effects you get are going to be for low-level properties. And here's what she did. She got a whole bunch of faces. She made a bunch of faces that differed from one another in the T shape made by the eyes, the nose, and the mouth. And you can see that this one has a much larger distance. This is the shortest. So her reasoning was this. So she looked at these are not false and true. These are face and T, okay? F and T are face and T. She looked at adaptation from face to T, face to face, T to face, T to T. And her reasoning was, to the extent that transfer is shape generic, by which she means low level, there's no reason to expect differences among these different items. To the extent that transfer that is adapting to one, the adaptation transfer to the other is face specific, then the transfer between categories should be 0. And what she found was that in the case of upright faces, this is a quote from the paper, 55% of the after effect for upright faces had a face specific origin, while 45% had a shape generic origin shared between faces and T's. And in the case of inverted faces, almost all was shape generic, that is low level. That is, for inverted faces, this was pretty much the case. For upright faces, it was more like this, or really a combination. So anyway, the upshot is there is evidence for face-specific attributives, high-level attributives. High-level, that is, high-level representations. Okay, so now I should say, let me say a couple of things about this. First of all, I'm not claiming that all issues that philosophers are interested in about perception can be answered experimentally. I think that in the questions I'm interested in, there's a combination of empirical and relatively a priori methods. So there are some issues that could be raised about this work that may not have an experimental answer. Okay, so let me move to the issue of primary versus secondary seeing. So I quoted this from Begbie before, and I think what this what he's expressing here is the idea that if Burge claims we don't perceive CD players as such, there's something maybe a merely technical idea. And this was expressed when I gave this lecture in Oxford by Tim Williamson, who said, in the scientific sense of object, well, he didn't say this, but he wondered about it. He says, well, this is all about a scientific sense of seeing. It's not really about seeing in the sense in which we are interested in it, namely, and he specifically mentioned his college, New College. He says, look, we don't see New College on this technical sense. So my perspective on this is that we can ask an ordinary question, like which of these drinks has the most alcohol or which has more alcohol than the other, and we can ask an ordinary question that can only be answered by appealing to something somewhat technical. This isn't very technical, but we could ask whether it has, which has the most alcohol by weight or mass or volume. So the idea is that an ordinary question can have a technical answer that actually answers the ordinary question. So there's a relation between the technical, if there's the right relation between the technical notions and the ordinary notions. And in this case, I think there is. So I think we can make a distinction between primary seeing, which is seeing in which visual attributives are applied to what you might call visual objects, that is, objects that the demonstrative element in a percept picks out, and secondary seeing, which could be defined as hybrids of visual attributives and higher level non-visual conceptual attributives applied to visual objects, hybrids applied to things that are not visual objects, on the basis of the visual objects that compose them, like maybe New College, and maybe even property instances or events where there are no objects at all. So the answer to Begbie then would be, well, first of all, of course, we do see and we object see CD players and baseball bats in the scientific senses of see. It is doubtful that there are perceptual attributives that correspond to baseball bat or CD player. Now, I'm not saying that I know that there are no cultural specific attributives. I'm not saying that, but I doubt that those are them. Probably most of the high-level attributives, I'm guessing, have an evolutionary origin, like face, but maybe some that don't. So the thought is that we primarily see the bat as having these low-level properties, and we apply the perceptual concepts so that we're secondary seeing the bat in a sense as such, but it's a judgment with an applied concept. So what about New College? We primarily see some of the objects that compose New College. Some of the objects are visual objects. We apply primary visual attributives, and on the basis of them we apply the concept New College. So secondary seeing New College as such. So I think what we have here is a non-technical question that has a technical answer that answers the question. So let me say something about personal versus subpersonal representation. So many philosophers don't think that there are visual, including quite a few in this room, who don't think there are visual representations. A very notable example of this is Charles Travis's The Silence of the Senses. And Travis says something that I've heard many, many times from philosophers, but anyway, his form of it is that nothing in this makes it illegitimate for cognitive psychologists in their account of the subpersonal processes involved in, say, vision, to speak of representations on which computations can be performed. My own view is that for such things to serve their explanatory ends, there is no need to see such representations as committed to anything being so as mistaken or not accordingly. They may simply represent, say, a color edge being at a certain position without representing it as so that it actually is there. Now, I'm not sure I disagree with this. I think one thing he may be getting at is the visual representations are not of a propositional form. Maybe they're like what Burge describes as an attributive attributed to an object without a copula. And so maybe that deserves the way he puts it. But the thing where I disagree is that these have to be subpersonal. So he says, so the point is that the color, shape, and texture representations that are recognitionally equivalent to angry face, fearful face, female face, etc., are good candidates for being subpersonal. So the result that we have representations for angry face, etc., go against Travis. They're poor candidates for the subpersonal. And why do I say that? Because angry, fearful, gender specific, they're directly relevant to personal level concerns, whereas the color, shape, and texture, I mean, not always, but often, are only indirectly relevant to personal level concerns. Or anyway, maybe they're both can be relevant to personal level concerns, but certainly the face ones are. So he says, representation yields only mediated awareness of what it represents as so, and I'm sure we could get into a long discussion of this. So my perspective on this is that representation is part of the machinery by which we are unmediatedly aware of the world. That is, we're unmediated in the sense that we're not aware of the representation. So Travis says, there is, I have argued, nothing in a perceptual experience to make it count as having some one representational content as opposed to countless others. And the adaptation methodology that I'm describing is a way of narrowing that indeterminacy down, saying which content. So I think that we're not without methods for doing this. So let me just move to the question of whether it's consciousness that makes the representations personal. I really don't think so, and one way I think we can see this, I'll give you two examples. One example is the example of blind sight. I'm sure everybody's heard of blind sight, where you get some destruction of the visual cortex and the person can answer questions based on stimuli directed to that area, but claims not to see it. We, I think, have some reason to think that person doesn't see it. Well, most of these patients have been partial destruction of early visual cortex, but there is one, I think now there's a second patient, a blind sight patient, who has the whole of the V1 early part of the visual cortex destroyed. And there was a paper in Current Biology in which he was asked to, apparently for the first time, to walk down a cluttered hallway, and you're going to see a little video of him doing this. And so this is so there he is. So that's Larry Weisskranz. This is the blind sight subject who's put away his cane and is walking down a cluttered hall. He says he sees nothing, but you notice that he is in fact avoiding the obstacles. Okay, so the point I'm trying to make is I think those can be reasonably regarded as personal level representations, even though they're unconscious. Here's another experiment, a completely different methodology, which I can't completely explain because it would take too long, and I'm running very low on time. But so this methodology is a methodology for making stimuli presented to one eye so that they are seen unconsciously. The way it works is you have very brightly colored, rapidly moving stimulus in one eye, and then something else in the other eye. And what happens is this rapidly moving, this exploits a phenomenon known as binocular rivalry, in which one eye can take over the whole visual field. Your whole visual field is filled by this stimulus. People do not see this thing at all consciously. Okay, everybody understand the idea? Okay, so what you have is the thing making the experience, the percept of this, slowly decreasing in contrast. At the same time, the face that's presented to the other eye is increasing in contrast here up to a certain level, at which point it levels off. And the faces can be neutral, be fearful, happy, inverted, neutral, fearful, and happy. And what they want, the variable that they're interested in here was whether the expression on the face makes any difference to how fast the face breaks through the cloak of invisibility. And the answer is the fearful face breaks through faster. This is, I guess, 2 seconds. And the inverted happy face takes 3 seconds. So the idea is that you are unconsciously seeing the fearful face. It is having an effect that makes it faster to become conscious. And so that's what I just said. So I have two purposes of this. First of all, this helps to back up the idea that there actually are visual representations, not just, this is one representation that is first unconscious, then becomes conscious. The idea of supposing that that there may be unconscious representations, but not conscious ones, I don't think works. And the thought is then that the emotional content must have been present in the unconscious representations. So I'll leave this at that and now go on to the last and most difficult topic, which is percepts versus concepts. How do we know that adaptation targets percepts rather than concepts? So let me say the work I've been able to find that is relevant to this is there's just way less of it than the work that I've talked about so far, and maybe I'm not even going to have time to go into all of it. How much time do I actually have?
I've been speaking for 43 minutes.
Okay, I think I'm going to. This has been happening to me. I'll just go through some of this. I won't mention. I'll just skip through this. So remember Susanna's rich content thesis, and she says, I think rightly, that there's a problem for introspection to deciding between perception and post-perceptual cognition, and between visual phenomenology and cognitive phenomenology. I'll just give you one very quick example of this. So this is something called the phoneme restoration effect. So, I know I have to do this. Volume. That's muted. There we are. Okay.
Legislature.
Okay, you heard that. Now what you're going to hear is the word with the S sound replaced by a noise. Okay?
Legislature.
Okay, most people report that they heard an S sound. I don't know if you... whereas if you take it off altogether, you don't hear it.
Legislature.
Okay, so now I'm not going to play you the sounds for these other things, but here's the thing. People make reports like this. It's a little hard to tell from the reports. So here's another version of the phoneme restoration effect. It was found that the noise eel was on the axle. It was found that the noise eel was on the shoe. It was found the noise eel was on the orange. It was found that the noise eel was on the table. People often report that they heard wheel or heel or peel or meal, but it can't be perceptual. The percept is over by the time this word comes up. Okay? Now, there are postdictive effects, but there's plenty of evidence that this is not one of them. I won't go into this more, but the idea I'm trying to illustrate is just from people's reports. It's really hard to tell. People are often not sure themselves whether they made a perceptual judgment or they had a percept. It can be very tricky to tease these things apart. I don't think there's any substitute for using some kind of experimental methods, although some people's introspection may be better than others. So when the subject says this looks fearful, can we be sure that this answer reflects perception rather than some kind of perceptual judgment? Now, there are a number of ways to try to approach this. One way is to use these various forms of ambiguous figures. So typically what happens with ambiguous figures is there is alternation between one interpretation and another. And that alternation has three well-known properties: exclusivity, inevitability, and randomness. Exclusivity is you get the percept of one. There may be a transitional period, but it's just the one thing, then and then the other thing all by itself. Inevitability is it's bound to happen, and randomness is you can't predict the time of one from the time of the previous one. And these are known, or at least some forms of them are known to be mainly due to a form of adaptation. So here's the interesting thing: is that in this experiment, actually, I'm not sure they use this one as opposed to some other figures. This is, again, more work by Mary Peterson. People were able to see the familiar, that is in the sense of things they've been exposed to. They could see the white shapes as figure faster, maintain them longer, only when the figures were right side up as opposed to rotated or inverted. And importantly, whether or not they knew what the figures were. So the idea is that the uprightness shows it has a perceptual component, but the fact that it worked independently of whether they knew what it was, and here's an example. You may not know what this is. I mean, how many don't know what that is? A few, okay. So even when that's a lamp. The black part is a lamp. Even when the subjects didn't know what it was, and a lot of these figures, it's very hard to tell what they are. I couldn't find one so quickly, so I brought one that's a little more obvious. So that suggests no conceptual component. Now we have to ask the question of whether we get these things with concepts. Now, let me just suggest, this is complete speculation on my part, but we have traditional philosophical conundra, of some of which I've listed. And I know that when you first hear these things, you tend to think, oh no, it's this, it's this thing. It's we have free will. No, it's determinism. We don't have free will. Or maybe there's something wrong with the question. Or we vacillate. But then after a while, we make up our minds, and then we can look at those things, stare at the problem, think about it, and it's always the same answer. Whereas in the case of adaptation, no matter how many times you've seen the thing, the interpretation still fluctuates in accordance with the three principles. So I think we're going to have to leave it at that. There is a method that can cast some light on it, but I don't have time to talk about it. So let me just conclude. So substantive conclusions and methodological conclusions. Substantive conclusions, there are methods for distinguishing empirically among a perceptual attributive, high-level attributive, the holistic constellations of low-level attributives that are recognitionally coextensive with the high-level attributives, and to a lesser extent, the conceptualized attributives that are constituents of thought rather than, or judgment rather than perception. Really, what I'm just trying to express is the idea that there are distinctions to be made here, and there are methods that are in principle able to give us some answers. Methodological conclusions, I think philosophers have underestimated the extent to which the following issues actually have an experimental component. I don't say that they're, maybe I shouldn't have said are experimental, I meant have an experimental component. Whether seeing as, whether seeing is exhausted by seeing low-level properties, shape, spatial relations, motion, texture, etc. Whether seeing as is conceptual, whether the distinction between, what the distinction is between perception and perceptual judgment, and how unspecific perception is. And I haven't had it, okay, anyway, I'll just leave it at that.
About the relationship between what you said about Burge and Travis. So this is about the part of your talk where you were replying to Travis. Mm-hmm. So you had a quote up from Travis that said there isn't anything that would make it the case that the experience or that the perception is representing things as being one way or another. And then your reply was to talk about the breaking through the cloak of invisibility with fear, rather than fear breaks through the cloak of invisibility sooner than happiness. But when you were talking about Burge, I thought you were endorsing Burge's view that the upper bound of perception just stops at that F. And so I took you to be agreeing with Travis up to a point when you said that, because you don't get something that's predicatively structured until beyond that boundary. So now I think as it happens, just as a sociological point, Travis would deny that there's even such a thing as that F in perception too, but let's just forget about him. The thesis he was attacking that you were replying to seemed to be one that you yourself were rejecting. So I feel like I'm not understanding what you're meaning by representation, because he's attacking the thesis that said, in that quote, he seemed to be attacking the thesis that said, there is such a thing as the condition under which what your experience is telling you actually happens. But if you just have that F, you don't seem to have that yet. You don't seem to have like, an accuracy condition.
I think okay, so maybe that quote doesn't say it, but I think he also means to say there are no personal level visual representations in which an attributive is applied to a thing in perception. So he also thinks that, maybe that quote didn't quite express that. He thinks there are no personal level visual representations at all. He thinks that there is no way of, there's no fact of the matter as to what such representations would be. Let me get that quote, actually. One of the... Okay, so that might be this one. Yeah, so actually, so look, there are grades of issues here. One is whether vision has content at all. Now, you could hold that as content, but maybe object involving content, which would be more in his direction. But he thinks that that they don't have content at all. What I was arguing is the methods that I was suggesting are relevant to the question of content, and particular representational content, like face content, expression content, as opposed to color, shape, and texture content.
You're agreeing with him that it doesn't have the kind of content where you could say that things really are the way the perception tells you they are.
Well, yeah,
you're agreeing with him.
I did say in here that he might that this issue of representing it as so might be something that I would agree with.
My question is really just for clarification about how to think about what high-level attributives are, if we don't take them as conceptual from the get-go.
Yeah.
So we're supposed to, the question is, do we have these high-level attributives? Being a dog was the example you used. So is that associated, correspond to the concept of being a dog right off the bat? I mean, how am I supposed to think about how that features an experience if it doesn't involve the application of a concept?
Okay, so the picture I'm trying to argue for is that there are certain attributives that are just produced by the visual system, that by early parts of the visual system, color shape. I'm calling that color shapes and textures, and then there is a question about whether the there are these, what I'm calling higher level ones. Now, I don't think that they can be, that anything to do with concepts is required for them, because I think animals can have those high level attributives. The thought is that to the extent that you can get evidence that, say, an animal has the attributive dog, which, my guess is you probably could find evidence of that, you have evidence for an attributive independently of the concept.
Why are you characterizing them as high level?
Because they're not in that list of ones produced by early vision. Galen?
On that, why don't dogs have concepts?
Why don't dogs have concepts?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe they do. Maybe they have some concepts. I guess I'm expressing perhaps a prejudice that as you get lower in the phylogenetic scale, you're less likely to have the thought and reasoning which determine what the concepts you have are.
Well, you could wonder whether that concepts have to be parts of thoughts, and you could wonder whether animals have thoughts. But
yes, so you could wonder about whether concepts are parts of thoughts. I'm just really taking it as a stipulation that they are.
But actually, my question was a small one. I just wanted to know what you thought the personal level representations were for the man walking down the hall. What was their content?
Good question. Okay, so blind sight is there's little in the way of real form perception in blind sight, little in the way of real color perception. It's really more like non-constant color. So my guess is that whatever contents he had were pretty minimal. Certainly not box in the hallway or.
They were visual. I thought
what?
There wasn't any visual.
No visual phenomenology apparently, but unconscious representations of something that was good enough to allow him to avoid the things.
And that's okay. So I think I'm thinking that personal means conscious, and you denied that.
I'm denying that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
No, I think they're personal level. Look, if you think personal level means conscious, you have to explain why the scared face pops out of the unconscious first. It must be that the difference between the fearful face and the happy face is a difference that is in some way reflected in its unconscious role. Alex?
There's just a clarificatory question about the problem of recognitional coextension. So could we just have a concrete example? Let's take causation instead of faces. So let's assume that there are these low-level relations between some event A and some event B, which are correlated with A's causing B. Mm-hmm. Just to simplify, maybe the relation is just occurring right before. So it's agreed on all sides that there's a perceptual attributive corresponding to that relation. So I see A and B, and in my visual experience box is the sentence A occurred right before B. And then the issue is whether it's only in the belief or judgment box that some sentence like A caused B appears. Okay, so then if that's the issue, I didn't get how the experiments you mentioned could decide in favor of one as opposed to the other. You said that in some adaptation experiment you were describing that you could vary the low-level properties of the adapter without affecting the high-level appearance or judgment, and that was supposed to be a point in favor of the relevant sentence appearing in the visual experience box. Yeah. And not in the belief box. But sorry, how did that work exactly?
So the idea would be that you vary whatever low-level properties you can. So the idea is you would have, cause, where all those differ. Now,
but aren't they just different? Yeah, sorry, you go.
However, what you are imagining is that there is a single coextension, being earlier than, in which case you couldn't vary that, so that method wouldn't do you much good.
Yeah, that was just for simplification, but I thought that the analog of the experiment in this very simple case would have been, well, look, we make A occur just a little bit before B, and now we make it occur before B, plus a second, and then plus 2 seconds, and we still get A caused B in every case. And maybe if we extend it to 4 seconds before, we now don't get A caused B. Well, obviously that wouldn't show.
No, that wouldn't. That would be of no use. No, you'd have to vary. Okay, so you'd have to vary. So what you vary depends on what your hypothesis is about what the low-level properties that are responsible for the appearance of the high-level property.
Sorry, here's another way of putting it.
Yeah.
I thought that on both hypotheses, the sentence A caused B is only going to get generated if A is low-levelly related to B in such and such way.
Yeah.
And so the only issue is where that sentence is. Is it in the perception box or is it in the belief box?
Yeah.
But then it looks like.
Well,
if that's the issue, then varying.
Okay,
so it's
so cause is a tricky case. So the ones that I mentioned, we see methods for deciding. I mentioned the varying the low-level properties, but I mentioned another one, the face to T adaptation, which works. Goes between face and T perfectly well for inverted faces, but not for upright faces where it's about equal. So that methodology allows you to apportion the extent to which it's a low-level versus a high-level phenomenon. So I guess if I was going to try to do an experiment on this, I would try to think about how to do that in the case of causation. Now, the problem, as you described, is if you just vary if you think it's mainly time, and you vary the time, then really what you seem to be doing is varying the extent to which there is an elastic causal look. So that's obviously not the thing to vary. But offhand, I can't think of what you would do. But this is where experimental methodology, experimental inventiveness would be required. I would certainly be very suspicious of an argument that said it can't be done. Susanna?
I wanted to ask about a bit where you were talking about the fact that we have adaptation with regard to gender, faces, emotions, suggests that representations of those features is on a personal level, since emotions, faces, gender, and so forth is of personal level concern. And I mean, basically, I just want you to say a bit more about that, because it would, on the face of it, I wouldn't be surprising if something subpersonal could affect things that are of personal level concern. So it wasn't obvious to me why what you said was cut any ice on that matter.
Yeah. So I use the word direct. So the idea is that emotion and gender, et cetera, are directly relevant to personal level concerns. Look, I don't know what, of course, it's a term of art, personal, subpersonal distinction. For a representation, it seems like direct relevance to, the concerns of the person is certainly should be a big factor. For a process, it might be something more like something to do with whether it's something I myself do. So it's anyway. My answer is it's the directness.
So if something is directly relevant, then it needs to be on a personal level. Then it needs to be a representation on the personal level.
Well, that's certainly a reason.
Okay.
I guess given that reason, it seems to me to put the ball in the court of the person who claims it's subpersonal. I can see somebody trying to make the case that it's subpersonal. Certainly many people think, maybe you, that there aren't any personal level visual representations. I don't see that the case has been made.
Oh, I certainly think they're personal level.
Yeah, okay, well, yeah, quite a few people. I think Mark thinks that there aren't any personal level visual representations. Yeah.
Question about the blindsight guy who avoids obstacles. So you're suggesting that he has representations that are personal level but unconscious. Question, I wonder whether they debrief the guy afterward and ask them, ask the guy, why did you decide to go in this direction then rather than in that direction? It seems to me as if probably he would say something like, oh, I felt that there was something there as opposed to,
yeah.
I mean, if like literally no difference made to what it was like for him that the object was here rather than there, then presumably what it would be like to him, to be him is he's an automaton controlled by a hidden puppet master to make that step rather than the other step. Why not think that there are conscious, personal level, strange representations that vision science would know how to describe?
So I asked Weisskranz about this and got a very uninformative answer, so I can't really give you any real information on this. But certainly regular blindsight, the people say, so you say, was it an X or an O? And they say, I didn't see anything. Guess as between an X and an O. They can guess often at very high degrees of accuracy, but it's not a matter of anything like, I felt like it was that. At least that's not what when you read, I mean, unfortunately, often they don't actually quote the subjects that much. Tony Marcel says that he threw a ball maybe at or to a blind sight patient, and the guy just caught it because he didn't say what the guy said. So, Charlie, do you know anything about this?
Well, not very good evidence. Blind sight people have any recognition of color or shape, what the object is. They can largely recognize that something is moving, and they can avoid it. They can certainly avoid things by walking down the hall. But the fact that these visual processes accessible to the blind sight person are not conscious is really similar to most of the bodily functions. All sorts of things are going on in all sorts of our bodies which we're not aware of. So why blind sight is so incredibly fascinating to philosophers puzzles me, whereas the process of digestion, for example, apparently are not.
Well, it's of interest to me because I'm making a claim here about personal level, using this personal, subpersonal distinction now. But
I mean, certainly there's at least this distinction that if somebody asks me why I decided to digest the food this way rather than that way, I would have no idea whatsoever how to answer the question because I have no rational control over my digestion whatsoever. But presumably, if I decide to pick this up rather than that up, if I decide to pick this up why I go like that, I can explain why I went like that. It was there, and that's how I picked something like that up.
Somebody with blind sight doesn't pick up A or B. Simply will avoid bumping into A or B.
Okay, but do we know what they say about why they decided to move this way rather than that way?
Well, they make it very clear either that they saw nothing, or they, quote, had some sense.
They had some sense, okay.
Some feeling.
It strikes me as completely premature to say that there's absolutely nothing it's like for these guys in virtue of which they're reacting to the environment as they do. There is something that's like, they have a feeling.
I think that, look, there's only one patient study that I know of. I think there's supposed to be a second, but I haven't seen any written thing, and we don't have the descriptions for these people. Weisskranz always said that when we finally found a bilateral, that is both sides of V1 destroyed, we might find a very different phenomenon, and apparently it is somewhat different. Yes, back there?
Well, when you have animals, when you have monkeys who have bilateral destruction of striate cortex,
yeah,
they avoid objects.
Yeah.
They walk down the hall and they don't bump into things.
Yeah, and they pick up objects. There's a famous monkey.
Of course, we can't ask a monkey why they did it.
Yeah.
But when you ask the person why they did it, you don't get an answer either.
They have a feeling. It's not a very good answer. But,
does somebody have something relevant to this particular topic? Yeah.
It's fairly relevant. It's also on the question of blind sight. So, I think I probably talk loud enough that you don't have to give me the microphone. So I was wondering, it seems like there are two sort of related cases that have very different stories, and there's some sense in which the blind sight cases seem like they're sort of ambiguous between these two. So in one, the cases of like DR, where you have basically there's two visual systems. One is responsible for
DR. You mean DF?
Or DF, yes, sorry, yeah, DF, yeah.
So we should explain. This is a perceptual agnostic who can see colors and textures, but can't recognize objects.
Right. And so we know that things like moving around objects, grasping grasping a spoon the way you would grasp a spoon without being able to recognize consciously that it's a spoon. So there's sort of that kind of explanation of the blind sight patient's behavior in navigating the obstacles in his way. And then there's another sort of example that I think seems more suggestive of there being sort of genuine subpersonal contents. But then the question is, to what degree do we think concepts ought to be involved in these cases, or can we think of them separately from concepts? And that would be the case of like the highway driver cases or whatever. Now it's sort of questionable to what extent we can really say those people are lacking phenomenology or like consciousness of what they're doing, but there you have the interpretation of very sort of high-level symbols, road signs, etc. So I wasn't sure whether the blind sight case is supposed to be more like there are meaningful things in the environment, so they really seem sort of person level, or if it's sort of more of a DF case where there could just be mechanisms that allow us to navigate things that that might not have anything like visual contents at all, conscious or not.
Yeah, so it's like the DF case. So you have this patient who you show the patient a slot that can be tilted at any angle. The patient has a card to put in the slot. You say, tell me, is that slot vertical or horizontal? And the patient says, I don't even really see a slot, I have no idea, but she sees something. Post the card through the slot and she can post it about as accurately as a normal person. So according to me, there are personal level representations in the dorsal visual system that are guiding that behavior. Yeah, Charlie?
Well, I think we were confusing two different subdivisions of the visual system. Blind sight, we know from experiments on monkeys, is dependent on the superior colliculus. And apparently, activity in the superior colliculus is not acceptable to consciousness. That's A. But this business of the slides putting in has nothing to do with it. It rather reflects the differences between the dorsal and ventral visual systems. Going to cortex, the dorsal system being specialized for detection of movement and the detection of spatial location, and the ventral system being concerned primarily with the detection of form, of color and shape. And so the case, so there are people therefore who have their primary impairment in either the dorsal or ventral system, and therefore either can't, although they can't recognize shapes, they can put things into slots. So this is a completely different dichotomy from the blind side, which is a cortical, superior colliculus distinction.
Yeah, but I think they're similar in that they're unconscious representations that are relevant to personal level concerns. So I'm lumping those two together. See, Chris, you had...
Yes. Thank you. So I'd like to explore a little bit more of the idea, I think you're endorsing, that the upper bound of perception was the that F content. And I have a couple of questions. One is, on your diagram, you had the transition from the that F at the perceptual level then to the judgment level, that is F. That may work for that case, but if you want the idea that you're perceiving relations, you perceive A as above B and so forth, it's not at all clear how to extend that at all to those cases. What you're in effect rejecting by saying this is the upper bound of perception is really any idea of non-conceptual content with correctness conditions at the genuinely perceptual level. It's an issue to which Susanna was alluding. I wonder if you could say a little bit more about why you're doing that, why you're taking that stance, because a lot of what you say would be entirely consistent with acknowledging a level of non-conceptual representational content, and you could take a lot of this as evidence of where we should draw those boundaries. But it seems to me we need the notion of non-conceptual representational content with correctness conditions.
Well, so I'm allowing for non-conceptual content, just not non-conceptual content with truth conditions. But there's a kind of accuracy condition, which is that that the thing designated by the that really does have the property designated by the F.
But how do we do that in the relational case, that this is above that? You can't put that in the this F or that
true.
F form.
Yeah.
It applies to the causation case too. You've got two events. You're perceiving one. Even talking about the spatial temporal relations between them, discussing whether you're really just touching on that. You need the perception of this as time.
Okay, I hadn't really thought about the relational case. I'll have to think about that. Jeremy?
I'd like to know a bit more about how you're thinking of this distinction between something being at the level of perception or at the level of judgment, given that the way people have traditionally tried to draw that distinction is in terms of cases of known illusion, where you're looking at the moral liar lines and the thought is they appear to be of different lengths, but you don't judge them to be of different lengths, allegedly. That can't be the way of drawing the distinction, clearly, that's relevant to you. So I was just wondering if you could say a bit more about what it would mean to be at the level of judgment and not at the level of perception, even in a case, say, of known illusion, where you don't, as it were, believe that the thing is the way that it seems.
Okay, so I'm thinking of the perceptual system is roughly encapsulated, the conceptual system in which the concepts are the components of the judgments, is not encapsulated, as perception is iconic, judgment is not. I mean, is there something wrong with that characterization?
No, there's nothing wrong with lumping together certain, features that have a life in cognitive psychology and saying that a phenomenon takes place at a level of representation that has or that doesn't have those features. But then it makes these questions really depend on the cognitive psychology of those features. So, for example, if perceptual experience turns out to be less encapsulated than people have previously thought, say, in the way that Susanna has explored a lot in recent work, then that could be a thing where, from your perspective, you lose a grip on the question to some degree of what we were even talking about in distinguishing perception and cognition. Although there might still be enough left of the perception role, say the iconic aspect, for there still to be some question there. You feel like you start to lose a grip on what's happening.
Yeah. Okay, so the picture I'm operating from is a picture where the right way to answer the question of what the distinction is between perception and cognition is to look at the relevant sciences. At least that's the place to start. Now, I do acknowledge that there will be conceptual aspects of it that you have to bring in. So the issues, the questions will be have a combination of conceptual and empirical methods, but it looks from the science that to me that there's a pretty solid distinction there, and so I'm relying on that.
Well, I want to go back. It may be relevant to go back to a much earlier question when you're talking about early visual areas and later visual areas. To note, and you relating this to the problem of concepts and percepts and so on, I would note that the visual system of the rhesus monkeys, say, as far as we know, is identical to that of humans. And the difference between, yes, there's a bit more complexity, there may be a few more areas in humans, but the difference between, say, a macaque and humans is less than between a macaque and a marmoset. And so whatever you want to attribute to concepts and percepts and so on, they got to be true in animals too.
No, I know that, and I like that fact.
It's the same substrate. And so any visual phenomena, I believe, that are known in humans, like this illusion and that illusion, if you test for it in animals, animals show a Mueller-Lyer illusion too. Yeah. Whatever illusion people have tested for, I shouldn't say animals, monkeys show it too.
Even parrots.
Sorry?
Even parrots.
Well, no, parrots, that's unfair to bring in either parrots or crows, because we know that the cognitive ability of a crow and a parrot is far superior to that of a monkey and is comparable to that of a chimpanzee. So,
yeah, but I'm talking about their perceptual systems. The Alex the parrot was shown to be subject to the Mueller-Lyer illusion. Yeah, so I agree with that. I think a big advance in studying consciousness was to realize that you didn't need language for consciousness, and that so you could study the perceptual systems of animals. I completely agree. So let's see, Zoe?
Yeah, so this is going back to the adaptation solution to the recognitional coextension problem. So in the first case you gave us with the stripes and the circles, part of the support for thinking it was a perceptual effect was the receptor fatigue you mentioned, but then in the face case with the anger and the fear, there wasn't something analogous to that. So
wasn't something analogous to what?
To the receptor fatigue. We don't have data about fear receptors getting exhausted. So it seems like it's an open possibility that sure, there's some adaptation going on, but it's a cognitive sort of adaptation that we get used to making a fear judgment, and so the explanation of why we say the neutral face is angry is something cognitive as opposed to a perceptual effect.
Yeah. Okay, so remember that the Eleanor McCone study I reported with the squat and the elongated did suggest that this isn't expressions, but it's faces, that there are face-specific attributives. And I did, examine a few ideas about how to distinguish, not very good ones, but ideas about how to distinguish concepts from high-level attributives. Now, in the case of expressions, the issue is complicated by the fact that there are two different kinds of adaptation going on. There's one kind where it appears that there are something like the angle representations that were involved in the tilt after effect. But there's also an opponent process system that shows a different kind of adaptation, and these can be distinguished empirically. So it's a kind of complicated thing, and I agree that I didn't say enough about this, but I didn't. Yeah.
Yeah. So I had a related question, which was that it wasn't clear to me why we couldn't use the adaptation results to merely give a non-technical answer to the question, what do we see things as? So because with both the slants and the fear faces and the angry faces, we're using people's judgments about what the neutral faces look like. And so those we're supposing people are reporting their perceptual experience, and that's modified in these various ways. So that would be, we could use the answers, we could use those results to say what people perceive things as without bringing in questions of the form of representation, whether it's conceptual or non-conceptual. So my suggestion is that suppose we take the adaptation results at face value. It seems like all they show is what we see things as. And then all of these further questions about non-conceptual content versus conceptual content, or whether perception is representational, it seems like we can fight about that even granting all of the adaptation results. So I was wondering how you thought the adaptation results bear on those kinds of questions.
So if somebody says, do I see a face as a face? If I'm going to answer this question based on some of the experiments I mentioned, I'm going to have to say, well, do I see a face as a face like a bunch of colors and shapes and textures, or do I see it literally as a face, using a face attributive? And we're already in the realm of the technical.
Well, so I don't see what extra using it as, so using face as an attributive, which is a technical notion, I don't see what that adds over and above the answer to the question of you see it as a face, not just as a collection of colors. Mm-hmm. It seems like the adaptation results do bear on that question, or at least if you grant them. I don't see why you would think that they bear on the further questions of whether or not perception is representational, or whether it's conceptual or non-conceptual.
Well, I'm not unsympathetic with your point of view, but I think that if as soon as somebody asks a further question, it might become clear that when a person says, using ordinary thinking, see a face as a face, they're not distinguishing among a number of different possibilities. So I think to really answer it, you've got to say something about those different possibilities. Paul?
So it's again a question about the difference between perception or percepts and concepts. So I was wondering whether in the cases where you presented where we hear a sentence and some segment of the sentence gets replaced or gets screened and we perceive something very quickly, it seems that, I guess this is the way some people would describe it, some low-level inferences are going on. So let's say in a particular context, I very quickly do a sort of Bayesian inference, right, as to what sound here is the most likely sound to be heard. And it seems that in the cases of face perception that you presented, we could say, well, in the cases in which you see a face in its normal orientation, you have some priors on your computation. Now, if you invert the face, the priors are totally different, but you're still doing the same kind of inferences. So my question is, if you think that any kind of seeing as depends on those Bayesian inferences, would you say then that the distinction between, let's say, perception and conceptual representation is just a matter of degree rather than, something else?
No, I think the Bayesian picture can't tell you the difference between a conjury of low-level properties and an actual high-level conjury of low-level attributives and a real high-level attributive. So I think you need to bring in these, some, not necessarily the adaptation, but you need to bring in something else like the adaptation work to distinguish. Mark?
Again, it's on this question of how far the adaptation results are to be taken as adaptation to the percept rather than the concept. As Charlie was emphasizing, we have a pretty good grip on the extent of the visual system. And so one methodology might just be to look at processing times. Now that's confounded by something you mentioned, which is the post-dictive character of a lot of visual experience. It's as if the brain waits for a while, gets some more information, maybe for 80 to 110 milliseconds, gets some more information before it creates the final percept. So is this, for example, you mentioned in the case of the phoneme filling in that this wasn't a post-dictive phenomenon, and I'd just like to hear why it isn't a post-dictive phenomenon in that case. After all, this stuff is, quite ubiquitous, and it's very primitive in the visual system, as is shown by the flash lag illusion and the Engelmann version. When you make the thing go the other way, you can actually get the evidence that the brain is waiting a considerable period of time. I think he's got up to 120 milliseconds in order to create the percept. Yeah.
Yeah, so now I don't have the numbers in my head for how the phoneme restoration effect works, but post-dictive effects are generally thought to have a upper bound in the 200 to 300 millisecond range. There are some masking effects that can take as long as 800 milliseconds, but with the those sentences, you're way beyond that. So I think just the timing alone is enough to be pretty confident that those things are not anything like the standard kind of postdictive effects. Look, ideally, part of the part of the talk that I skipped, it has an imaging component where you make use of the fact that Charlie mentioned, that we at least have a fairly good idea of what the visual system is. Of course, there can be issues as to whether there are concepts in the visual system, and so these all call for delicate reasoning. But in the case, so there's never going to be a single experiment that shows something. It's always going to be a combination of a lot of things trying to create the best picture. Howard?
Can I go back to Michel and Galen's original worry? I mean, Wittgenstein was concerned because he didn't think there was going to be any consciousness, so he thought without language. It wasn't concepts that were doing the work there.
Yeah.
And it's still not clear to me what it is for something to be non-conceptual if it involves the recognition of a universal, which properties are, the assimilation of that as such, and its use in further cognitive operations. So what is the distinction between that being a very primitive form of conceptualization, well below the language level where we get to languages and grammar, and it being non-conceptual at all? What's the issue there?
Okay, well, I'm just going to repeat what I said before, which is that I think there's reason to think there's a joint in nature here, and it has to do with two factors. One is the extent to which the information is widely available in the mind. So the perceptual systems, there's this term informationally encapsulated. The idea is, the famous example from Fodor's book, The Modularity of Mind, is that you have the Muller-Lyer illusion. You can measure it, and you can see that the lines are equal, but they still look different. So the idea is that the information that is in your conceptual system just does not penetrate into the perceptual system. So that relative information isolation, encapsulation versus inferential promiscuity. So that's one difference, and the other is the alleged difference in format. That you're dealing in the case of perception with iconic representations as opposed to so-called discursive representations. So there's format and computational roles. So now you can argue with both of those things, but that seems to me to justify the use of the word concept to apply to the representations in the cognition system, which are and percept to use for the perceptual systems, the encapsulated iconic perceptual system. So I'm basing it on that. I'm basing it on a joint in nature, and using the terminology is key to that. Now, of course, you can use the word concept in a lot of different ways, but the key thing for me in replying to Wittgenstein is that there is a kind of a kind of attributive that is on the perception side, not the conception side.
So am I misunderstanding this? If it's a conceptual, then you'll think it differently if you learn that it's wrong.
Oh, well, roughly, yeah.
Yeah, but that's not going to apply to all sorts of higher order perceptions, is it? I mean, if something looks to me to be an elephant or even a CD player, if I learn it isn't really, it's not going to stop it looking like one. So you're not going to be able to use that distinction to distinguish between higher order and lower order perceptual thing.
Well, look, you don't have to accept the. So I see. So the idea is, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I'm not sure if I would be in the same wavelength of the gentleman, but just try to be brief. you said a lot of things that sometimes overwhelming. But, you know, in the process of learning, we may have two components, perception and the understanding of it. Perception representing or bringing all the representation of the object we want to know, and our position as a mind trying to give sense to that flow of representation, we have the mind understanding. But there's something what you put there that is said that in the conceptualization, the content of thought rather than the content of perception may be the predominant one. We may not be seeing the baseball bat or the DVD because we are more impressed by the color, shape, texture of it. So this is a kind of, since the epistemological viewpoint, kind of source of hopelessness. So we, as a knower, those that try to comprehend something from reality, if we see that way, what is that one we are knowing? The picture of what we think we are seeing, or the object picture itself? So we are going back maybe to the Cartesian level or Kantian level, where finally, or Nietzsche level, when he may say that finally what we know, finally is nothing. Just if we're trying to reach some kind of truth, may not be truth. Truth may not be but anything else but a kind of error. So finally, we have some hope to have some sense of grasping some sort of solid knowledge of what we're trying to learn. That would be my general question, sir.
Yeah, that's kind of, you know, the issues involved in, you know, skepticism and, you know, realism about the external world are kind of orthogonal to the issues I'm talking about. You could really hold various positions on those issues while agreeing with what I say about perception versus cognition. So, yeah, I mean, I think those are real important issues and much discussed, but they're not really that relevant to what I'm talking about.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so this conference is, I've just discovered it's on the philosophy of perception, and so my talk might seem terribly off topic, belonging instead in a conference on the philosophy of sensation, not the philosophy of perception. But in fact, the one thing that can be said for this talk is that it is completely on topic. Why that's so will emerge shortly. Okay, so my question is, how do I know that I'm in pain? I'm not just interested in myself, of course. You're supposed to ask that very question on your own account. It's just much more vivid if we put the question we're interested in this first-person way. So it's a bit odd that the question, how do I know that I'm in pain, hasn't received all that much attention from philosophers, given that pain is the philosopher's favorite example of a sensation. There are a number of reasons for this, and one of them is, surely at any rate if we're talking about the second half of the 20th century, is the influence of Wittgenstein, who seemed to think that this question rested on a false presupposition, namely that I do know that I'm in pain. So here's the relevant section from the investigations. In what sense are my sensations private? Wittgenstein asks. Well, his interlocutor replies, only I can know whether I really am in pain. Another person can only surmise it. In one way, this is wrong, and in another, nonsense. So, good point. But in one way, if we are using the word to know as it is normally used, and how else are we to use it, then other people very often know when I'm in pain. Yes, but all the same, not with the certainty with which I know it myself. It can't be said of me at all, Wittgenstein sternly replies, except perhaps as a joke that I know that I'm in pain. What is it supposed to mean, except perhaps that I am in pain? So, of course, what seems to be going on here is that, to put it somewhat crudely, that Wittgenstein thinks that meaning is use. We have no use for the sentence, I am in pain, so I am in pain doesn't have any meaning. And of course, since Grice, we've learnt that there can be all sorts of reasons why a perfectly meaningful sentence might nonetheless not have a use. So we could just wave our hands airily in the direction of Grice and leave it like that, but it would be prudent to investigate the matter a little further and see if we can provide some direct arguments for the conclusion that indeed I do know on occasion that I am in pain. So, so here are two arguments. So the first obvious point to reach for is the plausibility of the knowledge account of assertion, defended by Williamson and others, that it's permissible to assert P only if one knows P. So let's just assume that, then it's certainly permissible to assert that I'm in pain on occasion. Wittgenstein's not saying there's anything wrong with my saying on occasion that I know that I'm in pain. Hence, on that occasion, given the knowledge account of assertion, it follows that I know that I'm in pain. Now, you might try to carve out some special exception for first-person sentences ascribing sensations, or you might reject the knowledge account of assertion. In any case, for backup, it would be good to have another argument that on occasion I know that I'm in pain, one that doesn't rely on the knowledge account of assertion. Plausible though that is, not everyone accepts it. So let's consider this case. Suppose I am I'm in the hospital, I'm in pain, the doctor has not come with the pain-relieving medicine, and the issue is, why has she not come? What could the explanation be? Now I could say, perfectly appropriately, I know she knows that I'm in pain, meaning to rule out one possible explanation of why she hasn't come, namely that she's ignorant of the fact that I'm in pain. So it's perfectly okay for me to say that, and indeed there's nothing wrong with supposing that on this particular occasion what I said is true. I do indeed know that my doctor knows that I'm in pain. Now, of course, what I know, namely that my doctor knows that I'm in pain, entails by the factility of knowledge that I am in pain. So by closure, which is a very plausible principle, to a first approximation, if you know P and P implies Q, you know Q, or to a second approximation, you're in a position to know Q. That implies that I know that I'm in pain, or I'm in a position to know that I'm in pain. Okay, so we may take it, I think, that Wittgenstein is wrong, and that on occasion I do indeed know that I'm in pain. So now our question doesn't have a false presupposition after all. So how do I know that I'm in pain? Well, one suggestion is this, that I know that I'm in pain because I'm acquainted with my pain in something like the Russellian sense, quoting from the Problems of Philosophy. We shall say that we have acquaintance with anything of which we are directly aware without the intermediary of any process of inference or any knowledge of truths. But of course, it's proved very difficult to explain exactly what Russellian acquaintance amounts to. It's a further enormous step, even granted that we have some understanding of what acquaintance amounts to. It's a further enormous step from that to explaining how I can get propositional knowledge, to wit, that I'm in pain, by being acquainted with my pain or whatever. So that's certainly a very hard row to hoe, and I suggest that that we try not to hoe it. So a fresh approach is advisable. Now I'm going to switch gears entirely, and I'm not going to talk about our main question for quite a while. And in fact, I'm now going to get on to stuff about perception, the topic of this conference. And once I'm done defending various claims about pain and perception, you'll see that the epistemology falls out not wholly unnaturally. Okay, so imagine that I stamp on your foot. It will appear or seem to you as if a certain unpleasant, painful disturbance is occurring in your foot. This item seems to be an event. Waxes and wanes in intensity, it lasts for a period of time, it has a beginning, a middle, and an end, all characteristic of events. So in that respect, it's like a flash or a bang. And just offhand, it looks like this disturbance is something that you can perceive. At least you are perceiving it when after I've stamped on your foot. For example, you can switch your attention from the tomato in front of you that you're perceiving with vision to the painful disturbance throbbing away in your foot. Okay, so let's call these things disturbances. You might be wondering why I'm not calling them pains. That will become clear in a moment. So according to the perceptual theory of pain, when one is in pain, one usually perceives a disturbance. So in some paradigmatic case of pain, when Robin stamps on my foot and I'm hopping up and down, what's going on, at least in part, is that I'm perceiving a certain unpleasant occurrence, a disturbance in my foot. A pain perception, that is the perception of the sort that goes on when you're in pain, is on this view interoception, perception of the condition of one's own body. Okay, so here is an analogy which I think is somewhat helpful for the next sort of step of the argument. So what is perception? Well, at a very high level, it involves dedicated mechanisms of sensory transduction that are designed to deliver ecologically useful information about the perceiver's environment. Whether there's a tiger over there, where the water is, and so forth. In that respect, they're like a car's dashboard instruments. So some dashboard instruments indicate the state of the car, like the fuel gauge. Some indicate the state of the environment, like the outside air temperature sensor. Some indicate the relation between the car and the environment, like the speedometer. And of course, it's a good thing that the car has these instruments. It's very useful information for the driver. So this is an analogy to our perceptual mechanisms. Now, sometimes, focusing on the dashboard instruments, sometimes the message delivery needs to be more strident. We have these dashboard warning lights. Some of these require immediate action, like the parking brake and the low oil pressure light. Others require that you just take more care, drive more carefully, and get to the nearest gas station as soon as possible, like the low tire pressure light and the check engine light. So it's obviously a good thing. It's no accident that all cars have these. They're very useful. So one might expect, just doing a bit of armchair biology, that organisms have their own versions of dashboard warning lights, delivering information, typically about the state of the organism's body, in this somewhat strident manner. And of course, there are no better candidates for that than states of feeling pain. So, so far, I've right. So far I've motivated the perceptual theory that when we feel pain, we at least typically perceive a disturbance. On the one hand, on the basis of phenomenology, and on the other hand, on the basis of armchair biology. So, what about the relevant transduction mechanisms? This account predicts that there should be some dedicated transduction mechanisms designed for detecting disturbances. For that, we have to get out of our armchair and do a bit of neurophysiology. And the great English physiologist Charles Sherrington wrote this book in 1906 called The Integrative Action of the Nervous System, which I think was a series of lectures he originally gave at Yale 2 years before. And Sherrington described experiments with decerebrate or spinal animals whose brain has been severed from the spinal column, which suggested that there were specialized pain receptors in the body, receptors that responded preferentially to certain kinds of noxious stimuli, strong mechanical stimuli, high temperatures, low temperatures, and certain sorts of toxic chemical stimuli like acids. Sherrington called these receptors nociceptors. Sherrington also incidentally gave us the word synapse. And a great deal was discovered subsequently about nociceptors. So phenomenology, armchair biology, and physiology coincide in a perfect storm of support for the perceptual theory. You could also add in neuroscience, but that I think would just be sort of over-egging it. So the perceptual theory that we perceive disturbances is very well supported. Okay, here's a parenthetical remark. As I'm sure you know, there are various dissociations between the sensory and affective components of pain, the most impressive of which is a condition called pain asymbolia. Incidentally, pain asymbolia is very close to David Lewis's supposedly fictional case of mad pain. Anyway, for simplicity, I'm going to set the affective component of pain aside. Of course, it may come up in the question period. Okay, so the perceptual theory is very plausible. Now, here's the crucial question. Is pain perception the perception of pain? In other words, are disturbances pain? Well, you might have thought so just offhand. I feel a stone in my shoe and I feel a pain in my foot. I mean, the things felt are very, very different. A stone is quite different from a pain, but just offhand, the word feel there has its ordinary perceptual sense. But quite remarkably, perceptual theorists, the perceptual view of pain, I should say, is really quite popular. Perceptual theorists typically deny it. They typically deny that pains are disturbances. So here's Pitcher, George Pitcher, who taught at this department for many years, in his classic 1971 paper, Pain Perception. This is the opening line. I shall defend the general thesis that to feel or to have a pain is to engage in a form of sense perception, that when a person has a pain, he is perceiving something. And of course, that should immediately set off some alarm bells. Obviously, what Pitcher thinks is not that pains are perceived, otherwise he would have just said he's perceiving a pain. Something else must be perceived when a person feels pain. And indeed, that is, reading on, that is clearly Pitcher's view. So the object of pain perception, he says, is a disordered bodily state, which is in our terminology a disturbance. Disturbance having a more event-like feel is better than state. Feeling a pain, he thinks, is grammatically misleading. It's not, after all, like feeling a stone. It's like catching a glimpse. Catching a glimpse of X is not like catching a fish. To catch a glimpse
of someone is not to stand in the catching relation to this peculiar entity, a glimpse. The real unit of analysis, he says, is not a pain, but the act or state of feeling a pain. Well, why does Pitcher think that disturbances are not pains? Well, you might have guessed what the answer is. It's because of the possibility of hallucination and illusion. So whenever we have perception, there's always the possibility of hallucination and illusion, and in particular, there's always the possibility of hallucination. It can seem to you just as if there's a pink elephant right before you, even though there is no pink elephant right before you. So, if we perceive disturbances, then it's possible to hallucinate a disturbance. It's possible to seem to perceive a disturbance, even though there's no disturbance there at all. For instance, some cases of phantom limb pain on the perceptual view are going to be cases of hallucination. That is, the subject who has lost his leg, who seems to perceive a disturbance in his phantom leg, is not in fact perceiving a disturbance. There's no disturbance there. There's no disturbance there at all. Yet, as Pitcher says, we do not say that the phantom limb sufferer does not really feel any pain at all. If pains were disturbances, then in a case of so-called phantom limb pain, if we then add in that this really is a case where there's no disturbance, this would be a case where there's no pain. There's no pain to feel. But of course, it would be crazy to say that the phantom limb sufferer does not really feel any pain at all. So pains cannot be disturbances. So what are pains then, according to Pitcher? Well, here he's not completely clear, but I think it's pretty clear what he should say, or it's pretty clear what the best interpretation of his paper is anyway. So he says somewhat sort of confusing things like, well, pain is, this is of course a line from Wittgenstein, it's not a something, neither pains nor glimpses are simply to be identified with anything at all, which kind of suggests that really there aren't any pains. But then it's not a nothing either, because he says pains exist when and only when they're being felt, and he certainly thinks that pains are felt, so he thinks that pains exist, and so presumably they can be identified with, at least they can be identified with themselves. So that's a bit confusing, but I think it's clear that his view is really that pain refers certainly not to disturbances, but instead to the act of feeling pain. That's what pain refers to. So, as Pitcher says, on his view, pains exist when and only when they're being felt, but this is not some interesting metaphysical discovery about this weird class of entities, which is somehow mind-dependent, because when you expand this, it just turns out to be equivalent to a pain, that is to say, an act of feeling pain exists if and only if someone is feeling pain, which is pretty close to trivial. But what is it then to feel pain? It's not obviously to stand in the feeling relation to some entity of pain. So what does Pitcher think feeling pain amounts to? So feeling pain in one's phantom hand, certainly not to perceive a disturbance. Instead, one seems to perceive a disturbance. And of course, seeming to perceive a disturbance is also present in the case of ordinary pain in the hand, where one really does perceive a disturbance. So on Pitcher's view, what it is to feel pain is to seem to perceive a disturbance, or we can say to have a pain experience. So what it is to feel pain is to seem to perceive a disturbance, a condition that you can be in if you really are perceiving a disturbance, or it's a condition you can be in when there's no disturbance there, but you're just hallucinating one. And essentially, this view was actually put somewhat more clearly by Armstrong a few years before in a materialist theory of the mind. Although there is no distinction, he says, between felt pain and real pain, or felt tickle and real tickle, nevertheless, statements like, I have a pain in my hand, may be translated without loss of meaning in such a way as to show that the statement as a whole is a perceptual statement. I have a pain in my hand may be rendered somewhat as follows. It feels to me that a certain sort of disturbance is occurring in my hand, the much better terminology, a perception that invokes in me the peremptory desire that the perception should cease. That last bit, of course, is Armstrong's attempt to account for the effective nature of pain, which we're just ignoring for simplicity. So that's Armstrong, and much later here's Tye. You can't feel pain without being in pain, and you can't be in pain without feeling pain. Why? Why is there no appearance-reality distinction for pain as there is for heat? The obvious answer is that pain, unlike heat, is a feeling. Being in pain and feeling pain are one and the same. For pain, esse est percipi. So again, Tye is essentially agreeing with Armstrong and Pitcher that to feel pain is to seem to perceive a disturbance. So pains, if they're anywhere, are in the head. So if you're a materialist, you might well want to identify pains with brain processes. And, of course, here's J.J.C. Smart in Sensations and Brain Processes, saying that sensations, among which you would certainly include pains, are nothing over and above brain processes. So pain, on this view, is in the brain, certainly not in the foot. So here's an illustration. This is actually from, I think, Nature Neuroscience, not from some idiot's blog or something. So it's from some guy, someone who knows what he or she is talking about. And I don't know if you can see that last bit, but here's the pain sensation. Right? It's in the brain. It's not in the foot. Okay. So I think this view is wrong. I think that pains are disturbances, and so they're literally in the foot and the hand and so forth. So here are some problems. So this is a very obviously somewhat orthodox view of the matter, but let me make some objections to it. Okay, so the first objection is that we typically have proprietary words for salient kinds of perceptual objects. You perceive a certain kind of thing, a red blob, a bright flash, a loud bang, or an acrid smell, and along with that goes a proprietary vocabulary, which I just used for describing these things. You know, we can identify an object of audition as a loud noise, or an object of vision as a red blob, or an object of olfaction as an acrid smell, and so on. Now, disturbances are hardly lacking in salience, yet on the view under consideration, English and presumably no other natural languages, presumably other natural languages lack the resources to describe them in anything but the most sort of generic of terms, or, you know, that occurrence. That's why we had to coin the specialized vocabulary of disturbances. Armstrong and Pitcher and Tye owe us some explanation of this remarkable state of affairs. Okay, here. Excellent point. I will come. Maybe that's an example of pain where I'm talking. A disturbance just occurred. Okay, the other. Okay, here's another point. So feel, as in I feel a pain, does have its ordinary perceptual sense, as in I feel the needle or sandpaper or something sticky, and that's just shown by the acceptability of, this is a sort of standard coordination test for ambiguity or the lack thereof, the acceptability of I felt the needle and then a sharp pain, where the verb is constrained to have just one interpretation. That's perfectly okay if felt when it came before pain had some special meaning, then this, unlike the meaning as in felt the needle or felt the sandpaper, then that sentence would seem anomalous, but it seems perfectly okay. Okay, the third problem is that there's a lot of reasons for thinking that pains spatially are in feet, elbows, etc. First, that's what we say. I'm now going to give 3 reasons for this. First of all, that's what we say. We say I have a pain in my foot, and there's a pain in my elbow. Why don't we just take that as at face value? Okay, now there's a famous reply to this, which goes back to Ned Block's paper, Mental Pictures and Cognitive Science, which is that, look, the in isn't spatial, because consider the following inference. There's a pain in my foot is in my shoe, so there's a pain in my shoe. That doesn't seem to be valid, but surely it would be if the in was spatial throughout. And then there was a subsequent sort of mini literature, which I'm sure some of you know, mostly involving Ty and Paul Nordhoff about this. And just cutting to the bottom line, the reply to that reply is that, yeah, this is certainly some interesting puzzle, but it's not a special puzzle about pain and doesn't show that in the first premise, there's a pain in my foot, is not spatial, because we get a similar puzzle where the in is definitely spatial. There's a hole in my sock is in my shoe, so there's a hole in my shoe. That seems bad. Whatever the diagnosis for that, offhand, we can apply it to the pain case. Okay, so that's my first reason for thinking that pains, that you should take this apparently spatial talk about pains, particular pains being in feet and hands and so forth, at face value. Here's my second reason. So, of course, in preparing a philosophy talk these days, you spend most of your time on, Google image search and whatever. So images like this are often on medical websites, and this one is supposed to illustrate the different kinds of foot pain. And on the naive way of interpreting this picture, these red areas indicate the spatial location of the pain. If pains are not disturbances, then this picture is seriously misleading. But it's not misleading. Or at any rate, if you think it's seriously misleading, you've got to have some explanation of why we're so confused. And my third completely crusher, so I've saved my most crushing argument for last, and that is that G.E. Moore clearly thought that pains were in body parts, or at any rate appeared to be in body parts. So this is from Proof of an External World. So you may remember there's this long bit at the start of this paper where Moore is trying to explain what he means by saying that there are things outside of us. So he's trying to prove in this paper that there are things outside of us. And at this point in the paper, he's considering 2 ways of explaining this, both using expressions from Kant, which Moore thinks Kant thought were equivalent, but Moore himself does not think are equivalent. The first one is the expression presented in space, and the other is the expression to be met with in space. This pen is both presented in space and to be met with in space. Essentially what that last thing means is that both Chris and I can perceive this pen. Pains, on his view, are just presented in space and not to be met with in space. So that's the crucial part of the quote. And this means that Moore doesn't hold the Pitcher-Armstrong tie view. Otherwise, because on the Pitcher-Armstrong tie view, it's wrong to say that pains are presented in space. And by that, more basically means that they appear to be in space. They appear to be spatially located. That's wrong, according to the picture Armstrong-Attai view. So Moore doesn't hold that. He clearly thinks that pains are disturbances. Okay, so Pache, Pitcher and company, pains are disturbances. They're things felt. They're not pain experiences. But then what about the whole motivation for reinterpreting what we ordinarily say about pains, namely, as Attai puts it, for pain esse est percipi, and as Pitcher puts it, we do not say that the phantom limb sufferer does not really feel any pain at all. So how do we square the claim that pains are disturbances with the plausibility of, for pain esse est percipi, that is, if there's pain around, then you're aware of it, and the what is basically the near converse, that if it seems to you that there's pain around, then there really is pain around. Okay, so let's. So we have two directions. We have a reality to appearance, and we have an appearance to reality direction. So let's take the reality to appearance direction first of all. So you can find plenty of people endorsing the reality to appearance direction for pain. So here's Paul Horwich in that recent book, Wittgenstein's Metaphilosophy. The existence of unconscious pain must be rejected as incoherent, the very idea of an unconscious pain being self-contradictory. But I think this is very much an exaggeration. The reality to appearance direction is not so hard to deny. So here's Dennett in this classic paper, Why You Can't Make a Computer That Feels Pain. Basically, his answer to that question is you can't make a computer that feels pain because our concept of pain is incoherent, and really strictly speaking, there aren't any pains. But he says in this paper, ordinary usage provides support for both for the view that for pains esse est percipi, and for the view that pains can occur unperceived. And I think that's right. There are the familiar cases of pains that wake you up, unnoticed pains when you're fighting a battle in a war or on the athletic field. And then there's one little kind of cute linguistic point that Dennett himself makes. There is this, offhand, you think this would be a great condition to be in, namely being unable to feel pain, but of course it's terrible. People who can't feel pain don't tend to live very long, and they tend to injure themselves. Anyway, this condition is called congenital insensitivity to pain, which strongly suggests that there can be pain to which one is not sensitive. In other words, the reality to appearance principle isn't correct. Okay, so it's not so hard to deny that the claim that whenever there's pain, you have to be aware of it. Pain hallucinations, on the other hand, are considerably harder to swallow. We regard it as absurd to say that an agent is not in pain in circumstances in which it seems to the agent that he or she is in pain. That's Chris Hill. So what are we going to do about that? Well, one suggestion might be that, look, we've kind of misunderstood these locutions like feeling pain. So what we want to say is that the phantom limb sufferer feels pain. But if pains are disturbances, how can that be right? But wait a second. Maybe feeling pain is a bit like feeling hot. feeling hot is compatible with not being hot. So maybe feeling pain is compatible, even on the view that pains are disturbances. It is actually compatible with hallucinating pain. You can literally and truly say that the phantom limb sufferer feels pain, even though, as it were, there's no pain to be felt. If that were right, that would solve the problem. But of course, it doesn't solve the problem because pain is a mass count noun. It's not an adjective like hot. So a better comparison is feeling heat. And since it has mass count occurrences, an even better comparison is feeling chicken or feeling a chicken. So if I plunge my hand into the bucket of meat, I can feel chicken, and if I poke my hand through the bars of the cage, I can feel a chicken. Neither of these things are compatible with the absence of chicken or the absence of a chicken, similarly with feeling pain. Okay, so now what? Okay, well, let's go back to the dashboard analogy. So the designers of the car really don't want the driver, especially not a very sophisticated driver, to start second-guessing the dashboard warning lights. The designers of the car know better. If they could do it, they wouldn't give the driver the option of not believing that the oil pressure was low or whatever. So this is obviously very relevant to Ned's talk. Here we have, assuming that pain perception is indeed the perception of pain, here we have a kind of standard philosophical model of what's going on. We have the pain perceptual model, some complicated whirring and grinding, starting with the stimulation of nociceptors and ending in the brain. We have the appearance of pain, and then here is where the given becomes the taken, and we start moving into the space of reasons and all that stuff. We have a belief about pain. In other words, we have this perception-cognition interface. But ideally, we don't really want that, not at any rate if we're considering relatively unsophisticated organisms, just like in the dashboard warning light case. Ideally, we don't want the driver, we don't want there to be this step between the appearance of low oil pressure and the judgment or belief that the oil pressure is low. So perhaps, at least in the case of pain, that's one step too many. So suppose we simplified our picture just by cutting that out. So now we've folded the belief into the appearance of pain to get something that we might call the doxastic appearance of pain. This is not supposed to be just the belief that there's a pain or the belief that there's a pain in your foot. It's supposed to be as much of an appearance as we had before. It's just that this time we're thinking of the belief as a constitutive component of the appearance, somewhat analogous to the sense in which belief is a constitutive component of knowledge. So in the terms that Ned used in his talk, what we've essentially done is to collapse the upper and lower borders of perception, well, at least for pain. Okay, so let that be our conjecture, that there's no perception-cognition interface for pain, perhaps also in general, but at least for pain. And that conjecture would explain our resistance to pain hallucinations, because the pain hallucinator always believes that a pain, that is to say, a disturbance, is occurring, even if one isn't occurring. No extra step of taking appearances at face value is needed. Okay, so now we're just about ready for the epistemology bit, just about ready to try and answer our question, how do you know you're in pain? So first of all, let me introduce the notion of a sensory world. There's the visual world, which you can think of as the world as revealed by vision. To a first approximation, ignoring cross-modal effects, if you just had vision as your sole sense, then the way the world is revealed to you is the visual world. It's a world consisting of colored things, shaped things, textured things, moving things, and so forth. And then there's the olfactory world, somewhat impoverished compared to the visual world. The auditory world, which Casey O'Callaghan has studied in detail, consisting of sounds at varying pitch and loudness and so forth. Of course, there's a long tradition in philosophy that denies this, but it's extremely plausible that you can find out about the visual world without knowing anything about one's own mind. Macaques find, since they came up before, they find out an awful lot about the visual world without knowing anything about their own mind. Okay, so we've got the visual world, we've got the olfactory world, and the auditory world. None of these worlds are at all mental. There's nothing mental about a red blob or an acrid odor or a loud sound. And similarly for pain. We have, you may remember this from the Big Lebowski, corresponding to pain, we have the world of pain, the condition of one's own body revealed by one's pain sense. It is, of course, a pretty bad world, consisting just of pains, throbbing, searing, being in the elbow, and so forth. There's nothing mental at all about the world of pain any more than there's anything mental about the visual world. Of course, it's it's a pretty standard view in philosophy that pains, whatever they are somehow mental. That's not a view just confined to Pitcher and Armstrong. And Tye, they of course think that pains are mental because they think that pains are experiences of seeming to perceive disturbances. But lots of other theorists who don't buy the perceptual theory at all think that pains are mental. On this view, pains are no more mental than pens. Okay, so here's the proposal, just putting it very quickly and that you come to know that you feel a pain by a simple inference from a premise about the world of pain. Now, the premise about the world of pain, just to repeat, is not a premise about anything mental. It's not a premise about anything that you're feeling. It's not a premise about your mental life at all. So here's the premise. There's a pain in my foot. The conclusion is I feel a pain in my foot. Now, if I come to know in the usual, in fact, in the present state of things, only way, if I come to know the premise in the usual, in fact, only way, namely by deploying my faculty for pain perception, then this means that the conclusion is going to be true. The only way in which I could come to know that the conclusion is, the only way in which I can come to know that the premise is true is if the conclusion is true. So at least if I infer from the premise to the conclusion, and I know the premise, then the conclusion is going to be true. And arguably, this requires a good deal more argument. Arguably, it's going to be known. So that's how I come to know that I feel a pain, or feel a pain in my foot. Okay, so what about the case of hallucination? So let's keep the foot there, just for simplicity. On the perceptual view, there are bound to be cases where you hallucinate a disturbance in the foot, even though you really do have a foot. It's just that there's no disturbance there in the foot. So on the view on which pains are disturbances, there are going to be cases where you seem to perceive a pain in your foot. You really do have a foot, but there's no pain in your foot that you're, or anywhere else that you're perceiving. So in a situation of this kind, it's not true that there's a pain in my foot. Nonetheless, because of the conjecture about there being no perception-cognition interface in the case of pain, I will believe the premise when I'm hallucinating this pain in my foot, and I will perform this inference. Okay, so the premise is false, but unfortunately also the conclusion is false, because there is no pain in my foot. So I can't feel a pain in my foot if there is no pain in my foot, just like I can't feel a stone in my shoe, if there is no stone in my shoe. Okay, so there's no question on this view of coming to know that I feel a pain in my foot when it's a case of hallucination, because it's not true that I feel a pain in my foot. Now, I will also believe a weaker conclusion in a situation of this kind, namely that I seem to feel a pain in my foot. So that will be true, and arguably known. At any rate, there are no further barriers to supposing that I know it than there are to supposing that I know that I feel a pain in my foot when there really is a pain in my foot. So at least, although I can't on this view know that I feel a pain in my foot in the hallucinatory case, because it's not true that I feel a pain in my foot, it is true that I seem to feel a pain in my foot, and by an application of this procedure, that is something that you can come to know. We can try and sweeten the pill just a little bit more, because we don't just talk of feeling pains in feet and so forth, or having pains in feet. We also say things like, I am in pain. And I am in pain is an idiom. And you could try and argue on broadly charity-based grounds that this idiom, I am in pain, is sort of being pulled in two directions. On the one hand, we take it to be, we take it to be true in a situation in which I seem to feel a pain in my foot. And we also take it to be true in a situation in which I really do feel a pain in my foot. We've now broken the connection between seeming to feel a pain in my foot and feeling a pain in my foot. So then there's the issue of, given that one can be true and the other is false, the two are certainly not equivalent, which way does the meaning of the idiom go? If there is some magnetic pull towards the true, then it's going to go with, I seem to feel a pain in my foot, and not, I feel a pain in my foot. And so in that case, perhaps the truth of 2 will be sufficient for the truth of I am in pain. So in a situation like this, if that all works out, in a situation like this, even though you can't know that you feel a pain, you can at least know that you're in pain. Okay, so you can now score my talk on this standard philosophical perplexity scale.
About the homology of the situation. So is your view that if you don't bother to make this inference, then you have grounds for knowing that you're you're in pain, but you don't actually know?
What do you mean by having grounds?
Or you have some reason to believe?
No, I don't think you do. No, I don't think you do.
Because intuitively it seems like, I mean, I'm not sure how you're thinking about the inference, but if it's a kind of thing that you can either do or not do.
Yeah, that's right.
Given that you have the, it seems to go against the idea that, you know, even if you don't draw this inference, that you still know you're in pain in lots of cases. Can you put the inference back up?
Yeah, sure. Oh, I see. Sorry, I see what you mean. Right. Sorry. So what are we talking about? Are we talking about
both of them? Well, any of the
okay.
cases.
Well, this is an easy. In a way, this is an easier one. The other one is sort of trickier, but this just brings out the problem more starkly. So. So I think that you can come to know that you seem to feel a pain in your foot by an inference from this premise in the hallucinatory case.
Yeah.
But of course, in this case, the premise is false.
Yeah.
So
right, I see why you resisted the grounds part. But just in the normal cases, the non-hallucinatory cases, is your view that I don't know that I'm in pain unless I actually go through this inference?
Oh yeah, right, right.
But in lots of cases, it seems like I can know even if I don't bother to go through some inference. I don't have to, there's not this extra thing I have to do, namely go through an inference in order to know that I'm in pain.
Well, okay, that I don't quite see. I mean, it looks like you believe, so I stamp on your foot. You believe that a certain disturbance is occurring in your foot. You also believe that you're in pain, or that you feel a pain, or that you feel a pain in your foot, right? So you've got, now according to me, pains are disturbances, so you believe the premise, and you also believe the conclusion, right? So the only issue is, well, did you arrive at the conclusion on the basis of the premise or not? So I think that's what you're disputing. You're saying, yes, I admit I believe the premise, and I admit I believe the conclusion. What I don't agree is that I arrived at the conclusion by inference from the premise. But I don't think we're very good at, in general, at finding out why, finding out from introspection, just why it is that we arrived at certain conclusions. So if you're sort of jumping up and down and saying, no, I'm pretty sure I did not conclude that, that I feel a pain from the premise that there's this disturbance, that is to say pain, in my foot. And
well, you're jumping up and down and saying that you know that I do arrive at it that way.
But well, that's right. But that's because I think this theory can explain how you know you're in pain. Of course, if you have some other theory that explains how you know you're in pain, or how you know you feel a pain, well then let's see it, and then yeah, exactly. Mark.
That's it.
Sorry.
Maybe this is another theory. Yep, sorry. So I take it, what are these disturbances, first off? Are they good old Armstrong disturbances? They're manglings of nerves and tissue damage and stuff like that, are they?
Yeah, suppose I said tissue damage. I mean, it's I think it's okay, well, clearly I shouldn't have said tissue damage.
No.
Okay, but I mean, certainly, you know, I mean, this tissue damage talk is not a sort of peculiarly philosophical phrase that occurs all the time in pain literature when people talk about nociceptors. But yeah, but just like in the, sorry, go on.
Yeah, it's some physical thing going on.
Okay, well, that's what I wanted to resist.
It's not a physical thing.
Well, it's not so much that it's a mental thing.
No,
look, it's just
okay.
like in the case.
No, it seems to me this is very like what I've been saying for a long period of time, but I think it's different in one respect, which is you're on a certain picture of what these things that we feel are.
Yeah.
You don't need to make room for hallucinations of pains. So here's an alternative picture. Or is it alternative? I don't know.
Yeah.
There's a bodily field. It happens pretty much to coincide with the three-dimensional volume that is our body. We get information about where our limbs are in space. And also within this bodily field, and now this is associated with the mass-like behavior of some uses of pain, there are, or there appear, to be these sub-volumes of quality that arise, swell, flicker temporarily, as when you say they throb. They throb. There are these sub-volumes of quality that arise, and this is, perhaps this could be generalized to other bodily sensations like pressure and so on. Those kinds of low levels of discomfort that don't yet get called pain. Sub-volumes of quality appear to arise within the bodily field. Now, in the case of the phantom limb pain, we don't have hallucination of pain, because the whole motive for talking of hallucination of pain here was you were thinking of a disturbance, as it were, as something other than the arising of a sub-volume of quality within the bodily field. No, there is, within the bodily field of the phantom limb victim, an arising of a sub-volume of quality. And so this is, phenomenologically, this seems to me a better description of the world of pain. As it were, if I was sitting in bed in pain, and this is the neutral way in which I would describe it. Now, the very interesting question is, can you take this philosophically seriously in a non-spooky way? And I believe that some of your insights about pain not being mental enable you to do that. That is, if you have the right picture of the ontology of quality, you can take this seriously in a non-spooky way. And so now you do have the view that every perception of pain is veridical. There's no need for the hallucinatory stuff. There's no need for the rigmarole at the end, but now we've, as it were, characterized the relevant change or occurrence, or disturbance, as you call it, in phenomenological terms, respecting the mass-like aspect of our concept of pain. It's very interesting, for example, that pain is not instantiated. Pain is located. It's not like the relationship between pain and my wrist. When I've got a pain in my wrist, is that there's some part of my wrist that stands to pain as this part of the cloth stands to blue. Pains are not instantiated. They seem to, as it were, come in sub-volumes. So how different are we here? There seems to be a difference. There seems to be something similar. Can you shed light on that?
Excellent. So, well, first of all, of course, everything I say is essentially stuff that you've been saying for many years, but normally I kind of tack on a false conjunct just to try and just to kind of make the view my own, basically. Look, so yeah, so I mean, I agree with you, apart from the thing about hallucination. So here, I don't think you should get distracted by or distracted too much by the issue of what disturbances are, whether they are physical, at any rate, in the sense in which, Armstrong or Smart would think that disturbances are physical. There's an exact analog to that, as of course you know, when we're talking about color perceptions. So for certain purposes, it's important not to get distracted over the issue of just what the color properties are, and are they just ways of altering light, or are they somehow sui generis properties in their own right, or certain kinds of quality, as you would say. I mean, those questions are interesting, but you can certainly settle the issue of whether color perception really is perception, I think, reasonably conclusively without going into that issue. So I think you can settle the issue of whether, or make a good case for the claim that that we perceive pains, aka disturbances, without going into the issue of just what pains or disturbances are. Okay, so far so good. But surely disturbances, I mean, this is part of the whole motivation for the view. Disturbances, whatever they are things that are detected by, at the business end, nociceptors. The disturbances cause activity in nociceptors, and that's how they're perceived. But as soon as you got that picture, then then I don't really understand how how we can exclude the possibility of hallucination, because there's nothing particularly weird about nociceptors as opposed to other neurons. They can be caused by all sorts of things. Or certain, brain activity can be caused by all sorts of things. In particular, it could be caused by something that's not a disturbance. That is not the relevant kind of neural activity could be caused by something that's not a disturbance. That is to say, not a pain. In which case, we'd have a hallucination of pain, and hallucination of pain. Sorry. Right. So that's what I totally agree with you, and the whole. Of course, you might say, yeah, but look, all this business about the world of pain. I mean, that just can't be right. That if pains are disturbances, because disturbances are tissue damage, and surely the world of pain is not the world of tissue damage. It seems to be the world of something else entirely. Okay, well, that is to raise an issue which is all terribly interesting, but it's not particularly relevant to the case at hand. It's got nothing in particular to do with pain.
I too would like to raise an alternative picture. I think the difficulty that I'm finding here is the association of pain with the bodily, whether or not it's physical or qualitative. So in addition to painful assaults on the body, there are painfully loud sounds, painfully bright lights, painfully flashing lights, painfully salty tastes, painfully sour tastes, painful emotions, as in achy breaky heart from personal severance, or guilt or shame or impatience, frustration. All of these situations can be thought of as painful. There could be painful thoughts that we can't stop calling back to ourselves and so forth. All these seem to be episodes that, as Ryle said, are appropriately called painful because the subject dislikes them. I mean, that's a little bit too reductive, but it seems as if pain is a sort of adverbial affect that is a modifier of perceptual events. So we think of ourselves as painfully perceiving disturbances in our foot, or painfully seeing bright lights, or painfully painfully thinking about guilt-provoking events, and so forth. No pain objects, there is no perception of pain, rather there is painful cognition, perception, so forth.
You got two completely different thoughts going there, right? On the one hand, you've got the adverbial idea, and then on the other hand, you've got the idea that, well, really, there's no the category of bodily pain, the category that pain researchers think they're studying, that's really not some genuine category. There's a much broader category which people really ought to be ought to be talking about, and the whole field has been sort of now distorted by this focus on what, on your view, is just one particular kind of pain, a particular species of the genus pain. Those are two. Those. I mean, either one would be. Either one would be sort of damaging, I guess, to my position. But look, but on the adverbial thing, are you denying that there are disturbances that we're
I accept the existence of disturbances.
You think we perceive them?
Yes, I do.
Why do we have no names for them?
Blows, burns, senses of freezing, slashes. Pains are described almost never neutrally, but always as throbbing, searing, stabbing, crushing, shocking.
But if right, a throbbing pain. But according to you, that's not the adjective throbbing doesn't qualify a word for a disturbance.
Throbbing is a special case. I mean,
indeed, it's a bit of a mystery on your view. Why?
It gets bigger and smaller rapidly. But a searing pain, is that? Are there general searing events? And I'm thinking that those are events where we feel painfully as if we're being seared.
I mean, it might be better for your purposes if you sort of concentrated on some other mode of expression when we, where the subject is a body part, as in my hand hurts or my foot aches or something. There, it's if you take that to be your sort of primary locution, it's sort of less obvious that there are these items. But I think once you've accepted that there are disturbances, and once you've accepted that we perceive them, then the view that these things are pains is
Is a painful thought a pain?
But now you're switching back to this other. No, it isn't. But now you're switching back to this other line of thought.
That's right. I think there's a unified phenomenon here. So the question is, what is it that unifies it? It's the overlay of painful affect.
Yeah. Okay. Let me. Galen. Whoops. Sorry. Galen, you're obviously going to agree with everything I said. Yeah.
Well, actually, I wanted to see if I could cut one thing away while leaving everything else in place, which is, I mean, I'm wondering if you think there's some kind of non-contingent conceptual connection between pain and disturbance, because the case I'm thinking of is that you can have, you could just have states that were normal, natural, had nothing to do with damage. You could have a species of creatures in which this was the case, and that these were experienced as pains, but they wouldn't be disturbances in the sense of anything negative. It would still leave the pains in the foot. But why should pain have anything essentially to do with disturbance? And in a way, asking this question is kind of sort of saying, let's hear it for the phenomenology again, because I would assume there was the phenomenology of pain, but these states were not, in no sense, states of damage at all. You might have an independent reason for thinking that pain had to be associated with disturbance, but I think you can just cut it away.
Okay. So one issue is whether pains are disturbances. Another issue, which I would have thought is orthogonal, is the issue of whether pains always feel bad or whether they.
No, they always feel bad, but they might be creatures in which they weren't disturbances in the sense of damage.
Creatures in which the. So I didn't say. This goes back to Mark's question a bit. I didn't mean to be committing myself to any claim about just what disturbances are. I'm perfectly happy with some vague expression like tissue damage, but I'm not really sort of wedded to it.
I want to get rid of tissue damage. I just want them to be completely. They're just states that occur, and maybe they're free riders. It's on some other adaptation. You don't have to really have an account. This This is, speculation.
I mean, right. I mean, one thing that's relevant to your question is what these pain asymbolia patients say. So they say they feel pain, but they don't mind it at all, which sort of suggests that the affective dimension of pain is just a contingent accompaniment.
These are really painful, but they're not damaged. That's the idea.
Right. Right.
But it leaves everything else there. You can still have them in the foot and not
That's
be
right.
mental.
No, that's right. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, look, you could hold a view very much like mine, according to which disturbances are not necessarily bad for the organism. Yeah, and maybe that's right. In fact, yeah, why on earth wouldn't it be right? I mean, but all you need is that you need at least this much, that disturbances for the most part are bad for the organism. That's why we have evolved this system for detecting them. Yeah, sorry, I was picking people at random.
So I'm wondering how we get from premise 1 to premise 2, both in the case where one's known and where it's not known. So in the case where it's known, you still can't apply closure because there is a pain in my foot doesn't entail that I feel a pain in my foot. At least.
No, that's absolutely right.
Right.
No, that's absolutely right.
So it's got to be something like a reliable connection between 1 and 2 or something like that. Or the fact that, or there's another premise in there, I know.
No,
okay.
No, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it would be disastrous, as you were just about to point out, for me to insert another premise.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
And then the second question was about the case where I don't know that there's a pain in my foot. And my question is whether you think it's the same thing that justifies me in that case or enables me to know the conclusion as in the good case. Because there's the same sort of general reliable connection between my positing 1 as a premise and my feeling a pain in my foot. Right? So is that what is supposed to be going on? Because
what is supposed to be? No.
No.
It's got nothing to do with closure. Well, so what's supposed to be going on is, something like reliability, more precisely, safety in the Sousa-Williamson set. So the argument will be that the inference from here to here is going to yield a safe belief in the conclusion.
Right, but
which means that, or at any rate, which is at least a very good indication that you know the conclusion. This is not in this case and in the hallucinatory case, the inference is decidedly weird.
So I guess the worry. What I don't yet understand
it can't be assimilated to normal cases of inference where you know a bunch of stuff about Jeremy's motives and his weapons collection and so on, and you infer and come to know from that evidence that he's the murderer.
Right. So what I don't understand is that it seems like what's enabling me to know 2 in both cases is something like I generally know that there's a pain in my foot when I believe there's a pain in my foot. It's some further fact like that that's going to ensure safety in the weak case, right?
If you could make the case that that I have to have this extra premise, then the whole thing is blown out of the water.
Or at least there has to be a further fact that makes the inference a good one, right?
Well, there's there's certainly a further fact. It's just that you don't need to know that further fact, according to me. So the further fact is that if I know the premise, well, how is it that I know the premise? Well, it's by feeling a pain in my foot. That's how I know the premise. I don't have any other way of knowing the premise. So if I know the premise, then the conclusion is going to be true.
But that doesn't explain why you get to know in the case where you fail to know the premise, right? That you aren't going to have a safe belief in the conclusion if you fail to know the premise, right? Not obviously. You need to include something like, I tend to know when I believe.
No. So the story is going to be exactly the same in this case. That the only way I have come by this false belief that there's a pain in my foot is because, whoops, sorry, one slide. Sorry, the only way I've come by this false belief that there's a pain in my foot is because I seem to feel a pain in my foot. But no, you're pressing on exactly the right point. Ricardo, sorry.
Well, I was wondering whether the lack of proprietary vocabulary in the case of pain cannot be a result of the lack of proprietary cortical map. Because, I mean, with all the other sensor modalities, we have a cortical map, or more or less a dedicated series of cortical maps that they make categories of that kind of thing, that kind of stimuli. In the case of the pain, the system is not very much interested in knowing what category of thing to answer to the what question, what's going on, but rather to know how much the intensity and the location of the pain. So, an example of the dashboard, where you put all the different kind of things that could happen. I mean, the tire, the speed, and so on, the oil, and the other stuff. I think it is a little bit misleading, because I think that a dashboard for the pain would be just made of position and the intensity. I mean, I don't know if it makes sense, but it seems that there's a big difference in the organization in terms of categorizing cortical maps.
Okay. Can I just sort of finesse that by saying, on the standard picture Armstrong tie view, we don't typically talk about disturbances at all. We don't even say that they're in the foot. What we say instead is that I have a pain in my foot, or I seem to, or I feel a pain in my foot. That is not to commit yourself to the existence of a disturbance in the foot. So for the most part, our talk about pain is sort of more or less indifferent as to whether there are disturbances in feet or not. They're not. Sorry, I'm not putting this as well as I should. We certainly could, according to Pitcher and Armstrong, refer to a disturbance that is going on in our foot. We could say that disturbance or that unpleasant thing that is occurring right now in my foot. And we could go on to wonder what it is. According to them, it isn't a pain. But we never, in fact, do that. So there's the point about the lack of proprietary vocabulary, but also there's also a somewhat different point, namely that we, except on very rare occasions, never refer to these surely extremely salient occurrences at all, let alone describe them. So maybe that's a kind of fallback position if I accepted your point.
We've got 3 or 4 minutes left.
Okay, we've got 3 or 4 minutes. Okay, Jeremy. Sorry to...
So you have the view that appearances of pains are a particular kind of belief that you have pains. It doesn't seem to me credible to have that view without having the more general view that appearance is a kind of a way of believing in a way that knowing is a way of believing. I know that...
I wouldn't have said that there are I mean, yeah, right, okay, it's a way of believing. It's not that appearances are sort of it's not that appearances are kinds of beliefs any more than knowledge is a kind of...
The knowledge belief analogy.
Yeah, appearing is a way of believing.
Right. I mean, so I know that you're sympathetic to the more general view.
Yeah.
But be that as it may, it doesn't seem like you could motivate the view in the case of pain then by contrast with other illusions. The thought being that the phantom limb person, why does he always believe that he feels a pain, given that, say, the moral liar person who knows
That's
the
right.
cause of the same
That's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
But I thought that at least part of the motivation for the claim that appearances of pain are beliefs about pain was that kind of phantom limb kind of data, that people who know that they've lost their limbs believe they feel pain.
No, that's right.
I mean, there's other, I guess, abductive reasons for thinking that too, namely that it gets the epistemology to work out the way you want.
Right.
But it seems like the first motivation was somewhat undermined, at least in that so far as that was supposed to be a contrast with other cases of perceptual illusion, known perceptual illusion.
Yeah, I had intended to kind of course, I didn't really make this explicit, so I said my view in general is that appearing is a way of believing, and I had intended, and of course it's really much more plausible in the case of pain, and it's kind of intended to run the argument in the direction from pain where it's plausible to the case of perception in general where it doesn't seem to be particularly plausible, or minimally it's less than obvious. Of course, you could also run it in the other direction. I mean, assuming, so if we sort of establish that, well, you can't really hold the line at pain, that if this is what you're going to say about pain, you have to say the same thing about vision, then you've either got to jettison it for pain or to accept it for vision, and this was really my way of kind of reinforcing my claim that you should accept it for vision, for which I have some independent arguments, but doubtless they're not very convincing. Incidentally, just on this point, in order to make it remotely plausible that there's no sort of perception cognition interface in general and in particular for vision, I really would have to help myself to Ned's very thin view of the content of perception. If I accepted Susanna's very rich view of the content of perception, then my thesis would be extremely implausible, I think.
Why?
Well, because so here's a piece of evidence for the view in the case of vision, namely the appeal of the sense datum theory. Indeed, there are some sense datum theorists, at least one in this room right now. You can't deny that the view that there really is something, there really is a red patch when you seem to see a red patch, but there's no physical red patch there. That view is, for one reason or another, incredibly appealing. Why should that be so? I have an explanation why that's so. Because when you seem to see a red patch, you actually believe that there's a red patch there. And the sort of sophisticates among us are able to have the contrary belief, and then maybe we say, well, maybe we don't do much with the belief that there really is a red patch there, or alternatively, maybe we do. And like Howard, we write books about these red patches that we perceive when we're hallucinating. Okay, so it's the sense datum theory is a sort of little piece of evidence that there isn't this sharp distinction between appearance and belief for vision. But as soon as we start sticking John Malkovich and elephants and CD players in the content of perception, I mean, not even Howard thinks that, well, when he's, hallucinating a CD player, there really has to be some immaterial CD player there. It's just a kind of, so that's why I would have to appeal to Ned at this point. Okay, well, thanks very much.
So thanks very much. It's fantastic to be here. Some of you may have noticed that my talk title has reverted back to the original. Is that us? Demonstration. Yeah. So it covers a lot of the same material with a different focus and different emphasis. So I'll talk about a few different varieties of multisensory awareness and quite a bit about what it means to be modality specific or to be associated with a particular modality. So it's pretty common to argue about whether some aspect of cognition is amodal or whether it's all modality specific, but it's generally taken for granted that all perception or perceptual experience is modality specific. Now, I've argued in some other work that multisensory forms of perception show that not all ways of perceiving are specific to a given modality. And the main objection that I've gotten over the years is, what about perceptual experience? What about phenomenology or the level of awareness? Can't it be the case that you've got all this subpersonal interaction among sensory systems while experience itself remains modality specific? So this talk is really my attempt to respond to that kind of objection from that sort of skeptic, and on the terms of the objection in as sympathetic a way as I can. So I want to try to spell out in some detail just what the claim is supposed to be, and then say clearly to you what my arguments against that claim happen to be. Okay, so that's what I'm going to do. So just to start off, human beings see, hear, touch, taste, and smell. And that's because human sense perception is associated with multiple sensory modalities. And for simplicity, I'm just going to assume that these are the ones. If there are more or fewer, then just adjust accordingly. So if people only ever perceived with one modality at a time, then perceptual experience at each time would be unimodal. I think that it's possible to consciously perceive at a given time using multiple modalities, and that perceptual experience can be minimally multimodal or minimally multisensory. That is, co-conscious at the same time experiences associated with different sense modalities. Now, I actually think this is relatively innocuous. Some other people don't. So Charles Spence and Tim Bain recently have argued in a paper that consciousness at any given moment is only unisensory and that you quickly switch back and forth between the different modalities. And I want to resist this view for a couple of reasons. First of all, it's most plausible if consciousness requires attention, and if attention is restricted to any given modality at a time. And I think there are good reasons to resist each of those claims. Even putting that aside, though, it's plausible that the temporal grain of the experience present is coarser than that of these rapid conscious shifts between the modalities. And since there aren't any apparent temporal gaps between experiences of different modalities, that means that there are times during which experience is at least minimally multisensory. So I'll set that view aside. Now, the experimental research that I've written about in the past shows that sensory systems interact with each other, and this leads to things like cross-modal illusions, for example. So the ventriloquist effect is an auditory spatial illusion produced by the visible location of an apparent sound source. The McGurk effect is an effect involving speech in which visual information impacts the phoneme that you seem to hear. The sound-induced flash effect is another case where presenting two audible beeps along with a single disc that's presented on a screen briefly leads subjects to think they've seen two visible flashes. So again, the idea is that one sense might causally have an impact on an experience associated with another, and that might occur without there being any constitutive relation among the sense modalities at the level of experiences. Okay. So sensory processes might interact while every aspect of perceptual experience is modality specific. So despite all of this crosstalk, it's at least coherent to hold a modality-specific view for experiences. Okay, so I think actually by and large, philosophers have found this kind of picture reasonably plausible. So if you look at things like intramodal restrictions on intentional aestheses about phenomenal character, you've got some evidence there that these are being viewed as modality-specific. So what I want to argue is that it's not, and I'll do so by arguing that certain forms of multisensory perceptual awareness are incompatible with the claim that each aspect of perceptual experience is associated with some specific modality or another. Okay, so let's see. That's where we have. So the first thing is to state what the thesis is supposed to be. And the idea is that all perceptual experience is modality specific. So a first pass at the thesis is that every perceptual experience is associated with a specific modality. Now, immediately there are two big issues with formulating the claim. The first is just that any minimally multisensory experience isn't itself modality specific. If you're seeing and hearing at the same time, that's not a modality specific experience. So maybe the claim is supposed to be that all of the experiential parts, or maybe the basic experiential parts of a multisensory episode, are associated with some modality or another. The problem with that is that perceptual episodes are events, and they might not involve distinct parts, each of which itself is a token visual or auditory or gustatory experience that's associated with a single modality. So it may be that a perceptual experience is a single unified token event that can be classified in various ways as visual or auditory or tactual. So this is Michael Tye's view. So a multimodal experience that's visual also can be auditory. So the idea is that a single episode of experience can be associated with more than one sensory modality on this kind of picture. So I think it's better instead to talk about aspects or attributes or properties of experiences in order to formulate this thesis, rather than experiential parts or experiences themselves. And since the imagined interlocutor here is concerned with the level of the subjective, let's talk about the phenomenal properties or the phenomenal character of these episodes. So reformulate the claim that all perceptual experience is modality specific as the claim that all phenomenal character is modality specific. So that's the one that doesn't work. Okay, so here's the claim. Now, just as a caveat to start, I want to be neutral as far as that's possible about the nature of phenomenal character or phenomenal properties. So I would like this to be compatible with everything from a strong form of intentionalism about phenomenal character to naive realism about phenomenal character to even a qualia theory of phenomenal character. Okay? So I want to try, as far as this is possible, to remain as neutral as I can about the nature of these. So don't assume that I have in mind some intrinsic, subjectively accessible attribute of experience throughout this talk. Okay? The idea is that, and we can talk more about that. So, right. So that's the thesis. So now there's another problem with the thesis as it's stated. This is the second problem, which is how to accommodate unity of conscious experience at any given time. Right? So if this is the way we formulate the thesis, we've got another problem. Because any phenomenal unity that accrues just thanks to mere co-consciousness isn't going to be associated with one specific modality or another. If there's any phenomenal difference that accrues thanks to this unification that people have, like Tim Bain and Dave Chalmers and many others have talked about, then that's not going to be associated with a specific modality. But my target's not the general unity of consciousness, and I think this is a totally pervasive problem. And so I propose to just revise the thesis in order to accommodate it. So revise the thesis to this, that the phenomenal character of each perceptual episode is exhausted by what's associated with each individual modality, along with whatever accrues thanks to mere co-consciousness. The side benefit to this, which is important, is that it captures any phenomenal features that supervene on those which are modality specific. So the property of being an auditory and a visual experience is one that plausibly supervenes on the modality specific features. And it accrues plausibly just thanks to mere co-consciousness or simple co-consciousness. Okay, so one of the big tasks is to be really explicit about what it is for a phenomenal character to be associated with a modality so that we can assess the thesis. And a first attempt appeals to the notion of distinctiveness, which has been discussed quite a bit in the literature. So some philosophers say perceptual experiences of a given modality have a distinctive phenomenal character. So Grice famously appeals to the special introspectable character of the experiences of seeing and smelling in order to differentiate them. And he talks about a generic resemblance that's signalized by the use of the word look, which differentiates visual from non-visual sense experiences. And here's a number of other quotes on this topic. There's a long list of individuals who've talked about this idea. Okay, so suppose then that phenomenal character is associated with a modality just in case it's distinctive to that modality. Now, distinctiveness, I think, doesn't require that there's some single uniform qualitative feature shared by all and only experiences of a given modality. So it's not as if there's that thing, the visual character, which is present in every visual experience and no non-visual experiences. Instead, I think we should say that, sorry, I lost my, instead, I think we should say that an experience of a given modality has a distinctive character just in case that character couldn't be instantiated by any experience not of that modality. So plausibly, the character of a visual experience is distinctive just in case it couldn't be instantiated by a non-visual experience. Okay, so then we can formulate the thesis in this way. It's the claim that the phenomenal character of each perceptual episode is exhausted by that which is instantiated by an experience of some modality, but which couldn't be instantiated by an experience that's not of that modality. Okay. Now, I think appealing to distinctiveness doesn't help us to settle whether the thesis holds. It can't establish that all perceptual experience is modality specific. And the first reason is that phenomenal character is not locally distinctive. And by this I mean that not every phenomenal feature is distinctive in this sense or instantiated by perceptual experiences of exactly one modality. Think about the case of awareness of a proper sensible. These aren't going to present any trouble because they're, by definition, accessible to just one modality. Think about, on the other hand, the case of awareness of a common sensible, like a spatial or temporal property or number. These might pose trouble because it's not clear that a visual experience of, for example, sphericity, when you consider it entirely in abstraction from the experience of other visual features, must differ in respect of each of its phenomenal features from that of a tactual experience as of sphericity. And if it doesn't, then local distinctiveness, sorry, this is a precarious setup, sorry, I'll do it like that. Then local distinctiveness fails. Now, as it stands, I think there are three good replies to this kind of argument from common sensibles, though. The first is that phenomenal features might depend holistically on awareness of other sensible features within a given modality. So your awareness of sphericity is, the character of that is holistically dependent on your awareness of color, for instance. A second reply is that differing modality-specific modes of presentation could generate or lead to a phenomenal difference in awareness of these features in different modalities. The third kind of reply is that phenomenal character might be partly a product of the modality of the experience, understood as something like a mode of representation. So visually perceiving or representing sphericity can have a different phenomenal character from auditorily, something about the modality itself. Okay, so those are three good replies. So maybe phenomenal character is locally distinctive after all. So here's a new argument against this. It's an argument from intermodal feature binding. So the idea is you can multimodally perceive the apparent coinstantiation of attributes that are perceived through different modalities. So for instance, you might audiovisually experience an explosion to be jointly loud and bright. And that contrasts with just perceptually experiencing something loud and something bright. Another example is you might visuotactually experience a brick to be both red and rough. And that's different from just perceiving something red and visually and feeling something rough. Okay, so feeling some sandpaper and looking at a stop sign is an example of that. So intermodal feature binding can break down. If you think about the case of being at the movies when the soundtrack is temporarily offset quite a bit, that's a case where the binding can break down. It also can be illusory, as in ventriloquism. You seem to hear the audible and visible features to be co-instantiated there. You can fail to perceive features which are co-instantiated as bound to each other. And the final case I think that's worth paying attention to is that you can perceive features which in fact are co-instantiated to be instantiated by distinct things. So think about the case of ventriloquism. You're seeming to hear the audible features as coming from the puppet when they're in fact coming from the ventriloquist. So you see the ventriloquist, you hear the sounds, but you fail to perceive those features which in fact are co-instantiated to be co-instantiated. So if you perceptually experience F and G through different senses, perceiving something's being jointly F and G can differ in phenomenal character from perceiving something's being F and something's being G. Okay? So what we need to explain is the phenomenologically evident numerical sameness in virtue of which it perceptually appears that something, that is the same thing, bears features that are perceptible with different modalities. And as I see it, there are three kinds of options for this. First type of option is that there might be distinct visual and auditory experiences, each of which instantiates some common phenomenal feature. So this is sort of like type sharing. Two instances of the same phenomenal feature type. Second way to think about it is that there's a single audiovisual experience that instantiates some phenomenal feature that corresponds to this impression of there being a single item that has visible and audible features. This is a case of one instance of that phenomenal feature, sharing in a different sense. The third is that a perceptual experience as of identity or sameness that doesn't belong to any of those traditional sense modalities might instantiate some novel phenomenal feature. Okay, so we have it that either a phenomenal feature is instantiated by experiences of more than one modality, as in the sharing cases, or by an experience of no particular modality at all, as in the novelty cases. So in each of these cases, intermodal binding awareness involves an aspect of perceptual phenomenal character that's not instantiated uniquely by experiences of a single modality and which doesn't accrue thanks to mere co-consciousness. And so not every phenomenal feature is instantiated uniquely by experiences of a single modality. So phenomenal character is not locally distinctive. And it's worth pointing out, this is not just the traditional argument from common sensibles. The intermodal binding argument requires that you could perceptually experience visual and tactual features, say, to be co-instantiated. But the traditional argument from common sensibles doesn't require that. And you can't just escape this argument by appealing to holism about phenomenal features within a given modality, or by appealing to modality-specific modes of presentation, or by appealing to modality-inflected phenomenal character, where the mode of representation inflects the phenomenal character. Because none of those captures the character of perceptually experiencing that a single something has visible and tangible features. That is, the phenomenologically apparent numerical sameness of the individual that's seen and felt. So if for a phenomenal feature to be associated with the modality requires that it's distinctive to that modality, then the thesis fails. Okay. let's see, that's that. Now I think what's going on here is that local distinctiveness just sets the bar way too high, right? Phenomenal character still might be regionally distinctive or globally distinctive within the bounds of each modality. So we might say that the overall phenomenal character of an experience of a given modality is distinctive or instantiated by an experience of exactly one modality. Now, I think that's plausible. So the character of your total visual experience couldn't be instantiated by an auditory experience. That seems quite plausible to me. Okay, so that makes it possible to deal with, intermodal binding. Right? So an auditory and a visual experience could share a phenomenal feature, but neither could instantiate the overall phenomenal character of the other. But it turns out that there's a cost to this downgrading to regional distinctiveness. And that's because it can't settle whether or not phenomenal character is exhausted by that which is modality specific. Right? So suppose that phenomenal character is associated with the modality just in case it's regionally distinctive to that modality. But now suppose that in a case of intermodal feature binding, the experience as of the sameness or the identity of what's seen and felt is neither visual nor tactual. Right? So there's no sharing. But instead, it's one of these kind of supramodal cases where there's a perceptual experience that belongs neither to vision nor to audition proper. It's kind of something further. Now, if this is the right approach, then intermodal binding involves phenomenal character that's not associated with any specific modality whatsoever. The trouble is that just appealing to regional distinctiveness can't rule this out, or just appealing to distinctiveness at all can't rule out this option. And the reason is that there are lots of overlapping collections of phenomenal features that are candidates for being the distinctive character associated with any given modality. So in other words, all you need to do to make a collection distinctive is include a proper awareness of a proper sensible. Some of these collections are going to include the relevant features involved in these binding cases, the extra character that accrues in the binding cases, and some of them aren't. But since local distinctiveness fails, even if the overall character associated with the modality is distinctive, we can't just through introspection or any phenomenological method tell whether the relevant aspect of character is associated with vision, or whether it's associated with audition, or with some further extra visual, extra auditory aspect of perceptual experience. So if you think about a nice, rich, multisensory experience in which you've got this binding going on, there might just be no clear verdict about which collection of phenomenal features, which phenomenal character is the overall character associated with a given modality. Okay. And so the boundaries of phenomenal character that are associated with a modality on an occasion aren't introspectable, and they're not settled by considering what's distinctive. So the problem is that regional distinctiveness is just compatible with too many candidates, may be even indeterminate. So it leaves open whether perceptual experience is more than minimally multimodal or multisensory. So the lesson is that we need other tools in order to advance the discussion. So I think the way forward starts with a couple of promising ideas. And the first of these is that experiences of different modalities doubly dissociate. Yeah, sorry, so for a given multi-sensory experience involving both vision and audition, you could have a corresponding unimodal visual experience without having any auditory experience at all. And you could have a corresponding unimodal auditory experience without having any visual experience at all. So the question really is, what do we mean here by unimodal? And I think the way ahead is to recognize that the notion of a perceptual experience that belongs purely or wholly to one modality is at least coherent. So Strawson, PF, in individuals, famously appealed to a purely auditory experience and claimed it would be wholly non-spatial. So a purely auditory experience is supposed to be one that's auditory, but not visual or tactual or gustatory or olfactory. And in order to avoid any tainting by experiences of the other modalities, let it be presently and historically exclusively or purely auditory. Okay, so now put these ideas together about double dissociability and this notion of a pure auditory experience. So for any multisensory episode that involves a certain modality, say that a corresponding pure perceptual experience of that modality is one that's purely of that modality under equivalent stimulation. Okay, so now we actually can operationalize what it is that's required on a given occasion for phenomenal character to be associated with a given modality. So stipulate that the phenomenal character associated with a given modality on an occasion includes only that which a corresponding pure experience of that modality could instantiate. So for example, take a given multisensory perceptual experience, like the one you're having right now, say. The phenomenal character that's associated with vision on this occasion is going to be that which a corresponding purely visual experience could have. Okay, so now we can unpack the claim that all phenomenal characters modality specific and restate the thesis. So the thesis now is that the phenomenal character of any perceptual episode is exhausted by that which could be the phenomenal character of a corresponding purely visual, purely auditory, purely tactual, purely gustatory, or purely olfactory experience, plus whatever accrues thanks to simple co-consciousness. Now this helps, but I'm sure you've all seen what the potential problem is. And that's that some perceptual experiences of a given modality might require having had perceptual experiences of another modality. So cross-modally dependent experiences could have phenomenal character that a corresponding pure experience of the relevant modality could not have. Right? So just as a couple of examples, maybe there could be intermodal varieties of perceptual completion, like visual completion, that are similar to these intramodal varieties. So you see this arm you see me to have an arm that continues behind this, and you see the parts, you see them to comprise a single whole, you see that to have parts which are not currently visible to you. So maybe there could be intermodal varieties of this. So you might hear something to be the sort of thing with visible and yet unseen parts or attributes. That's an example. Or maybe there could be cross-modally parasitic experiences. So Strawson also famously thought that a purely auditory experience would be non-spatial, but that, and he's very clear about this, that a typical human being, like you, who has a rich background of experiences with the other modalities, could auditorily experience spatial features. And he says, this is a quote, on the strength of hearing alone. But that's thanks only to the fact that you have inherently spatial, visual, and tactual experiences. So the capacity to auditorily experience spatial features is parasitic on the capacity to visually or tactually perceive them. And you can imagine a kind of corresponding Berkeleyan claim that visual awareness of spatial features is dependent upon touch or tactual awareness. Okay, so the spatial experiences in audition would be cross-modally parasitic. So they may have phenomenal character that no purely auditory experience could instantiate. So these are controversial cases, clearly, but they're just vivid forms of cross-modal dependence. Experiences of one modality that couldn't occur if not for another modality. And there could be other forms of this which are less direct. So suppose some auditory experience required the possession of a concept or the capacity to have some thought, which then altered visual experience in a distinctive way. Or vision might make possible certain kinds of action, which then reshape auditory or tactual awareness. So I think we shouldn't rule this out by fiat. And in fact, it does seem that this kind of cross-modal dependence is compatible, or should be compatible, with the spirit of the claim or the idea that phenomenal character on each occasion is exhausted by that which is associated with a particular modality. After all, we said this is an auditory experience of the spatial features. So I think there's a relatively straightforward repair to this. And the idea is to allow that typical subjects have a rich background of prior experiences of other modalities. So consider the idea of a mere experience or mere perceptual experience of a given modality, like a merely visual experience. These require that a subject's overall perceptual experience is wholly or entirely or exclusively of the relevant modality, but only while that experience occurs. So for example, a merely visual experience is visual, but not auditory or tactual or gustatory or olfactory. One way to think about this is just to imagine what happens when you block one of the other sense modalities. So you put in earplugs or put on a blindfold, or maybe you go blind instantaneously, or you become paralyzed from the neck down and cease to have tactual awareness of your body. Right? So that's the idea here. So now say that for a multi-sensory perceptual experience involving a certain modality, a corresponding mere perceptual experience of that modality is one that's merely of that modality under equivalent stimulation. And now stipulate that the phenomenal character associated with a given modality on an occasion includes just that which a corresponding mere perceptual experience of that modality could instantiate. Okay, so for instance, the phenomenal character associated with vision right now in your rich multisensory experience is just that which could be instantiated by an experience that was visual but not auditory or tactual or gustatory under just the stimulation that you're receiving now. Okay, so now we can state the thesis. Phenomenal character of any perceptual episode is exhausted by that which could be the phenomenal character of a corresponding merely visual, merely auditory, merely tactual, merely gustatory, or merely olfactory experience, plus whatever accrues thanks to mere co-consciousness. So this accommodates cross-modal dependence of the sort that I discussed earlier. And that's because corresponding mere experiences of a given modality and corresponding pure experiences of a given modality could differ in phenomenal character. So for instance, the phenomenal character of the auditory experience of a congenitally blind individual could differ from that of an individual who's got a rich background of experiences associated with the different modalities. And I think it's actually, this is probably, so this is my work on behalf of the person who says this. I think it's a good way to capture the spirit of the claim that all phenomenal character is modality specific. So now I want to argue against it. Suppose that some feature instances are accessible only through multi-sensory perceptual episodes. You just can't get at them unimodally. So you couldn't perceptually experience them through any corresponding mere perceptual experience of any modality. So that means that the phenomenal character of a multi-sensory perceptual experience of such a feature instance isn't exhausted by what's associated with each of the respective modalities. So this would be a challenge to the thesis. So some relational feature instances could only be accessible through multisensory perceptual experiences. Start by considering simple, actually, maybe I'll talk about So I've talked about binding. Maybe I should go through the binding case. So I discussed the binding case earlier. So hold off on the spatial. I'll do the binding first. Consider one of these multisensory experiences in which something common jointly appears to bear features associated with vision and touch. So now take a corresponding merely or wholly visual experience as of seeing something's being F, and a corresponding merely tactual experience as of its being G. So the case of something red and rough, say. No wholly visual or wholly tactual perceptual experience could have the phenomenal character that's instantiated by a multimodal experience as of the identity of that which is seen and felt. And just co-consciously seeing something's being red and feeling something's being rough doesn't suffice for visuotactually experiencing something's being jointly red and rough, in light of the contrast that I mentioned earlier. You can have these failures of binding. So you might just fail to perceptually experience it or to perceptually identify it as the same thing. And one way to see this is to recognize that, and this is just in the case of if you're thinking about singular contents, intermodal perceptual contents aren't closed under conjunction. That's a way to put the point. So just because you're having an episode with content that O is F, maybe that's visual, and that O is G, maybe that's tactual, doesn't guarantee being in a state with content that O is F and G. And I can go through the discussion, or I can talk about this in Q&A if folks are interested. So you wouldn't be able to discern this scenario from this scenario, and so something further is needed, some additional perceptual content. So that means that the phenomenal character of a multimodal episode of perceiving something's being jointly F and G needn't be exhausted by what's associated on that occasion with each of the individual modalities, along with whatever phenomenal unity accrues thanks to mere co-consciousness. So that means not all phenomenal character on each occasion is modality specific. So now on to the case of these relational feature instances that I mentioned before. So I said, think about, so I think the concern here that motivates the next step is that somebody might think this binding awareness is just a structural feature of perceptual awareness, rather than a case of perceiving some novel feature instance in the world, right? So it's a structural aspect of perceptual awareness rather than some feature instance of which you're aware. So I think these intermodal relation instances are cases of novel feature instances in that seem independent from you, which are perceptible only intermodally. So I said start by considering the simple spatial or temporal relations between things that are experienced with different modalities. So first of all, imagine attending to the spatial offset between a sound that seems to come from just to the left of a visible loudspeaker. Okay? Or imagine perceiving a visible event as occurring just a moment before a sound. And that's going to differ from perceiving them to be separated by a larger interval or perceiving them to be in a different order. Umpires in baseball tell whether a base runner is safe or out by looking for the visible event of the foot striking the base. The problem is, if you had to do that, the time it would take to redirect your attention to seeing when the ball struck the mitt would make you really unreliable in telling whether the runner is safe or out. So what they're trained to do is listen for the sound of the ball striking the fielder's mitt. So they're attending to the visual event and the sound of the ball striking the mitt. And what's going on here, I think, is that they're multisensorily perceiving the temporal relation between those audible and visible occurrences. Maybe the interval, maybe the order, but some relational characteristic. I think the natural objection here is that what's going on in all of these cases that I just described is co-conscious, but nevertheless modality-specific spatial and temporal location experiences rather than perceived intermodal relations. And the first part of the reply is to say that these kinds of perceptible relations are the subject of a rich and expanding empirical literature. So intermodal synchrony perception is the subject of a kind of rich and expanding mature body of empirical work. So Mueller talks about how a lot of work on multisensory integration talks about the experience of perceiving the synchrony of events between different sense modalities, even though the signals from those events arrive at different times. So you can imagine the same event, the auditory information about that event is going to reach your sense organs after the visual information about that same event. And Fujisaki talks about not only do we have that kind of distal issue, we've got the processing times. And a nice example of this is if you reach out and touch your toe, the visual information about that event reaches your cortex much earlier than does the information that travels up through your leg and your brain. And yet, they say the brain attempts to adjust subjective simultaneity across the different modalities by detecting and reducing these time lags between inputs that are likely to arise from the same events. And Stone talks about, introduced this notion of the point of subjective simultaneity between audition and vision, which generally requires the visual stimulus precedes the auditory stimulus by about 50 milliseconds on average. And Spence and Squire talk about a movable window for multisensory integration and a temporal ventriloquism effect, similar kind of thing to the spatial ventriloquism effect. Now, I think at this stage, the skeptic is just going to say that this kind of subpersonal or non-processing coordination just grounds synchronous experiences rather than experiences as of synchrony. And at this stage, I think this starts to have the feel of a stalemate. And so I think what would be good is if there were stronger evidence that the perception of some novel feature instance is driving a distinctively multisensory experiential response. And the best reply to this the best evidence that I know of is the case of intermodal rhythm and meter perception. So in the case of musical meter, Wang has just come out with a really fascinating paper establishing that it's possible to perceive a novel audio-tactile meter that's distinct from any audible or tactual meter. So they say in the bimodal experiments, the auditory and tactile cues are integrated to produce coherent meter percept. And then they say this sort of strong thing. They think it's the first demonstration of cross-modal sensory grouping, which lots of people would disagree with. But I think they mean of this kind of novel, really clear, emergent type. So let me just for the purposes of illustration, this won't work in the lab, but I want to give you a sense for the kind of thing that's going on. Think about a case of rhythm perception. So I want you to look while I use my hand to indicate a certain rhythm. Okay, so I go like this. Okay, you got it? Okay, now everybody close your eyes and listen. Okay, got it? So now I want you to open your eyes, and here's the rhythm. Okay, so you can attend to the visible rhythm when I do that. You can attend to the audible rhythm when I do that. They differ. But it's also possible to perceptually attend to the novel rhythm that comprises the visible and audible events. So perceiving that intermodal rhythm differs phenomenologically from perceiving either the unimodal rhythms in isolation, and it differs from just experiencing two simultaneous but distinct audible and visible rhythms. So that's the kind of case I have in mind here. Intermodal motion perception grounds a similar kind of argument. So imagine hearing a fire truck moving towards you and then picking it up visually and continuing to track it on a single continuous motion path. Now, a more compelling case than that would be a novel motion pattern that's not present in either the audible or the visible one. So imagine a kind of a zigzag motion pattern comprised of visible and audible happenings. So there's a zigzag pattern of motion comprised of non-zigzagging audible and visible things. Or maybe a circular pattern of motion comprised of audible and visible events. Now, as evidence for this kind of thing, merely apparent or illusory motion would be good evidence. In fact, some researchers have reported that there is apparent intermodal motion, merely apparent intermodal motion between lights and touches in the visual tactual case. There's one paper arguing that they didn't observe this kind of thing in the audiovisual case. So Huddleston says subjects don't get any multimodal audiovisual motion. But I think it's kind of worth paying attention to the study in some detail. So typical mere apparent motion case involves presenting an array like this with lights, and then so you get a kind of train of the lights going, and subjects will seem to perceive motion around that. And what they did was they used an LED and white noise at these different positions. And they say subjects didn't perceive intermodal apparent motion. There's two things that are really worth noting here. One is that here's the audition-only case for apparent motion they seem not to really notice this stuff. This is the audition-only case. You're not very good at auditory motion detection in that kind of frontal plane within a small region. So people just aren't very good. They're much better in the multimodal in getting which direction the motion is in the multisensory case. It's not as good as the vision alone case. The other thing to notice is that the study has an LED and a white noise, whereas the vision alone is an LED at each of the positions. So my thinking is this is a case where the cues to object identity are missing in this case. So why would you think that the LED and the noise in different places are the same entity? So you might think a presupposition on motion is that there's a single thing which is moving, and that those presuppositions aren't strongly enough satisfied in this kind of case. And I think as evidence that this is going on, so this is performance on the auditory motion case. So you are good at apparent motion in the audition only in the plane surrounding you. So you're really good at that. That looks about like visual apparent motion. But they did two different sounds. So that's one sound, that's another sound. They did a study with that. And that's the results for the two sound condition, which look a lot like the results in the flash, the LED and white noise case here. So anyway, that's some indication that there's something going on with the experiment rather than the capacity. OK, so now somebody might really insist. How long have I been going?
Almost 50 minutes.
OK, so I'll try to wrap up pretty soon. So somebody might really insist that these psychophysical results show that you detect these features, but you only perceptually experience events in space and time rather than spatial and temporal relations. And I think one way to reply at this point is that there are just plausible examples of other types of relations with instances that are perceptible intermodally, like, for instance, causal relations. So on a moderately liberal account of perceptual experience, human beings do sometimes perceptually experience causal relations. And I think the intermodal cases provide some good examples. I think some of the examples that Professor Peacocke and Susanna Siegel have used were actually intermodal examples. Okay, so first of all, there's good empirical evidence that intermodal causality is perceptible. And I think the philosophical arguments here are just as good in the intermodal case as they are in the intramodal vision alone case, for example. So I think it's plausible to think you can perceptually experience a visible flash to generate or to cause an audible bang. And it's also, I think, more plausible that this sometimes breaks down in the intermodal case. So it's actually less mandatory in the intermodal case than in the vision alone case when the right spatiotemporal cues are there. So you might think that the contrast argument, phenomenal contrast arguments are actually stronger in the intermodal case than in the intramodal case because it's sort of less mandatory. So it's easier to get clear contrasts than it is in the vision alone case where the spatiotemporal cues are driving those. Okay, so what's going on here? In each of the cases that I've described, there's a relational feature instance that holds between things that you perceive with different senses. The empirical results can establish that you're perceptually responsive to or that you perceptually detect these features. And I think the best reasons to deny that you're aware of any of these features also apply in the within modality case. So the idea that there's no perceptible or experienceable relation intermodally relies on a kind of skeptical insistence that you don't perceive a spatial relation or a temporal relation or a causal relation. And that kind of skepticism can be run within a modality. So I think that saying that spatial or temporal or causal relations are never perceptible even within a single modality leads to a sort of implausibly sparse picture of perceptual experience overall. And so that means, according to at least a moderately liberal account of perceptual experience more generally, there's no compelling reason to deny that some such relation instance is perceptible intermodally. There's nothing especially problematic about the intermodal case, is the claim. So if that's right, then these cases are counterexamples to the thesis that all perceptual awareness or all phenomenal character is modality specific. Okay. All right. And that's because, according to the criteria that I mentioned earlier, neither a corresponding mere experience of one modality nor a corresponding mere experience of another modality could have the phenomenal character of perceptually experiencing one of these intermodal relation instances, and mere co-consciousness doesn't suffice. All right. Maybe I'll just briefly talk about the case of flavor in the Q&A, I guess. So flavor is actually an interesting case because it may be more than just a novel feature instance. It may be a novel feature type, which is perceptible only intermodally. And I think there's a lot to say about this case. It's sort of rich and really interesting case. The crux of it is that if apparent flavors are just a kind of agglomeration or sort of unstructured mixture of components that are accessible to the various, to smell and taste and somatosensation, then it might not be an example of this kind of thing. But if apparent flavor or the experience of a flavor involves something like a qualitative structure or a temporal structure among the things that are perceived and associated with the various modalities, or if it involves something like an organic unity among these sense-specific components, or if there's some novel qualitative component beyond the modality-specific features, then flavor might be a wholly novel type of attribute that's accessible only through multisensory experiences. That is, there's no unimodal experience that could be a flavor experience, whereas there are unimodal experiences that are experiences of causality or spatial or temporal relations. Okay, so let me just wrap up then. So the conclusion is that phenomenal character is not on each occasion exhausted by what's associated with each of the respective modalities plus whatever accrues thanks to mere co-consciousness. And so perceptual experience is more than minimally multimodal or minimally multisensory, even at the level of experience and awareness and phenomenal character. So perceptual experience involves more than just co-consciously seeing and hearing and feeling and tasting and smelling. And I think the lesson of this is that no complete account of perceptual awareness or of its phenomenal character can be formulated entirely in modality-specific terms. And that means not even all perceptual experience is modality-specific. Thanks. Okay, so
thank you for that. I found everything utterly compelling and convincing. And so my question is, given that most people assume that perceptual experience is modality specific, and assuming that what you say is true, that it isn't, what mistakes have people been making in virtue of making the assumption that they have been making, that, namely that perceptual experience is modality specific?
Two things immediately. One is debates about empiricism about concepts tend to rely on the modality-specific versus amodal distinction in order to tell perception from cognition apart. So I think one of the things this shows is that's not a good criterion for conducting that debate. Second thing I think it shows is that if you have a sort of phenomenal constructivism, that is, all phenomenal character can be constructed out of basic sense-specific elements or features, then you have to significantly enrich your understanding of phenomenal character in order to successfully complete the project. What I actually think is that, and what I hope is that this actually puts pressure on the very idea of such a project. The idea of phenomenal character, which is not modality specific, has been very puzzling to a lot of people. And I think that puzzlement should force us to question the notion itself.
But it could be that, at least on some views, no radical changes need to be made to accommodate, your view, right? In that what would be required is just that everything becomes a bit more complicated and a bit richer, and more properties need to be added.
That's right. There's a conservative way to accommodate it, which is that you add some more stuff into the base. And I think that's a reasonable conservative first step, and I need to argue more in order to show that that doesn't. Right.
So you think that conservative way to accommodate your data would not be sufficient to fully...
But that requires talking about further considerations. So I think Michelle was next.
This is just a question about the dialect, how you see the dialectic, or where you think the most strength of your argument lies. Because you mentioned with the intermodal feature binding example, that drove us to this articulation of what the thesis was that you're arguing against. But then you mentioned that some people would say, oh, really, the feature binding's some structural feature of us, that we, so it's not an objective property that we're perceiving. So I'm sympathetic to that view.
Okay.
But you seem to think, okay, put that aside. We have these relations that require. So do you think that that response to the binding feature argument is a bad one? Or do you have arguments against that to show that it doesn't work, the structural feature response?
I think if it's a structural so at that stage in the so binding came up twice in the argument. Right. The first place it comes up is in arguing against local distinctiveness.
Yeah, so what if we just you used it there, what if we just use the structural response at that stage to sort of stop the reformulation.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Sorry. It's fine to make the structural response at that point. The structural point concedes the difference in phenomenal character, which suffices to require the recharacterization. Sorry. The structural characterization is plenty for my purposes at that stage of the argument. So if there's a phenomenal difference, then the local distinctiveness can't be used as a criterion for which phenomenal features are associated on an occasion with a given sense modality.
Right. Okay, and then it comes up again in your argument.
Yeah.
Okay.
The second point, it comes up, I need the stronger thing.
Right.
In order to show you that there's some novel perceptible thing.
Right. So is that where you think most of the argumentation is going to go, or where you're going to focus on arguing for your thesis? That there are these, sort of relational features that require multimodal.
I mean, my view is that binding is enough, but some people are really insistent about this and say, no, it's just an aspect of the organization. But I don't believe that characterization does justice to the phenomenon. But I think there are further things to say. So rather than hash out the details of that at that point, I mentioned more examples of the kind of thing that needs to be accommodated. So I think Zoe was next up, and then Benj, then James.
So I was wondering what you thought the implications of this were for accounts of perceptual processing. So you might think that on the face of it, if you're accepting multimodal sensory experiences, then you're going to have to say that there's some sort of violation of information encapsulation or something like that.
Yes.
But it seems like some of the examples you gave actually could be explained on feed-forward modular models like the intermodal rhythm perception, if you think that there's processing going on in vision and in hearing that is modular and encapsulated, and then it's just getting fed up into some higher level module that integrates them. So I was wondering what you thought the implications were for that case and for the other cases, and do I have to give up modularity?
That was the other talk that I was going to give. Part of the question is distinction between what's visual and what's non-visual, right? So I think we need to say something about why these examples involve vision. The stuff that I talked about in this talk is pretty much all about why phenomenal character is not exhausted on an occasion. And so I think you might say, well, processes are not exhausted by those which are modality specific, which is perfectly congenial to the way you want to think about it. I think you need other arguments to show that there are constitutive differences in what goes on within a modality as a result of what goes on with another modality. The cases of the difference between a kind of pure auditory experience and a mere auditory experience, I think go some distance to establishing that. So at the processing level, like I was just making the claim at the experiential level, at the level of processing, what you'd have to say is there are things which are visual, visual processes, which are affected in constitutive ways by what goes on in the processing in another modality. And I think we've got good evidence that there are such things. In some of the cross-modal illusions, for instance, you have impact at as early as V1, which restructures visual processing. So that looks like, that seems to be as clear an example of a violation of modularity as anybody has come up with.
But so you don't see the multisensory perceptual experiences as on their own, apart from this evidence you're just mentioning, providing counterexamples to.
Oh, at the level of experience?
Yeah, you might think that if there's a
Phenomenology?
multisensory experience, you might have to tell a story about some sort of interaction in the processing, but you're saying that you don't have to take that, right?
The claim is just that It's not exhausted by that which is associated with each of the respective modalities. If there's some further thing which is beyond that which is modality specific, we might accommodate it, maybe, in terms of processes which are not associated with any specific modality, which are further components. I think that's reasonable. The thing that I would insist on, and this is where it really dovetails with some stuff that Ned Block was talking about yesterday, is that it's still perceptual. That there's no reason to rule this out as perceptual, to limit the perceptual just to the whatever is associated with vision or audition. And this depends on an argument about how to distinguish perception from extra-perceptual cognition, which I can say more about if anybody's. Maybe we should move on to the next, and I'll.
That is actually what I was going to ask about.
Yeah, I thought that would come up.
So let's see. I was wondering if you could extend the feature binding argument to suggest that there's a permeability of the boundary between the perceptual and the cognitive. And I was thinking it might go like this. So consider two cases. In both cases, case A and case B, the subject is looking at this gentleman here. In case A, the person has no idea who the hell he is. In case B, he's recognized as Mark Johnston, the author of Constitution as Not Identity and Saving God. So it strikes me as if there would be a difference in what it is like to be in case A and in case B. So for example, in case A, there would be no affordance to ask, for example, whether Constitution is identity or how to save God. If the person in case A did that, it would seem to make no sense. But in case B, this would be perfectly natural actions to take. So it would seem as if there's sort of recognitional feature binding that permeates the boundary of the strictly perceptual. Does that seem plausible?
That's an idea I find attractive. So in thinking about the perceptual versus the extra-perceptual cognitive, and I guess I'm disinclined to think that these are kind of nice, clean, psychological, natural kinds that have a unified essence or something. Rather, I think we're dealing with something more like stable, kind of analogous to homeostatic property clusters for the perceptual and the cognitive. And I think that leaves open really how sharply separated the clusters are of properties. And I think that's just an open question. But as a way to get a start on it, you might think about the kinds of empirical. I think the empirical is one place to look. So what are the kinds of things that empirical researchers are doing when they're trying to establish that something is a perceptual effect? Things like reaction time seem to be really important when they're responding to these kinds of objections. Is it stroopable is a really big one. I think Ned Block's discussion of adaptation is a nice example. So I think about all of those various kinds of things, and discrimination tasks are okay. So think about all those things. Think about all the confounds you need to control for. It's not some strategy for responding to an ambiguous stimulus. There's a whole bunch of stuff that you have to control for. Take that, use that as your starting criterion, and you might start to see the cases come apart into these distinct clusters. They might form more of a kind of continuum. And at that point, we can ask, well, is it just that there's no clear distinction, or are there importantly different kinds of intermediate cases? I guess, so even having said all that, I still think the perceptual really importantly involves sensitivity to something in the environment, right? A kind of differential responsiveness to something which is present before you. So the kinds of cases that you're mentioning involve this. And that's precisely why they're problematic. And yet there's something you're doing, you're ascribing these higher level things, where we say that ascription requires cognition. And so one thing that might be going on is you're in a kind of hybrid state where you're perceptually responsive to some environmental particular, some item, and yet you're attributing to it some feature that implicates cognitive capacities. So I think it may be that there are these sort of intermediate kinds of cases.
Small speculative question about what you see the sort of import of this distinction as being. So we could say that there are questions about mental wiring and how the brain does its thing. And then there are questions about rational psychology, what's reasonable, how to characterize the phenomenological level. No doubt that this distinction may well be important for the first project. Do you think that there's a similar significance to drawing the distinction or prospect for drawing the distinction for the second project?
So I think two questions. One is the one you asked, which is, can you draw the distinction? Second is it going to line up in some interesting way with the first one? Or how do they line up, and are they just totally orthogonal discussions? One way to start is sort of ask the same kinds of questions about the second way. So what are the characteristic marks of when something is perceptual? What are the cases? How do they satisfy them? So, I mean, I think think about the criteria, operationalize on those, think about the kinds of cases you get, and then I think it's just going to be a further question how the integration works.
Thanks, Casey. I just wanted to ask you to say a little bit more about your resistance to the appeal to co-consciousness for the cases of intermodal binding. Because I was thinking there was actually some parallels between those cases and the cases of the sort of unity features that you were willing to concede very early on in the talk. So what I was thinking was something like this, that when you talk about the unity of consciousness, you're thinking about a kind of temporal binding, right? Things that are happening all at the same time are sort of taken to be part of one conscious experience. And what's going on in the cases of feature binding is a kind of spatial unification, right? So we could talk about kind of objective unity, right? Unity of features at an object. So if that's okay to say that, it seems to me that maybe co-consciousness could explain these sort of extra binding features as supervening on, unimodal phenomenal character occurring at the same space, as it were, rather than at the same time. And you mentioned, well, look, there can be these failures of binding, right, in the feature binding case, the spatial case. But it seems to me like, I don't actually know anything about the empirical literature on this, but it seems to me like there could be failures of temporal binding also, where things that you're getting, stimulation at a time, but you're not somehow experiencing it as occurring at the same time. So if that were right, then it would seem like the two cases should go in parallel, and either you shouldn't concede the first one, or maybe you should say something else about why the appeal to co-consciousness wouldn't work in the second case.
So co-consciousness, binding to places, spatial binding, and that suffices for intermodal feature binding awareness. I mean, I think at that stage, you've got spatial locations playing the role of the individuals to which the features are bound. It's kind of like an Austin Clarke style view. And those things might, they suffice to solve the many properties problem across modalities. But I think they don't suffice to account for other things like the possibility of that thing's changing location over time. So I think you need something more than just a spatial location. But I think it's, if you have individuals that are bound to a common location construed as an individual, that already goes beyond mere co-consciousness. Co-consciousness is just whatever the difference between these supposedly disunified episodes of conscious awareness and the kind of joint awareness you have of, the pain in your hand and, seeing something at the back of the room happens to be, or an emotion or a conscious thought. Those things can be co-conscious in this really weak sense. So it's just mere co-consciousness.
So you're saying that experiencing two features as being at the same spatial location, one through one modality, one through the other, the very fact of them being experienced in each modality as at the very same location adds some phenomenal character that couldn't possibly supervene on the phenomenal character of each modality. Is that sort of what you're claiming there?
The identification is something which extends beyond this. I mean, one way to think about this, so Russell has these discussions where he says the space of vision is distinct from the space of touch and the space of hearing. He says literally these are, and they're all distinct from space. So I think, there's a question about, I mean, this is compatible with you just have these, so, the visual world and then the auditory world, these things are completely distinct from each other. And somehow what you have to do is figure out through cognition or extra perceptual resources that there's some common spatial location. The idea is once you have a kind of common spatial location that's perceptible as such, you're beyond that which is modality specific. Mark was next.
So I'm very interested in the cross-modal apparent motion case. Now we know something about how in the visual case we track objects over time. It's surprisingly non-sortal based. It has to do pretty much with minimizing spatiotemporal pathways. So you not only get the tunnel effect, but in the flicking card effect, you see a rabbit turn into a duck if that's the smallest spatiotemporal path. I was struck by your resistance to the null result in the apparent motion case. And I'm wondering, if you wanted to get behind that, the way to do it would be to look at how we detect apparent motion in the sound case. Now that's hard because if you just take simple sound streams, there isn't the analog of a persisting individual. But if you take more complicated sound streams where the melody seems to be wholly present at different intervals, then you would learn how it is in the case of sound that we're doing the analog of movement or identity over time. And then the issue would be how the cross-modal perception of an object which is partly constituted by a light and then a sound and then a light and then a sound, just what part of the perceptual system, using what strategies for tracking objects over time is being employed. Is it simply a composite of the two, as it were, at the level of processing or fundamental cues? If it was just a composite of the two, then some of these thoughts about there being background structural features and that the identity over time is not truly cross-modal might come into play. So this is really a question about how much is this sort of reasoning hostage to what we subsequently might discover, or perhaps what's already known about tracking identity over time in the auditory case.
Good. I mean, it is somewhat hostage. I mean, this is, to some extent, it's an empirical claim. And there's little empirical evidence on the intermodal apparent motion case. So last weekend I was talking to a bunch of scientists in London, and they were all excited about this because they want to go out and do the experiments and figure out all this. So yeah, it is hostage to that to some extent. We do know something about what happens in the auditory case and how auditory apparent motion is computed. I'm inclined to think, look, these are going to be, to some extent, right? So visual object tracking, auditory object tracking are going to have different specifics. and that tracking something across modalities is going to depend to some extent on the way tracking works within the individual modalities. And I think the tracking within a modality may be stronger than the inclination to track, not under all conditions, but under lots of them. So there may be some priority to identifying an individual with a particular modality. That's a requirement on tracking across modalities. So I think the thing to really say, being honest, is it is subject to further empirical inquiry. There's an open area for research on how object tracking works intermodally. I mean, we certainly managed to do the task. So when you pick something up visually and follow it along and treat it as, so one consideration in support of this kind of thing is if you think about perceptually guided actions. So when you see a baseball flying towards you, you reach up to grab it, and that thing which impacts the glove is treated as the very same thing. And in the audiovisual case. So it looks like perceptually you're identifying things across modalities, treating them as the same. So it looks like there are shared objects treated as such. Now, I think there are responses to that, though. So maybe this is just it's some kind of learned association. It's just a really sophisticated reflex. That's what's going on. So I think there are things for the opponent to say at that stage. I'm inclined to think that's at least a good source of evidence. Another kind of evidence is the pattern of perceptually based judgments. So it would be, really silly for you to judge that the thing you are seeing and the thing you're feeling are distinct individuals. So that's what you're going to tend to judge, that it's the same entity that bears the visible and tactual features. So that's a pattern of perceptual judgment. It doesn't make any sense to make that judgment when the visible thing is over there and the sound is right here. So in other words, there's a contrast in the kinds of judgments you're inclined to make across these different situations. The cleanest explanation is that there's a perceptual identification of those things. That there's a kind of perceptual achievement that makes those judgments possible and which grounds them, that involves the coordinated use of multiple sensory modalities, either in treating it as a single thing or in discerning a novel relational feature instance. So Kevin, I believe, was next, then Galen. OK, great, thanks. And
so is intermodal feature binding learned? In other words, is the neonate going to be able to experience the ventriloquist effect? And if so, if it's learned, then do you think that bears on the question as to whether it's a strictly perceptual effect or whether it's a cognitive effect?
There's all sorts of suggestive stuff about, so there's really interesting evidence on neonates and language perception. So if you show a baby sort of, fresh out, relatively anyway, you show it visible mouth patterns and play, and in a foreign language, and then you play the sounds of speech in a familiar language, the kid differentiates that and doesn't like it, according to the standard measures of not liking in infant research, in relation to speech where the visible vocalization matches the language of the sounds that are heard. So some evidence that there's multisensory responsiveness going on there. I don't know about ventriloquism.
So you take it to be parallel to the intramodal binding in that sense, in that it's not something that's learned.
Oh, I think in lots of cases it may be learned, but that doesn't bother me with respect to considering it perceptual. There's lots of stuff that's perceptual that's learned. If we restricted, the perceptual just to what was unlearned, then it'd be a pretty impoverished experience. So then, Galen.
Yeah, I'm not sure I really talk the same language here, but I want to try something, which is, I mean, if I put in sensory instead of perceptual, not all sensory experience is modality specific, would that be okay?
Not all sensory experience is
I mean,
modality
for me,
specific.
perceptual is has essentially more than just sensory elements.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a good question about what's sensory, what's perceptual. How does this terminology work? I mean, so by way of starting, the first thing I'll say, just to get the discussion going, is substitute sensory and it doesn't work either. Why? Because I'm talking about, so I think perception comes in, there are different modalities of perception. Some of those modalities are sensory modalities. Of the sensory modalities, some are interoceptive, some are exteroceptive. So focus on so perception as being elliptical for exteroceptive modalities of sensory perception. My talk would have taken twice as long if I had said that every time, but that's roughly what I mean when I say that. So I don't think that there's anything which is, my
unreconstructed picture is that there are, so let's stick with your 5 and forget all the other interoceptive things. So there's just, it's like you've got 5 instruments. And this means you can only ever have sounds that could be produced by those 5 instruments. Now, if 2 of them are playing together, so suppose, I mean, maybe it's a dangerous analogy just to go to 5 instruments, but suppose if the violin is playing, I'm getting an F quality, and the clarinet is playing, I'm getting a G quality. But because they're playing together, the clarinet quality is now for me an H quality. That is, so if I heard it on its own, it would be an H quality. My sense is that, to me, it's almost analytic that there must be a sort of theoretical decomposition of the total sensory experience into elements just of the 5 instruments, because that's all you've got, and everything else is non-sensory.
Suppose you're playing a clarinet and you're playing another instrument, and there's constructive interference between the two. Then there's a further feature.
Well, the idea is you've only got 5 instruments, so as it were, of registration. So it would have to be something that could, in principle, be produced by the single instrument on its own, because you just don't have any more sensory resources. It's just 5 instruments. That's the idea. And I want to see how that could be refuted.
I thought I just did, but the...
well, no, because I'm...
Why can't there be something... So you've got these capacities. So you've got... Suppose you just had a visual system. Well, you might add on an auditory system. And these are different capacities. They've got different functions, different purposes. They make possible different kinds of experiences. Now you put them inside of a creature that's embedded in an environment that has adaptive capacities. And this creature, over the long course of history, manages to start to coordinate the usage of these different systems in order to gain further capacities, which are not exhausted by the capacities that are associated with each of the modalities.
That's non-sensory, I'd say.
I'm claiming there's no interesting, theoretically plausible sense of sensory in which the capacities associated with the senses exhaust the perceptual capacities.
Oh, I agree, because perceptual immediately brings in so much other stuff.
So you're just, so analytically identify that which is sensory with some basic feature that is in this sense associated with one of the modalities or another, that is which a pure experience of one or the other modalities would make possible.
Yeah, I mean, okay, that's the suggestion.
Yeah, I don't think, and so that's a really impoverished picture of perceptual experience. It dramatically...
No, it's certainly not an impoverished picture of perceptual experience, because there's far more to sensation than in perceptual experience. There's no way it could follow from what I've said that it was an impoverished picture of perception. Maybe we're just using the words differently. Anyway.
maybe if they're wholly...
Like perception involves conception or something like that. You can say something like that. But
yeah. I mean, I think that's one way to go. So now I'm just going to say there is the exteroceptive sensory varieties of perception. If you want to say the sensory is just that which could, just the features that are associated with a pure experience of one of the modalities or other, totally in isolation from all of the rest, then I think that's fair, and we're talking about something different. I think, yeah, one more from Susanna.
You were saying at the beginning that you wanted to be neutral on the different theories of phenomenal character, naive realism, and the theory in which they're. And I'm thinking about cases where there are common sensibles as well as multimodal integration. So you're both seeing and feeling something spherical, but maybe you're hearing a sound come out of this red round thing. And I'm just wondering how things look on either of those views. I mean, if you had, if you're not allowed to say that the relationship that you bear to the qualities is seeing, because on a naive realist framework, it looks like you might have to. Posit visual roundness and visual sphericality and tactile sphericality. So you have to move into the world the distinction that used to be on the side of the perceptual relation. Or if you were in a content framework, the issue never arose when you could just talk about the visual experience having some contents. But now, if the experience that has the contents has to be this multimodal or amodal or cross-modal thing, somehow we have to account for the different way in which I'm feeling the roundness and seeing the roundness. And you have the option of it being some kind of mode of presentation of the property. So one question I have is whether you think that on the kind of Phrygian option I just mentioned, is that an admissible kind of component of experience to have like a purely visual mode of presentation of say, sphericality, or would that be at odds with the thesis? And then if you were a naive realist, do you think it might count against a naive realist approach if you force them into having to distinguish visual roundness from tactile roundness, because it kind of seems like that's not really a distinction in the world. Or anyway, now we have these two properties where we thought there was just one. We thought we were just seeing and feeling the same thing.
Okay, so I think we need to have a long conversation about each of the particular cases. So let me just focus on the mode of presentation and one particular aspect of that. So suppose you are a Phrygian content theorist. Now I ask you to give an account of the intersensory binding experience. So you've got the visual mode of presentation of redness, the tactual mode of presentation of roughness, and then you've got visual mode of presentation of sphericality, or object, and tactual mode of presentation of object. And then the claim is that because of the fact that the modes of presentation are distinct, you need to add in something further to indicate that there's an identification, right? So if you're Frege, you need to, there's a distinct cognitive act involved in judging that the morning star is the evening star. So the point is that on this picture, some further element is needed to account for that sense of identity, the phenomenal character of the identification, which is not going to be modality specific. So that's kind of how that would go on that picture. Thanks.
Okay, so I wanted to start by distinguishing two general approaches to perceptual experience. So there is what we could call the action-first approach, where you think of the perceiver as an agent, and you think of perceptual experiences as somehow constitutively linked to motor activity, to action. So here the kind of paradigmatic perceptual experience would be something that you are doing, some kind of motor activity. This approach is maybe the heir to Gibson, who introduced the idea of an affordance as a possibility of action for a creature in an environment. And was concerned to argue that we can perceive affordances. And then, in an equally broad general way, we could consider a different approach to perceptual experience, which I'm going to call the spectator-first approach. So here you think of the perceiver as an observer. maybe the paradigmatic perceptual experience might be watching a sunset, just sitting there looking at something. Don't have to be doing anything at all to have the experience. This approach gives a kind of central place to belief-like representations in experience. So you think of experiences as being like beliefs in that they could be true or false, accurate or inaccurate. This is maybe, you could think of it as heir to David Marr, the vision scientist, who had a theory of the role of this type of informational states in perceptual processing. So they look like two very different approaches, and they are in various ways. I've just sketched them in very broad terms, but you could reconcile them superficially in a straightforward way by proposing that affordances, these possibilities of action for a creature and environment, are among the properties represented in experience on par with color and shape. That would have a kind of superficial way of reconciling the approaches. But it's just kind of superficial because even if affordances can be represented in experience, you could still ask reasonably whether they have to be so represented or whether there might just be some way of just simply experiencing the affordances without having to represent them. Because if that could happen, then you might think that the representation of the affordances is some sort of idle wheel in explaining perceptual experience, and that would go some way to vindicating the action-first approach. And furthermore, if it turned out that most properties were somehow involved with affordances, most properties represented in experience somehow were involved affordances, then that might suggest that representation in general is some kind of idle wheel in giving a theory of perception. So what I want to do is explore whether a certain class of experiences of affordances, a very special subclass of experiences of affordances, pose a challenge to the primacy of representation. That is my goal, is to explore this challenge. And the special class of experiences of affordances that I want to focus on, I made up a label for this class. And the label I made up is experienced mandates. So I'm going to talk to you a lot about what I think this class is and what is in it. But for now, these are experiences of the immediate environment as compelling you to act in a way that's solicited by the environment or by things in the environment. Not just afforded, but solicited by things in the environment. Okay, so we can use this class of experience to help us think through the role of representation in perception. So here are 3 questions about this class of experiences. So this class of experiences is discussed, but it's discussed mainly by proponents of the action-first approach. And so I think that this class of experience poses a very powerful challenge to the primacy of representation. So I want to try to articulate the challenge. So here are 3 questions that help us think this through. Question 1, do experienced mandates have any representational contents? Question 2, do these experiences have any representational contents that are especially relevant to explaining why it makes sense to the subject to perform, or why it would make sense to her to perform the action that she experiences as mandated? So, it might be that the experiences have some contents, but they're just not, relevant at all to the action you feel to be pulled out of you by the environment. And question 3, is there any proposition that could reflect the mandate that the subject experiences if that proposition were the content of the experience? So at this point, the formatting of the handout is slightly wonky, but just bear with me if you can. I don't know, this big gulf emerged between the bullet point and the point itself. But I'm going to make some assumptions in thinking through these questions. So one assumption is that experienced mandates have what I'll call component perceptual experiences. And here I just mean either that they simply are perceptual experiences, or that they have a perceptual experience as a part. And then an experienced mandate, this is just an assumption, will count as having representational contents if its component perceptual experience does. So if you are given these 2 assumptions, then these questions that I mentioned, questions 1 through 3, bear directly on the role of representation in perceptual experience. How? Well, regarding question 1, if experienced mandates have no representational contents, well, then we have an example of a perceptual experience that has no representational contents. And so if you think, like some people, that all perceptual experiences do have these contents, you just simply have a counterexample from these. Okay. In the case of question 2, if it turned out that experience mandates have no representational contents that are especially relevant to explaining the action the subject experiences as mandated, then that might not challenge the truth of this view that experiences, all of them, all perceptual experiences have contents, but it might challenge the significance of the view because these contents wouldn't play any special role in explaining our actions that we feel to be mandated in certain cases. And then regarding question 3, well, if mandates could, what you feel to be mandated by the environment, if that could be, that feeling of being mandated could be reflected in some representational content, then that content could actually help illuminate the nature of this distinctive phenomenon. Okay, so that's how the questions bear on the role of representation in experience. Now, there's a stronger thesis I haven't mentioned yet, but that's really in a certain way, the central thing that's of interest, which is the thesis that mandates are represented in perceptual experience. So there's color and shape, and then there are these other things, these mandates. And if that stronger thesis were true, then it would entail answers to the other 3 questions. They're all yes. And so if you wanted to answer all 3 questions, one way to do it would be in one fell swoop to just simply defend the stronger thesis directly. So I'll just tell you a secret. I'm sympathetic to the stronger thesis, but there's a major hurdle to defending the stronger thesis, and that hurdle is to identify the proposition that would be the contents in this case, and that's what question 3 asks about. So I'm going to be focusing mainly on question 3 to get a direct approach off the ground, though I'm not going to go all the way to defending the stronger thesis. So here's the plan. First, I'm going to tell you more about what these experiences are, what I'm calling experience mandates. I'm going to describe those experiences some more. I'm going to explain a bit more than I have so far why these experiences in particular challenge the primacy of representation in experience. Then I'm going to argue that the answer to Q3 is yes after telling you my one-sentence version of why the answers to Q1 and Q2 are also yes. And the longer version of the paper, I spend more time on those. And then finally, if I have time, I'll outline a strategy for defending the stronger thesis and talk about some applications of the stronger thesis, why it might be of interest, whether or not it's true. Okay, so let's talk about these experiences some more. What are experience mandates? So I'm going to give you some examples, and then I'm going to draw some distinctions that help us zero in on the relevant features of the examples. So here's an example. There's a piece of cake. It's chocolate. It's frosted. It's on a cake. It's on a plate with a fork and a napkin nearby. So you might feel in some circumstances, looking at this cake, that the cake is telling you to eat it, a metaphor, since it can't talk. But you might feel pulled by the cake to eat it. You might, especially if you like chocolate cake, which of course you do. Another example, talking to a student, a tuft of hair. This is a bad hairstyle. It's a hairstyle. A tuft of hair falls over the left eye of the student. You can't see his left eye, and this doesn't seem to bother him. So, so that could be frustrating. You might feel prompted by the tuft of hair to move it away. I mean, it's not that you want to touch this person's hair, but you might feel that the hair wants to be moved out of the way, so to speak. Another metaphor. A forest. It's starting to rain. You don't have a jacket. You don't have an umbrella. There's no place to go except then there's a forest ahead of you. You might feel pulled toward the forest to enter it for shelter. The forest is inviting you to enter it. Tennis, an example from Dreyfus. If you are good at tennis and having a good game, what you experience, now I'm reading, is more like one's arm going up and it's being drawn to the appropriate position. All this so as to complete the gestalt made up of the court, one's opponent, and the ball. One feels one's comportment was caused by the perceived conditions in such a way as to reduce a sense of deviation from some satisfactory gestalt. Okay, one feels one's comportment was caused by the perceived conditions. That's what I'm focusing on. So in all of these cases, from your point of view, the environment seems to pull actions out of you directly, like some kind of force moving a whole situation with your actions in it from one moment to the next moment. You feel that force. So experiences like these have been discussed, really mainly by Merleau-Ponty, but other people who have him in mind when they write about similar things. Okay, so those are some examples. Now let me give you some distinctions so we can get a better grip on this phenomenon. Okay, so first distinction is between a felt or experienced affordance versus one that you really know about. So the reason I'm talking about, I'm thinking an affordance is a possibility of action. An experience of an affordance is an experience that a certain thing is possible for you in the environment. One step more, a step up from just being an affordance is being solicited by the environment. So this is the point at which we could distinguish between, you could distinguish between, at the level of the affordance, you could distinguish between a felt or experienced affordance and something you just know about. So for example, if some street, Main Street, goes to the state park, you might know that it goes to the state park. So you know that it has this affordance. And you might even be on Main Street, but not know that you're on Main Street, and so you're not experiencing the affordance that you in fact know about. So experienced mandates, these cases where you feel pulled to do something, not just that the thing is possible for you, but that you feel actually pulled to do it. Those are experiences of affordances, not just ones you really know about. Okay, here's another distinction, a distinction between what I'm going to call soliciting affordances and non-soliciting affordances. This is what I started to say a moment ago. So, a forest could afford protection for you. Hair could afford being moved aside, and cake could afford being eaten, even if you don't feel particularly prompted or pulled or solicited to buy any of those items, to do any of those things, to enter the forest, to move the hair, to eat the cake. Okay, so now you could experience the forest as affording protection. You could experience the hair as movable. You could experience the cake as edible without experiencing those things as prompting you to do them. So experienced mandates are on the side of these soliciting affordances. So they're experiences of soliciting affordances. And so an affordance by some object, a cake or so on, the cake or the hair, an experience by an object of viability, movability, edibility, enterability, that's a soliciting affordance for a subject if it's experienced by the subject as soliciting or inviting or otherwise prompting the subject to phi. Okay, and once we have the idea of a soliciting affordance on the ground, we can distinguish between different increments of solicitation. So you might feel a little bit prompted to eat the cake. You might feel very prompted to eat the cake. And when I'm talking about experienced mandates, I'm talking about experience of soliciting affordances with a high degree, a high increment of solicitation. Okay, and finally, an important distinction for us is the distinction between what I'm going to call motivated versus unmotivated experiences of soliciting affordances. So here's an example. Some music is such that when you hear it, you can tell it's kind of designed to be danced to. Maybe it has a certain rhythm. And so you might not feel in the least bit moved to dance to this music. Maybe you hate this kind of music. Maybe you just don't hate it, but don't feel at all like dancing. You might not feel mobilized by the music to dance. But even if you don't feel mobilized by the music you hear to dance, you might nonetheless experience it as telling you to dance, as soliciting you to dance. So we could distinguish between experiences of soliciting affordances that have this mobilized motivational aspect and those that don't. And experience mandates are on the side of the experiences where you feel the solicitation as motivating or mobilizing. So these distinctions are meant to help us zero in on the subclass of experiences of affordances that is experienced mandates. Okay, so putting it all together, here's some terminology. I'm on the bottom of page 4. Experienced mandates are motivated and soliciting experiences of affordances of things in the immediate environment. Now, it's natural to think of these experiences as dynamic. So you could think of them as spanning a bunch of temporally more limited experiences. So here's a way of thinking about different temporal relationships that could enter into these different parts of a dynamic extended experience. So if A is an action, you could have an experience of the action being such that you must undertake it because the environment, the situation demands it. You could have an experience of being about to undertake that action because the immediate situation demands it. You could have an experience of now carrying it out because the immediate situation demands it. So, maybe the paradigmatic case of an experienced mandate is one where it encompasses these different
temporal parts, or it's a dynamic experience. But I'm going to focus mainly on just what I called number one, the perspective one, the experience of an action being such that you must undertake it because the situation demands it. Okay, so that's experienced mandates. At least that's the aspect I'm going to talk about. Now, why do these experiences pose a challenge to the primacy of representation and perception? Well, since in experienced mandates, from your point of view, from the subject's point of view, the current situation seems to point the way to the subsequent situation already. And so you might think there's no need for the current experience to represent the possibility of acting in the way that the situation mandates. So you might think here's where we return to the idea that well, maybe the representation of an affordance might just be a kind of idle wheel. Just having the experience all by itself already seems to point the way to the subsequent situation. And so you might think there's just no need for experiential representations to guide the subject in planning and executing the mandated action. Okay? So it might seem natural to think of these experiences as fueled by some dynamic interaction with the environment. And of course, the people who focus on these experiences, they were never on board with a kind of methodological assumption that we all made when we were theorizing about color and kinds. We just thought, well, let's just take the momentary experiences and work with those. We're not going to worry too much about the temporally extended ones. Maybe if we talk about, the experience of time, that's kind of some special case. But first, we could just get straight on, the characteristics of these momentary experiences and ask the questions that we've become used to asking. Should we think about them as acquaintance with certain properties? Should we think of them as having accuracy conditions? Is intentionalism true? What about qualia? All these questions were questions that we asked about these kind of momentary, unextended experiences because that seemed most tractable. If we had allowed ourselves to talk about dynamic experiences, where would we stop? How would we know where to stop the temporal unit? There wouldn't be any obvious place to stop, and it would be hard to know what we were all talking about. So we thought, well, isn't it simpler to just think about these kind of momentary ones and work with that? Well, the people who are thinking about experienced mandates, they kind of had a very different starting point. They didn't have the starting point of the momentary experience whose features we then go on to examine. They thought of it as already embedded in some whole chorus of actions. So from that starting point, the idea of representation in experience maybe seems more distant. Okay. Now, obviously in the end, I think this kind of challenge doesn't work, but I can sort of think my way into it a bit. And when I think my way into it a bit, I think, gosh, if this challenge could be made to work, it would be pretty powerful, because much of what we do is skilled action. Dreyfus is focused on these specialized skilled action, like playing tennis, and that's what he likes to focus on when he talks about this sort of thing. But, you don't have to spend much time with some kind of toddler to realize that pretty much everything we do is skilled action, like tying your shoes or flicking a light switch. The delight that a 2-year-old has when they learn how to flick on the light switch. This can occupy you for a good, 25 minutes. Okay, so if these could all be experienced mandates, then they'd be quite pervasive in our experience. They could be found in the domain of sensory motor habits. They could even be found, in whole entire situations. So I talked about hair and the forest and the cake as issuing these mandates to us in our experience. But you could feel that you are being issued a mandate by an entire situation. So take this kind of, minimal social interaction of passing somebody on the sidewalk. So you're walking down some narrow sidewalk and you're alone on the path, and so the sidewalk affords passability, and then somebody turns the corner and is walking toward you, and now there's 2 of you on the sidewalk. And now the sidewalk still affords passability for you, but the affordance is more complicated because it's not an affordance by the sidewalk, it's an affordance by the sidewalk contingent on the cooperation of this oncoming passerby who you have to negotiate the space with. Now, it's not a big deal usually, but there is a Dr. Seuss story about the case where it doesn't work out. The Zacks caught in their tracks, the north-going Zacks and the south-going Zacks, and they're caught in their tracks, and there they still are at the end of the story. Okay, so we're aware of this need for negotiation. It's not a big deal, but my point is that the mandate is issued by the entire situation, not just by the sidewalk, but by the entire social situation. Another example of how pervasive this is. So if these experiences don't involve any representation, then even if you could say, oh, but wait, there are accuracy conditions that you can get from things looking red and round, somebody would not be unreasonable to say, okay, that's great. All experiences have contents. Now let's talk about the really important aspects of experiences, the ones that can explain everything that happens in these types of situations. Okay, I'm going to give you my one-sentence answers to questions 1 and 2, which were, question 1, do experienced mandates have any representational contents? So some people have given arguments that perceptual experiences have contents. Susanna, Schellenberg, Alex Byrne, me. And my one-sentence answer, which I'm not going to defend here, is that this phenomenon doesn't give us any reason to depart from the starting point of these arguments. For me, the starting point of the argument is the idea that we are presented with properties in experience. And you might try to argue with the starting point. You certainly might try to argue with the rest of the argument. But there don't seem to be anything about experience mandates per se that push us away from that starting point. So we have to take issue with the argument. Question 2, do experienced mandates have any representational contents that are relevant to explaining why it would make sense to the subject, from her point of view, to perform the action she experiences as mandated? Well, this is a bit more complicated, but I'm just giving you my one-sentence answer, or anyway, strategy for answering, which is that we can distinguish between properties presented to us in experience that rationalize an action in the sense of, say you see some bed that seems like it's just calling for you to plop down on this fluffy bed. So one way you experience the bed is as fluffy. Now, the fluffiness seems to make the action of plopping down make sense in a way that the rectangularity of the bed doesn't, that is not relevant to that. So if the bed were round, that is circular, if it was a rounded bed, but still fluffy, that wouldn't matter. So that's the distinction between rationalizing and non-rationalizing properties relative to an action that you experience as mandated. So I think there are different considerations in different cases for why the representation of these properties really would be explanatorily relevant. So that's the framework I'm going to have for answering Q2. But I want to talk about Q3 and the stronger thesis for the rest of my time today. Okay, so question 3 is there any proposition that could reflect the mandate that the subject experiences if that proposition were the content or a content of the experience? And I distinguished before between the soliciting aspect of the experience mandates and the motivated aspect of it. So you remember the 2 music cases, where in both cases the music is soliciting you to dance, but it's only in one of the cases where you feel mobilized, motivated to dance. So we could go in steps and first ask, could any contents reflect the soliciting aspect, and then where does that leave the motivating aspect? So let's start with the soliciting aspect. So here is a type of content. I wrote it down. X is to be fied, so the hare is to be moved, the forest is to be entered, the passerby is to be made way for. I want to explain why I'm using this variable fied, a variable for a specific action, rather than saying something like an action is to be done. So so the hare is to be fied, cake, whatever, versus A is to be done. So what I am looking for is, remember, the stronger thesis is a thesis about perceptual experiences. So experiences in which external things external to you are presented as being a certain way. Now, you could have all sorts of mental states that have contents like this, that the action is to be done. But the idea that you're somehow presented with your action and experience seems a little bit strange, at least if we're talking about perceptual experience. Whereas we certainly see hair and cake and forests and so on. So that's why I'm focused here. And the variability in what's done is going to occur on this side rather than occurring in the thing that we're predicating to be doneness to. Okay. So there's a proposal for how you might reflect the soliciting aspect of the experience. The hare is to be moved, the forest is to be entered, and so on. So if these were contents of, these would be contents of experience that attribute the to-be-fied property to something you perceive, so long as you're not hallucinating. And those contents could directly characterize the mandated action and locate the solicitation in something perceptually experienced. Okay, so that's a way to locate soliciting affordances in perceptual experiences, but that says nothing so far about the motivated aspect, so let's turn to that. Okay, so here is really a challenge. How could something to do with motivation or how you feel mobilized, innerly mobilized, how could that cast a shadow on the contents of perceptual experience? How could that be reflected in perceptual experience? I mean, you might think that as far as you could get really would be this, and then you would have to just shift gears and add on a cognitive state, a desire or a motivation or something like that, and you would have these two separate parts. So, and if you did that, then, experience mandates, to account for experience mandates, the theory of the contents of perceptual experience would only go so far. But I want to see if we might be able to go farther. So how could the motivated aspect, could it? And if so, how could it be reflected in contents that characterize how the music sounds or how the forest or the hair or the sidewalk or the tennis ball look? Okay, well, here are two proposals that I think won't quite work, but we can work up to one that I think is more promising. So you might try to just kind of add another conjunct. So X is to be phied and X wants me to phi. That is, the cake wants me to eat it, or is telling me to eat it, or commands me to eat it, or intends for me to eat it. Obviously, probably be false because of the limitations of cake and sidewalks. But that's not the problem. The problem isn't that those contents might be false. The problem is that it doesn't reflect need not reflect the feeling of being motivated or mobilized. It's a little bit like, you have a to-do list. The paper is to be graded, the kitchen is to be cleaned, and so on. And I don't know about you, but I can write it down on my list, and that doesn't always have, the effect on me of mobilizing me or even motivating me to do it, just because, something's telling me to do it, like my list. So it seems like that's not quite what we want. Because remember, we're trying to characterize the feeling you have when you really do feel mobilized or motivated. So you might try to complicate it a little bit more by adding a causal relation between X, that is the cake or the hair or the phi, and some motivation. So for example, X is to be phied, the hair is to be moved, and the fact that the hair is to be moved makes me want to move it, or the fact that the X is to be phied, and the fact that X is to be phied is making me move it, making me phi, or because X is to be phied, I'm going to phi. So this might remind you of Searle's proposal about the contents of all visual experiences. So you remember Searle and his yellow station wagon. Nobody calls them station wagons anymore. But Searle's proposal was, there is a yellow, what's the content of your visual experience when you see a yellow station wagon? Searle's answer to that question was, well, the content is, there is a yellow station wagon at this location, and the fact that there is a yellow station wagon at this location is causing this very experience. That was his proposal, and he was thinking first and foremost of what it would take for the experience to be successful or to have satisfaction conditions, and those conditions seemed to be one such that if they held, the experience would be successful in a way that he had his mind fixed on. And people complained about this proposal, and they said, maybe it meets some satisfaction, maybe it articulates some satisfaction condition, but doesn't it seem a little bit complicated? That you could experience a causal relation, at all, number one, and number two, a causal relation between the station wagon and your experience. It didn't seem to capture the phenomenal, or the conscious character of our experience. So there's maybe a similar problem here. I think maybe there's two problems here. So in the kind of structurally analogous proposal about the relationship between X and the fact that X is to be phied makes me want to phi, so on. So one is that they seem kind of overly complicated, but also they don't seem to reflect the way in which the soliciting and the motivating aspects are integrated with one another. So here's a nice description of the type of integration that I think you can find in these experiences. So Sartre, if you maybe know one bit of Sartre, possibly it's this part. He's describing this type of integration when he talks about being plunged into the world of objects. So here he is running after a streetcar. When I run after a streetcar, there is no I. There is consciousness of the streetcar having to be overtaken. You see why I like this passage. I am then plunged into the world of objects. It is they which constitute the unity of my consciousness. It is they which present themselves with values to be overtaken, with attractive and repellent qualities. But I have disappeared. I've annihilated myself. So dramatic. There's no place for me on this something. Okay. So I think Sartre is overstating the disappearance of the subject in this passage, overstating it because the streetcar looks to be in some direction from him, some distance from him. If it was too far away, maybe it wouldn't be presented as having to be overtaken. And as Peacocke and Susanna have emphasized, there is an implicit first-person component in directionality and in distance, and that makes the subject seem kind of indispensable in the contents of experience. But Sartre does seem right up to a point, which is that even if you are not present in your experience, maybe you are present in your experience in some sort of implicit way as an anchor point relative to which direction and distance are presented, you don't really seem to be present to yourself as a subject of motivation or a subject of desire. You're not aware of your motivation to hit the ball or to flick the light switch or to move aside to let some pedestrian pass. So you're just aware of the ball or the switch or the streetcar in a mode that mobilizes you to respond in those ways. So here's what I think is a more promising proposal that can do better at integrating the motivated and the soliciting aspects. We shouldn't add some conjunct, X is to be phied and some other thing that reflects the motivation. What we want is a way to express the idea that, feeling motivated to phi is a mode of experiencing a solicitation to phi. So a solicitation by X to phi, that's what we want. And so having something structured enough as contents gives us a way to reflect that. So, well, I'm going to skip ahead and tell you the answer, the contents that I think do that, and then go back and say more about their phenomenal character. So here is what I'm aiming for, and then I'll explain what it means. So you could have an experience of it is to be answered that X is to be phied. And now I'm going to explain what on earth this means. So okay. When X, so let's backtrack. When X motivates you to phi, to move the hare, to eat the cake, or to enter the forest, and so on, what kind of feeling do you have? What kind of feeling do you have? Well, my idea is that you have a feeling that's analogous to, and maybe it even is partly the same feeling, as the kind you have when you meet someone else's gaze. So there's a kind of inner mobilization that results from mutual gaze. So that's a feeling I'm going to call a feeling of answerability to another person in a very minimal way that involves being looked at. Now, so long as you feel answerable to something, I'll say a little bit about the notion of answerability here and then the relationship between answerability and a feeling of answerability. So on the notion of answerability, an important point is that answerability has a structure a little bit like responsibility. You can't evade it without taking measures. I mean, if I promise to water your plants and then I don't do it, then I'm not getting rid of my responsibility. I'm shirking it. If I ask Mark to please water your plants instead, then I can get out of it that way. But answerability is such that even ignoring is a response. So if you feel answerable to something, even ignoring it is a response. So this is sort of like you feel you're answerable to a name. You feel answerable to your name, or you're maybe answerable to a boss. Okay, so here's a pair of cases that I think that's something about answerability. Now I'm going to talk about the feeling of answerability, and the feeling of answerability far shoots what answerability itself might be. So there might be this real phenomenon in the world, being answerable to another person, and boy, what does it involve? There might be all sorts of theories of it. One idea is that if I'm answerable to you, you are really a source of normative constraint on me. Okay, the feeling of answerability doesn't tell me that you're a source of normative constraint on me. The feeling of answerability is much less committal than that, but still kind of palpable. So I want to talk about a pair of cases that I think helps us zero in on the feeling. I've already told you that I think you get the feeling just with gaze meeting, and that's just a feeling. That doesn't necessarily reveal everything about answerability. So you shouldn't think that the feeling of answerability is revelatory of the character of answerability. We met that idea in contrast before. Okay, so here's a pair of cases that are very similar but differ in the feeling of answerability, or so I'm claiming. So there are a pair of cases of being looked at and looking back. So one is the live case, so someone's just looking at you. That one's easy. You can do it right now. Okay, the other case is television. So you're looking at someone on television who's looking into the camera. So in both cases, you might feel looked at. But there's a difference that's brought into focus between these cases by delusions of reference. So there's a specific way of being crazy in which you apparently assimilate the television case to the live case. So you think that the anchorman's talking to you, the person on the radio singing the love song, singing to you. So that's a particular way of being crazy. Now, what do the deluded subjects feel when they feel addressed by the anchorman on TV? Well, they feel a need to negotiate the social space that goes with being seen. And that negotiation involves this kind of unavoidable response that I was describing before. You could kind of respond to it directly, or you could ignore it. Either way, that's a response. So the deluded subject feels kind of moved in this minimal way, at least by the anchorman, in the way that we normally feel, moved, even if only minimally, by other people in the same surroundings as us. So that's what I'm calling the feeling of answerability, the phenomenal character that the deluded subject has, even in the television case. Okay, now, so I'm trying to have us fix on this feeling of answerability by focusing on the gaze case. But the idea of how this could help with this challenge of how you could find the motivated aspect reflected in perceptual experience, the idea is that that feeling could also be generated by experiencing soliciting affordances. So my idea is that feeling is a thing that you add when you go from experiencing just not caring at all about dancing, feeling indifferent to the solicitation by the music to dance, to feeling mobilized or moved by the solicitation to dance by the very same music. Okay, so that is the idea, that there's this thing, the feeling of answerability. It doesn't reveal everything about real answerability between other people. And if it did, you might already think this proposal is a little bit crazy, but it'd be really, if it is crazy, maybe it is, but it's not crazy because it says that you feel that the cake is imposing a normative constraint on you, because that's not the proposal. The proposal is that you have a feeling of answerability that maybe is generated by initially meeting other people's gaze, but then you could detach and move around and have in other cases as well. Okay, so that's the some effort, that is my effort to characterize what exactly is the phenomenal feeling that makes the difference between soliciting and non-soliciting affordances, experiencing a soliciting affordance and experiencing a soliciting affordance and having the motivated aspect of it, and experiencing that same soliciting affordance and not feeling moved or mobilized by it. What is the phenomenal difference? That is my proposal. Okay, that's a proposal. If you feel motivated to phi when and because you experience some soliciting affordance by an object to phi, then you have this feeling of answerability. But what about the contents? Can we find some feature that's presented in your experience of the cake when you feel answerable to the cake's solicitation to eat it? And here is my proposal of how to answer that question. This says it. It is to be answered that x is to be phi. So that is the answer to my answer to question Q3. So remember, Q3 asked, is there some proposition that could reflect the mandate that the subject experiences if that proposition were the content of the experience in experience mandates? Okay, so now that we have this proposal, we can refine the stronger thesis, the one that I said is really kind of maybe the most central thing and maybe the most thing that's philosophically of most interest. So the stronger thesis says, I'm at the bottom of page 9, experiences kind of have contents of this kind. It is to be answered that x is to be phi'd, and those contents reflect both the soliciting and the motivating aspects of experienced mandates. Okay, so I want to talk about some applications of this thesis, why it might be a useful thesis to have around, what other things might it help us explain or analyze. And then there are very many questions to ask about this thesis. And if I have time, I'll outline an argumentative strategy for actually defending it. Okay, so I think this is an interesting type of content, and especially interesting considered as a content of a perceptual experience, because it could help us analyze the social texture of many different modes of attraction and avoidance in perceivers. Being openness or dismissiveness. This is all on the part of perceivers. Arrogance, curiosity. These ways perceivers can be could cast a shadow on their perceptual experience and how they end up experiencing things around them. If maybe being curious might make you represent things as to be investigated or have being a bearer of interest. So they might seem more approachable. So approachability and repulsion in objects could also be, the many modes of approachability and repulsion in objects might be characterized using this framework as well. So, so now I've put the phenomena that I think you could use these contents to help analyze in terms of the many modes of attraction or avoidance in perception, the many modes of approachability or repulsion in objects. I take these as flip sides of the same coin. But you might, to the extent that any of those modes of attraction and repulsion are themselves accounts of virtues or character traits, it might help us analyze virtues or character traits as well. So how do other people or things seem to you when you are open or dismissive or arrogant or curious, and so on? Okay. Now, that's, I think, kind of an interesting application. It lets us talk about the kind of perceptual underside of various ways that perceivers can themselves be. Now, you might ask the question of whether you could get just as much theoretical usefulness out of this proposal if it wasn't a proposal about the contents of perceptual experience, but just a proposal about the contents of perceptual judgment. So why is it so important that these be contents of experience? Why can't the contents of experience be the way Alex and Ned and maybe many of you want them to be, very, very impoverished? After all, you didn't see Iris Murdoch distinguishing between perceptual experience and perceptual judgment. She just talked about vision. Okay. So would the proposal that it is to be answered that X is to be phi gives the contents of perceptual judgments rather than perceptual experience, would that be equally useful in these various applications I've mentioned? You don't have to go all the way to thinking that virtues really just consist in this type of perceptual sensitivity to find it useful to analyze just different modes of attraction and repulsion, attraction and avoidance. Maybe they do constitute traits. Maybe you don't believe in traits. Even if you don't believe in traits, you probably still believe that there are different modes of experiencing things as approachable or repulsive. Okay, so would it still be useful if these were contents of perceptual judgment rather than experience? Well, it still might be somewhat useful, but I want to locate this. I want to locate that proposal in relation to some other ideas that have been discussed in this area. So, if you thought, well, these fancy contents are only ever downstream of perceptual experience, they're never really in perceptual experience itself, then the analysis of the different modes of aversion and attraction and approachability and distancing and so on, the analysis of those things would have another moving part. That would be the response to the more impoverished experience that takes you to that perceptual judgment. So now the more the contents constrain that judgment, the more will be built into the experience, either in the form of kind of other complex contents or in the form of the selection of features that you are drawing on for uptake. So either way, that's going to add some complexity to experience, which many people want to avoid. Either way, there's already kind of a lot of intelligence in the perception itself. If, on the other hand, the contents don't constrain the judgments very much, then you're moving farther away from the idea that it's this perception that's really the main determinant of your push to avoid or approach or distance yourself and so on. Okay, so Murdoch says at one point, moral differences look less like differences of choice given the same facts and more like differences of vision. So if Murdoch's vision is just at the level of judgment, then there will still be some kind of sameness of perception underlying moral differences she's interested in. And those differences, there might still be some sameness, so that kind of takes it backs off of the vision metaphor a bit. I'm just making an observation. I'm not saying that it has to be the contents of experience. I'm just articulating what I take to be some consequences if it isn't. Okay. Now, there's many questions you could ask, just supposing they were contents of experience, for example, about their accuracy. These are supposed to be accuracy conditions. So under what conditions are they accurate? And of course, maybe a question that's on the forefront of some of your minds is, you know, when is it the case that the cake is to be eaten? You know, what there's a ought implicit in this locution, and what kind of ought is it? I didn't use the word ought, but that doesn't mean it's not there. Now, if you had just very simple contents, like the ones just of the solicitation, you know, you could ask an equally interesting question about those. X is to be phi, and now you could say, so forget about the motivating business and all the craziness about answerability and the feeling of answerability. Forget about all of that. Just take this simple content. When is it the case that X, you know, is to be phi? So under what conditions is this experience accurate? And OK, so point one, you could. I've given examples of different types of mandates. There could be moral mandates, perhaps. You know, if the person on the path is very frail, you know, really have to move aside and give them extra space to pass. Maybe that's some sort of moral mandate, and so if that's the thing to do, then, you know, X is to be made way for is true. It is to be made way for. On the other hand, you know, the hair example, that's just nothing to do with morality as far as I can tell, other than you're not supposed to reach over and touch your student's hair, because this was a thesis advisee, and, you know, every week this hair in front of the eye, and, you know, it was several years ago, and I'm still talking about it. So, you know, of course, I didn't actually move the hair out of the way, but you know, it was irritating. OK, but that was an aesthetic mandate. That didn't have anything to do with morality. So relative to some aesthetic ought, you know, the hair really was to be moved, but relative to some other oughts, you know, maybe it wasn't. But of course, the question is, what kind of stance, if any, is experience taking on the type of ought? And then I was thinking, well, it isn't really taking a stance. It isn't distinguishing between those things. Experience isn't telling you that it morally ought to be moved or that it aesthetically ought to be moved. It's just telling you that it is to be moved and leaving it at that. So you can't generate an accuracy condition without fixing this other parameter of the type of ought. That's for the simple case. My proposal is about this more complex thing. And when we ask about the conditions under which this is accurate, it's a slightly different question, because there the question is, when is it to be answered that X is to be phi? So when is it supposed to be an issue for you, in other words, that X is to be phi? And, you know, here's an example of a case where it's supposed to, here's an example of a case where I take it that it would be illusion. Your experience would be an illusion. These contents would be false. You know, the cakes, you know, you experience the cake as issuing this mandate, and then it mobilizes you. And you're like, why am I so hung up on the cake? You know, it isn't to be answered at X is to be phi. So if intuitively, you know, it shouldn't be an issue, then that would be false. So I haven't really thought this all the way through about how the answerability part works. But that's as far as I've gotten in thinking about it. OK, so do I have a little bit of time, or is it better to stop? I do? 5 minutes. Oh, OK. So, OK. Right. So I just wanted to distinguish between what we could call, you know, the question of when is this to be, you know, what are the, well, never mind. I'm going to talk about the strategy for defending the stronger thesis, so I don't run out of time. OK, so this is just a thesis. I haven't defended this thesis. I just took a step toward being able to defend it by, you know, giving us a thesis to work with. That inexperienced mandates, the mandates themselves are contents of experience. What would that mean? Here's my proposal about what that would mean. There's things to be worked out still about what it means, because it's an accuracy condition, so we want to know under what conditions is it accurate. But how would you defend it? How could you defend it? I mean, how on earth could you defend it? So here is an idea of doing it in steps. Now, this strategy starts from a pretty hefty assumption. The assumption is that affordances are, experiences can represent affordances. Now, I mean, in a way, you might try to defend this hefty assumption itself just at least a little bit by starting with the notion of, you could call it a proto-affordance. So an affordance is a possibility of action for a creature, so that idea is kind of tied to agency to begin with. But there's something a little bit like affordances that that pertain to things that don't have any agency. Like you might see a rock teetering on a cliff, and you know its precarious position, you know, it affords falling. Now there might be actions associated with it, like you might want to tip over the rock, but there could be a proto-affordance of the rocks balancing on the ledge. It affords falling, and you know, you have to be pretty mean to deny that proto-affordances can be represented in experience. Anyway, you know, some people have said that no modal properties are represented in experience at all, nothing to do with possibility or necessity. Of course, the history of philosophy has lots of examples of people discussing modal properties being perceptible in some way. So you think of Locke, you know, going like this and, you know, saying that we get an experience of solidity, or Armstrong, you know, we have an experience of causation. How much philosophy has been done by putting your finger against your arm? Fichte, you know, has this discussion of the Anstoß, you know, where you come up against something that is external to you and find the limits of your subjectivity, all from this. So those are all, you know, types of modal properties. So I don't know, it's not exactly an argument, but you know, you might feel a little bit less comfortable getting off the bus at proto-affordances. So then you might think, well, if proto-affordances can be experienced, then maybe affordances can too. You know, it's not, at least there wouldn't be any bar to representing affordances in experience from the quarters that say, well, that's a modal property. You only represent, as Colin again once said, we don't see woulds or might have beens. All we see is what's actually the case. A fallacy, because part of what's actually the case is what could happen. It's like the rock could fall. Okay, so, but anyway, let me just treat it as some starting assumption, hefty though it might be, that experiences can represent affordances. But once you go so far as thinking that experiences can represent affordances, why stop, you know, why rule out the special subclass of solicitations? So, you know, from the cases of advertising, this kind of exhortative tone, or, you know, the candy bars placed right at eye level in the grocery store line, you know, you can tell you're being solicited to buy the candy bar. You can feel that, you can tell you're being solicited to dance by the music. Those ideas are familiar. So if we're entitled by the starting assumption to experience, you know, the candy bar is buyable and the music is danceable, then it seems natural to, if we're entitled to use that notion of an affordance to characterize our experiences, why draw the line between affordances and you know, non-soliciting affordances and soliciting affordances? Okay, so it seems natural to use it to characterize a special class or especially salient affordances that we experience as soliciting. Okay, and then once we have experience of soliciting affordances, then there's just the step of getting from experience of solicitations to experiences of mandates. And here I think, gosh, maybe we could try to use a method of phenomenal contrast. We already have a pair of cases in the pair of music cases where the experiences are, by hypothesis, you know, very much the same, except that motivation is missing in one and present in the other. Okay, now, if you were going to use the method of phenomenal contrast, I mean, you know, the fun has only just begun. You know, once you have the cases, of course, a lot of work goes into finding the cases, but once you have the cases, that's just the beginning of the method. Now you have to use the method to evaluate some hypothesis about what the best explanation of this phenomenal difference is. So, and in particular, you know, you have to explore alternative hypotheses to whatever your target hypothesis is about the nature of this difference. So one alternative hypothesis to the hypothesis that this is really what's making the difference between the two experiences of soliciting affordances, one alternative comes from Dreyfus again. So in some of the passages I have on the handout, he talks about, again, he's just articulating an idea from Merleau-Ponty, he talks about tension and relief. So there's a dynamic of tension and relief that's supposed to fuel what he calls the intentional arc. The intentional arc is, you know, you can see how it's an inherently dynamic thing. You know, you're playing tennis and the you know, the ball's moving and you're supposed to remember meet the situation in a way that satisfies the gestalt. I hope I've got that grammar right. Okay, but you might think, and then his idea is if you don't, you know, the perceptual situation is like telling you what to do. And if you don't do it, you're going to feel tense. And if you do it, you'll feel relieved. So there's a dynamic of tension and relief. And so perhaps this is a better explanation of the contrast that you would feel in the case where there's motivation, but not motivation in the case where there isn't. Okay. But I'm thinking that, you know, I'll just take a little pot shot at this proposal. nothing in the kind of ebb and flow of tension and relief in this motor action that he has in mind. It doesn't seem to reflect the experience of hare or passerby or sidewalk or anything. It's just tension and relief, you know. Maybe if you stretched out your muscles, you feel a little better or something. You know, it's not, the tension doesn't seem directed outward in a way, so it doesn't seem like it's a good candidate for capturing the difference that seems to be a difference in how you experience the things in the world. Now, you know, maybe the place where you want to challenge the whole project is by the idea that there isn't really a difference in how you experience the world in the motivating and unmotivating cases. But that's then where the issue has to be joined, because I take the kind of one insight of Merleau-Ponty to be that, that there really is a way in which what we feel mobilized or motivated to do can cast a shadow on how we experience things in the world. So that's kind of the explanandum. Okay, so like I said, I'm not defending the stronger thesis because it'd be a big complicated thing to do. I don't have time to do it. I don't even know how to do it yet. But that's, those are some thoughts about how a strategy you might use to try to do it, to see if it would work. Okay, so my upshots are that there do seem to be some contents that in principle could reflect the features of experienced mandates that might have seemed most resistant to the spectator first approach. So, you know, of all of the challenges to the idea that experiences involve representation, I think this is a very powerful one. And to meet it, and this would be a kind of equally powerful way to meet it, would be to say, here, I found some contents that actually could do a good job of reflecting the very phenomenon that issues the challenge. And if so, then, you know, even if our experiences are by and large structured by experienced mandates, the role of the spectator never disappears completely, even when you're in the throes of action.
This is a time of year, and Ned said the same thing to me when we were writing all these letters for graduate students and so on. And I've done a dozen, but there's one outstanding. And I've got to say, when I write down my to-do list, I do, you know, write down these things to be done. It doesn't motivate me anymore to write down the to-do list in the form of it is to be answered that the letter is to be written. That is, you can ask the same question. How could you entertain that? How is it that you could entertain that content without being motivated, as I seem to be in my imagination when I write down my to-do list in that form?
Yeah, I think you're focused on, and no doubt it's. I didn't get you to fix on the right notion of answerability. I think, because you know, there's one type of answering where you're supposed to, you know, answer a phone call, or answer a letter, or answer an email. And that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the feeling of answerability that you have. If, you know, somebody calls your name, you know, it will take some effort to ignore it. That's the kind of feeling that's supposed to be. That's the sort of feeling that this is supposed to be reflecting. So when I say it is to be answered, that means that you're in the structure of, you know, where you can't.
But that makes it sound like
whereas your to-do list can be evaded.
The first condition is satisfied only if
Yeah.
I'm in an affectively motivating state.
Yeah, and then it might be always satisfied. You see, I haven't thought this all the way through, or anyway, I haven't sorted it all out for myself. So it could be that they are always correct. Maybe just getting so far as having the feeling means that just suffices to make it the case that it is to be answered. That could be, yeah.
But then, suppose I have the feeling, what further, as it were, to be doneness is there, unsatisfied.
Uh-huh. Right, then we're in a situation that, you know, was familiar from other cases where, you know, a gray banana looks yellow, but it also looks like a banana. And it is a banana, it's just yellow. So part of it's correct and part of it's not correct. So that could be like this. Something is to be answered, but it's not that, or it could be this is to be answered. It is to be answered that X is to be phi'd, but that doesn't settle the question of whether X really is to be phi'd. So from the fact that this is kind of factive with respect to that first bit, it doesn't follow that X really is to be phi, if that was your worry.
I'll just pass it on.
Okay, well, since Mark passed the microphone to me. So, on the difference between soliciting affordances and non-soliciting affordances.
Yeah.
So in the cake example, the soliciting affordance is like a cake with a label on it saying, I am edible. And a soliciting affordance is like the cake in Alice in Wonderland that says, eat me, right? So that's your kind of first gloss on the difference between soliciting and non-soliciting affordances, and certainly in some sense, there surely are non-soliciting affordances in that cakes can look edible.
There are surely non-soliciting affordances in that cakes can look edible? Is that what you said?
Yeah, right.
Ah, I didn't know, yeah.
Well,
are you...
No, I didn't think...
Right.
Never mind. But,
okay.
but that's why I said in some sense. Of course, it's it can be perfectly true, and everyone knows what is meant to say that a cake looks edible.
Okay.
Okay. So that was your sort of first gloss, but then you immediately moved on to say that well, that's not all there is to it in the case of experienced mandates.
Yeah.
They're felt as motivating.
Yeah.
So it kind of looks like, on your view, there should really be these two categories. There should be the category of eat me with no motivation, and the category of eat me plus motivation, the cake.
Right.
But offhand, there doesn't seem to be, a case where you'd want to say, oh, right, yeah, so of course I'm not remotely hungry. But this cake is saying, eat me, and this other cake is just saying, I'm edible. I'm looking at sort of two cakes.
Yeah.
You wouldn't, and I'm not at all hungry. You wouldn't, surely there's not a case where you'd say, okay, the cake on the left is saying, I'm edible, the cake on the right is saying, eat me.
Yeah. I don't see that. I mean, because it doesn't mean there's no conceptual distinction. It just means that in the case of the cake, we don't seem to find ourselves in the situation that it's not a plausible example of it's more plausible as an example of a soliciting and motivated mandate than it is as an example of a merely soliciting mandate. And to find an example of solicitation without motivation, we have to, more plausible examples are music or something. But I'm not seeing why this is some sort of conceptual problem. It's just a feature of the example. It's not a compelling example of solicitation without motivation.
So so as a matter of empirical fact, there aren't any experiences of cakes saying eat me when you're not motivated, but they're...
I don't know. I don't have a theory. It probably doesn't seem very plausible to me, but I don't have a theory of when we have these contents. It's just like with the other things. It's not like I have some theory of, when exactly are you going to have an experience that represents pine tree. It's just that this is an admissible content. And so to show it's an admissible content, you just have to show
so there's
that
a difference.
There's some case in which you have
it. One last related thing. So there's a difference on your view between being hungry and looking at the edible cake and having an experienced mandate to the effect that the cake is to be eaten. Those are two different conditions on your view.
Well, you might be more likely to have an experienced mandate when you are hungry. It's not that I want to, do away with the desire or the conative state and replace it with this hybrid.
No,
thing.
It's just that it's not immediately clear. There seems to be an extremely subtle difference to me between looking at some edible cake and feeling hungry.
Yeah.
And then that's one thing, and then you want to say, oh, well, there's also this other thing, namely this experienced mandate.
Well, I think that's because you're fixated on the cake example. But there is a project in philosophy that says that we shouldn't have that in some of these cases it's just the wrong picture to have a conative state over here and a cognitive state over there. That there are hybrid states. Obviously, people have discussed this, and I'm not taking a stand on that issue here. I'm just saying that if you have let there be separate cognitive states. I'm just struck by the observation that sometimes those cognitive states can have some impact on perceptual experience. That's the idea, that's the intuitive idea that's driving me. And then I'm asking myself, what kind of effect could they have? What kind of phenomenal effect could they have? and what kind of effect on contents could they have. And that's what I'm trying to characterize.
So I want to ask about your move to it is to be answered.
Yeah.
It is to be fied as a way of sort of explaining the modal indeterminacy of the ought, or trying to explain it away. So a worry about that is that, you know, if my intention gets fulfilled in a wayward way, I don't fulfill my intention. And the worry is that if X is fied by me, it can be fied in a way where it doesn't satisfy it is to be answered that X is to be fied. So in the cake example, it could happen that I eat it, but not because I'm drawn to it, but you know, for some other reason. And so the worry is that any modal ought flavor in the X is to be fied is going to be exactly the same in the it is to be answered that. So you're not going to be able to avoid committing to certain kinds of modal flavor in the contents, in the accuracy conditions.
So okay, so there was the idea that I could do what looks like fulfilling this condition, but not in a way that would. I mean, I could do something that would come very close to fulfilling the condition, but that wouldn't capture what I was talking about.
Exactly.
Because I eat it, but not by feeling moved to it. And then what's the relationship between that and the point about not being able to say that the experience is non-committal on the type of ought?
Well, so I thought you were worried that maybe it was too much to say that experience included moral oughts versus just motivational oughts.
I think they feel the same.
Well, yeah, and the worry is that as long as you think that X is to be fied has sometimes a moral flavor as opposed to just a hungry flavor, the worry was that it is to be answered that is going to have to include that same kind of flavor if it's going to have the accuracy conditions that reflect the experience.
I see. Okay, so I said something misleading. I didn't mean that the contents can have one flavor rather than another. I meant that given the contents, you could evaluate them relative to one type rather than another. So just like you have an experience of a red square and you could evaluate it relative to a situation where there's a blue square or where there's a red circle on.
Well, I thought the worry was about finding accuracy conditions. And the worry is that there aren't going to be accuracy conditions for it is to be answered that X is to be fied unless you specify a certain kind of modal flavor.
I see. So say, going back to Mark's question, that just having the feeling of answerability that this is meant to be reflecting is enough for it to make it the case that it really is to be answered. And now, what exactly is to be answered? And then you're thinking, well, to specify what is to be answered, you have to specify it. And then if you don't specify it, then this is kind of too schematic. And then if you do specify it, then it's not neutral. Got it. Well, I guess if it really is factive, that is, if once you get so far as having the feeling of answerability, then it really is to be answered, then wouldn't it kind of come out in the wash? I mean, it wouldn't matter which, your experience isn't taking a stand on the type of to be fying that is involved, but whatever type it is, the X is to be fied part is fulfilled if you really do phi. So it is to be answered that X is to be fied is kind of like a fancy way of saying, it's like a fancy way of saying that you feel moved, you feel like moved to phi. Now, I get the point that if you actually did, I mean, whether you actually do phi is kind of neither here nor there in thinking about this accuracy condition, because this isn't saying I am phi-ing or anything. It's just saying it is to be phi. So there is this issue about, well, what would it be to fulfill it? And I see that question. But I'm not sure that question really bears on this other question about accuracy conditions. So, I feel like your point, your excellent point about, what would it be to fulfill X is to be phi? What would I do that would be doing exactly what my experience is telling me I feel answerable to doing? And then you might think, well, that's kind of underspecified because the ought is underspecified. But the experience, for the experience to be accurate, it's not like I have to do anything. It's just that a certain fact would have to obtain. And then that fact would be that I'm answerable to this push.
Imperatives lack truth conditions. So if I say, run away, you can't say that I've said something. There are no conditions under which that's true or false. Affordances are a lot like imperatives. So that seems like a reason to think that affordances will also lack truth conditions or accuracy conditions. However, imperatives still have, in some loose sense, content. So people in the epistemics modals literature will say, well, these it might be raining claims don't have truth conditions. They do have content in some more general sense. And so that makes me wonder whether affordances might have content in a more general sense, even if they don't have accuracy conditions. And I think part of what's going on at the end of the talk was that it's just really awkward to try to give accuracy conditions for these kinds of affordances. It just feels like we're trying to fit a square peg in a round hole. Maybe there's a different way of accommodating them or giving them contents.
I mean, that's why I feel the force of the initial challenge I was talking about so much. I mean, and I can, I feel that I am face to face with the awkwardness that you're mentioning. At the same time, I don't think it's a problem with affordances per se, because affordances is in a way the easy case. It's like the chair is, the pathway is exitable, or and that's just a kind of, you attribute some property, a possibility to an object or to a relationship between you and the object. So that doesn't seem. It seems like the issue you're talking about arises with this bit, the to be fied bit. When is x to be fied? When is it? If your experience tells you that x is to be fied, when is it true? And I guess I don't completely see what's wrong with saying that though the experience leaves it open, that just means you have to fix another parameter to evaluate it. It's a little bit like what some people would want to say about want to say in order to avoid having singular contents in experience. So you have an experience that, maybe I see John Morrison, but I have an experience that, represents a whole bunch of properties. And now, like, relative to you, I mean, that it's accurate. It would be accurate if it could be accurate of you, and it could be accurate of your twin. So it could be like that. But if we want to know, well, I mean, in the case where I'm actually seeing you, I think it's taking a stand. I mean, I think it's not my phenomenal character that's taking a stand on it's being you, but my experience, together with my perceptual relation, makes the case that, I'm seeing you. But it's just that you have to, you would have to specify. You have to specify some perceptual relation. Sorry, I'm not putting this very clearly. My point is that you might have some kind of schematic content or some general content. Then you could say, like, relative to a situation where the person you're perceiving is X, it's accurate, of X. But you have to have some other parameter. It's a little bit like imagination, like you imagine a red cube. And now you could say, well, does your imagination have accuracy conditions? Well, you have to specify, unlike a perceptual experience where you're already given an environment, in the case of imagination, you have to specify tell me which world this is about, and then I can tell you whether it's accurate. Relative to a world where there's a red square, it is accurate. Relative to a world where there's a blue square, it's not accurate. So it could be a little bit like that. My experience tells me this schematic thing, and now I have to, like, fill in the parameter of what type of ought I'm talking about. And relative to the moral one, maybe it's not accurate. And relative to the aesthetic one, maybe it is accurate. So maybe there's just kind of a hole in the content that has to be filled in. And my experience just doesn't get that far. That doesn't mean it doesn't give me some kind of accuracy condition. It's kind of like it does it in something like the way that the imagination could said to have an accuracy condition. So maybe that's more the analogy that I want. But your underlying point about commands. I mean, commands. It's not a million miles away from an accuracy condition. You could close the door, and now we can, like, look at the worlds in which you close the door. And it's not exactly accuracy, but it's something in the vicinity. I don't think that alone is some big, obstacle. I think the bigger obstacle is understanding what happens. Is the issue that Lisa raised. How should we understand what type of accuracy condition it is, given that there is this parameter that has to be filled in?
Hi. So I wanted to ask about the scope of the argument, or more specifically, what counts as an affordance and what the relationship is between the affordances and the solicitations and mandates. So take this very simple case where you perceive a chair as a sort of three-dimensional space occupier, and that includes perceiving it as perceivable from other perspectives. So putting it in your terms, you could say, the chair, it could be perceived from other perspectives. And that seems like a sort of a case of a very low level affordance, right? I see. Yeah. But now, and there you could say, I mean, sort of tying this in with John's question, you could say that the chair, so the content is the chair could be perceived from other perspectives. That has accuracy conditions, right? And now I'm sort of wondering why. So now moving on to the question of what the relationship is between simple affordances like that and solicitations and mandates.
Yeah.
Here's an alternative to your view, which is to say, even in solicitations, all you have is X could be Phi. That has accuracy conditions and solves all sorts of problems in virtue of that. And what prompts, I get your intuition that there's this stronger thing when you are almost going to bump into someone. You don't just see him as someone you could move out of the way from. There's something stronger going on. But it seems a little bit radical to say that it's part of the content of perception. Why not just say you have that content could be moved out of the way from, plus some desire to not bump into someone or be bumped into. So what motivates you to act is desire plus content, where the content is just
okay, so there's 2 points. One is about your one is about the idea that maybe there are low level affordances that just take the possibility, I don't have any issue with that. I hadn't thought of the kind of mind independence domain as a domain in which this also, might be useful or applicable, but that's a good point. Okay, but now why not just divide it up and say, what motivates you is your desire plus your experience. So again, McDowell is kind of doing something more radical than I'm doing in Virtue and Reason. McDowell is trying to say, as I understand him, there is just one thing. You shouldn't think of the motivation as coming from these two separate ingredients, just one separate ingredient. I'm not saying that. I'm not trying to say that there's no place for the separate conative state in these examples. It seems very plausible that there is, or anyway, I'm not trying to fight that particular battle. Again, my motivation is phenomenological. I think there are cases where it changes, having a motivation changes the way you experience the thing in the world. And I'm just trying to characterize that perceptual dimension of it. Some people have arrived at the idea that there's such a perceptual dimension from a very different route, because they have a certain approach to ethics, or because they want to oppose some things Hume said. And that's just not the way I arrived at it. That's not what's motivating me to defend this idea.
Okay, I get that there's this phenomenology that when you are about to bump into someone that, well, I'm actually not sure there's this phenomenology, but let's assume there is.
Okay.
It seems if, it's not clear what the phenomenology is due to. You could have some phenomenology of the desire not to be bumped into.
Yeah.
And so I don't see that the fact, assuming that is a fact, that there is this phenomenology when seeing the person you're about to bump into, that you might bump into, prompts you to say that the content is X is to be Phi'd rather than X could be Phi'd plus some desire.
The content is that plus a desire. Well, again, if we're trying to characterize what's going on in the person, I agree. What's going on in the person is there are some experiences that characterize how the things, look to them, and then there are some other things. There are desires. There's all kinds of things. But I'm starting with the perceptual part and just trying to characterize what's in the perceptual part. So you might take issue with the starting point either across the board or just with certain examples. But the starting point is that it can affect how the person looks. The person case is odd because it's not a good candidate for contrast, because you'd have to be like the Zacks or something. We don't know what it's like to be the Zacks, who's just going to stand there and not move out of the way. So that's not. It's just kind of more built in. So it's not maybe a good example with which to zero in on the differences. But it's not that I think. I might think to myself, oh, I better move out of the way of this person. But my idea was that there is some way in which I'm the stranger coming toward me on the path on this narrow sidewalk is I'm thinking of them mainly as an obstacle to be navigated around, and they're probably thinking of me the same way, in the normal case. From there, it seems that's where I think the mandate's entering in the sidewalk case.
Maybe just to get fully clear on the answer to John's question. So the data is the cake is telling you to eat it. So if we thought that the force of the perception is, in this case, command force, and the content is the imperative content, eat this cake, or maybe eat me coming from the cake.
Yeah.
That's a position that would be largely satisfactory to you. Is that where you ended in the exchange?
Are you asking, does it have some kind of imperatival structure or something?
Well, the thought is that, yeah, sure. So
And I honestly don't
you're
see
exploring the idea that there's a declarative structure and
Yeah.
assertive force, but perhaps also in addition to that, there's imperative structure and command force.
You know, I see those differences, and I know, they're important differences when you're giving systematic semantic theories, but I can't quite yet see how much difference it makes in this context, whether we think of, which way we think of them between those choices.
I think it helps you finesse Mark's question. So we could say that when I experience X as to be phi'd, that is for X to be commanding phi me. And then for me to experience that it is to be answered that X is to be phi'd is for me to accept the command from X, phi me. So it's like the contrast between somebody ordering me close the window and me me accepting the command in their name.
I'm not sure what accepting a command.
Going to intend, going to close the window.
Oh yeah, well no, that's way too much because I think you can have this feeling without actually doing it. I mean, you could feel, moved to do it without doing it. It's just it would cost you some dissonance probably. So yeah, if accepting the command means I'm now going to form the intention to do it, then it actually, that would be, if I were going to say that, I might as well just be the sort of behaviorist type that I take Dreyfus to be, where you say, well, look, there's just, all there is the action. Stop talking to me about mediating experiences or representations. You're just acting. Now go stop theorizing about this. And, that's a way of just kind of, evading a whole bunch of projects that I think's wrong. And wrong to the phenomenology, despite the allegedly phenomenological motivations of it.
I mean, I was
so
thinking
yeah, no, it's not all
this is a good way of capturing the distinction in the phenomenology, that command and assertion have different forces in conversation. One of them is associated with theoretical reasoning, the other is associated with practical reasoning. And command has motivating force over others when they're cooperating in a way that assertion doesn't. So coming from this sort of Humean theory of motivation, maybe that's bothering Mark, we could avail ourselves of this distinction in speech act theory and say, yep, that's the psychology, that's the phenomenology, that's what explains the difference, that's why there's motivation in this one case.
Where did these objects get the right to give me these orders?
Didn't say they had the right to do it. From you, it was a projection. That's so the thing, is because
that would be another Humean story. We're not strictly describing the content of perceptual experience. We're describing that plus a certain kind of motivation of gilding.
Gilding. There's always the question of why your experiences have these contents, and in different cases, I think there'll be different answers to that question. So, the cake is a funny case, and it's a familiar case in some ways, so we focus on that. But, not all cases are like that. Not all cases are the projection. Maybe it's just because you have the right kind of sensitivity, or because you have a sensitivity that this person is to be ignored or to be helped or whatever. And it's just. I mean, in some examples, seems like, well, let me back up one step. You might have a theory that just what it is to be, I don't know, beneficent or arrogant, just is to see things in a certain way. You don't have to be aiming to fully analyze character traits or virtues or anything. But you might do that. But if you did do that, then and then you were to ask, well, where do these objects get the right to issue commands to me? In some cases, the answer would be, well, because you're just tuned into the moral facts or something. In some examples, I guess that's kind of orthogonal to the issue about whether you're analyzing the trait or the virtue. So in some of the cases, maybe it's just because you're seeing the aspect of the world really does. The world really does call you to do it. The situation really does call for it. In some of the cases. In other of the cases, I don't know, because we like to see both eyes and not just one when we talk to a person, so we can read their expression. We have that habit or something, or we have that aesthetic orientation, and that's kind of a function of that the hair really looks out of place and distracting. It's just going to depend on the case where they come from.
So I think this is in part an extension of the worry that was mentioned by Lisa. So the concern is that the contents will be both too easy to satisfy and too difficult to satisfy. So suppose I'm a really evil person, and suppose I look at the cake, and I think that looks really yummy. It's to be eaten, but the cake is poisonous. So it's a good thing if I eat the cake because then I die. So there's a sense in which it is to be eaten by me. That's a good thing, but it's also got this edibility thing. So the idea is that if the content is something like there is some modal specification under which it's true that the thing is to be eaten, then it's satisfied. But here it's satisfied in the wrong way. On the other hand, it might be too difficult to satisfy these things because it may be in the same sense true that it's to be fied and also not true that it's to be fied. So again, for me, it's a bad thing if I eat it given its poisonousness. So the cake might look really yummy, but it's got mold on one side, or the kid's hair might look to be moved out of the way, and also definitely not to be moved out of the way since it's a student, and that would be inappropriate.
Well, I was thinking,
so that's,
if he doesn't have an eye, that's when you shouldn't move it out of the way, because it wouldn't, it wouldn't help. Or move it out of the way, and then there's
but
no
it might look
eye.
that. So the thought is, but that's like, then it's contradictory. So it's too easy to satisfy and too difficult to satisfy.
I think these problems arise because these problems arise because here's two different ways to here's two different things you could mean if you say this just isn't specifying the type of ought. One thing it could mean is it's just the kind of all-purpose ought, and then we run into the problems that you're talking about. But another thing, the thing I meant, is that it just doesn't specify the ought, and so it isn't really an accuracy condition, I guess. It's not an accuracy condition all by itself, any more than blank is f is an accuracy condition all by itself. It's like a propositional function or something. There's a parameter that has to be filled in to get an accuracy condition. So maybe that's what I should say. And it's not, so, how does maybe there is a challenge to the primacy of representation, but it wasn't that when they challenged the primacy of representation, they, were wagging their fingers saying, because you haven't specified the ought. That was never the issue. The issue was that there just wasn't supposed to be any need for representations at all, or that you didn't have them. And I'm saying, well, I don't know. Here's a way, look more closely at the phenomenology of these cases. And it seems like there's something in the vicinity that's, pretty close to representation. Maybe it isn't the full accuracy condition, so perhaps I should come clean on that, because to actually be able to answer, the questions that are coming up about, like, when is it the case that it really is to be fied, you kind of have to fix on something, and then and you might get different answers depending on the type of ought you fix on. So it's not that it's some all-purpose ought, it's that there's just a hole. It's just a parameter that isn't filled in by the experience.
I just wanted to directly follow up on that. I feel like we need more than just a kind of ought, that also, if these are going to be decent suggestions for what the content is, that maybe we need to have an agent, and we also need to have a mode in which it's done.
What was the first thing?
An agent, like a person that's doing it. So I'm thinking there are cases in which, like, I'm standing in the rain and I'm looking at this forest and I'm thinking that the forest is to be entered, and then a whole troop of Boy Scouts enter and go into the forest. And I'm still standing in the rain thinking, this affordance has not been satisfied in some sense, even though the forest has been entered. And then, in addition to that, it seems like there are ways in which the thing that is to be done can be, or the hair that is to be moved can be moved without that satisfying the affordance, because another student just comes along and chops his fringe right off, but that doesn't kind of meet the conditions that seem to be included in the affordance. And then a couple of other reasons you might want to think that you would want to include this information is that, as I understand it, the way in which affordances and perception of affordances has been developed recently in the psychological literature is in terms of agents perceiving the environment in terms of their own body and the capabilities that it gives them. And so maybe we're not interested in sort of fishing with that, but if we are, then we might need to include a lot more first-person information in these things, Pache Sartre.
Yeah.
And then, the last reason is just to get accuracy conditions that aren't going to allow so much non-problematic disagreement that they don't really feel like accuracy conditions at all, because, is the cake to be eaten? Well, it depends on who's looking at it and who's doing the eating.
Yeah. No, I think the problems aren't quite parallel, the one about the ought and the one about the agent. So I was thinking that, I completely agree with you. If if the bed looks very comfortable and, it is to be plopped down on, it won't help me at all if you plop down on the bed and I still have to stand up here, answering everybody's questions. Then that's, So, but I was thinking that the agent is really kind of built into it to begin with. It's me. So when I think, if I experience the hair as to be moved, then, in the way that I'm talking about, and that mobilizes. I don't just experience the hair as movable. And I'm not even sure what it would be to experience kind of a solicitation that isn't addressed to me. So I think that the agent already is in there, and so I agree with you. This is another place where Sartre is kind of saying something that's at odds with itself, because he's the one who's saying the streetcar is to be overtaken, but if you overtake the streetcar, that doesn't do him any good. So it doesn't seem like he's not moved to make it the case that somebody overtakes the streetcar. So I'm thinking I'm agreeing with you that the agent is in there.
And what about the mode of doing it? So, because you might think that when I'm looking at something, I'm perceiving a load of information about how exactly I do this action of moving the hair out of the way, like the ways in which I need to extend my arm to do it and things like that. Would you want to put that into the contents, or do you think that doesn't feature?
No, I'm thinking that because I'm focused on how. There are all sorts, there might be all sorts of plans in your mind that go along with having contents like this, but these contents are supposed to be finding the shadow that's cast on the perceptual experience by everything else. So, how does the hair look? How can we characterize your experience of, the hair and the cake and the forest and the sidewalk and the situation? That's what I'm trying to characterize, and I don't think that somehow it doesn't seem right to me to say that the plans for exactly how I'm going to, move to get out of the way of this oncoming pedestrian is part of, maybe it triggers in me some picture, just like some image of what am I going to do at the moment when we pass, or just like I might, experiencing the proto-affordance of the teetering might, make me think, oh, I could just flick it over and it would go tumbling down the hill.
So this is going back to the difference between the motivating and the non-motivating soliciting affordances. So right now how you have the contents cached out is that there's this extra bit for the motivating ones, that it is to be answered that.
Yeah.
But I was wondering whether to fully do justice to the phenomenology in the non-motivating ones, sometimes you might need something kind of analogous to that. Like it is to be ignored that the music is to be danced to. Or it is to be resisted that, or something like that. So instead of just not having the it is to be answered that, are there ever cases where you have something analogous in the non-motivating cases?
Yeah, I was thinking that, if you really did feel that it is to be ignored or it is to be resisted, that's already, you're already here. So that's already motivated. Maybe motivating was a misleading term in that sense, because that's why sometimes I said mobilized. So, if it's just you're indifferent, the contrast is between being indifferent and not being indifferent to the solicitation. Maybe I should have put it that way. So that's what I was after. So that's why I was trying to say the thing about answerability being a little bit like responsibility. You don't lose your responsibility if you ignore it. You have to do fancier things to get rid of your responsibility.
Yeah, so previously there were concerns from several people that maybe you're building too much into perception. So it was in particular on the stronger thesis on which perception represents something like soliciting affordances. People have suggested that affect and desire do this, and if evolution did its job, why would it give us these states that are also so motivational? And I actually just wanted to suggest what is hopefully going to be a friendly response that you might want to make, especially since you're not committed to these soliciting affordances being ubiquitous, but just sometimes being represented in perception. I wondered if you might not look at a pathology, which I believe is called utilization syndrome, where people will, supposedly they'll do things like put on a pair of glasses, and then if they're given a couple other pairs, put on that, and then put on the third pair. So they sort of like just see the glasses as to be put on or something.
Right.
And unlike in cases which might look behaviorally similar, but which are profoundly different, like OCD, where affect plays a huge role in the action. I'm not sure on this because I'm not really up on utilization syndrome, but I don't believe it has a really interesting affective component.
Oh.
So somebody in this room probably knows a lot more than me, but I just thought that might show that even if it's just a little bit motivational or just sometimes motivational, that the soliciting affordances are sometimes represented perception without affect having to come in some interesting way. So that was just.
I see. So you're thinking another kind of illustration of experiencing things as to be used in certain ways might be might be a hypothesis about the perceptual experiences of the people with utilization behavior.
Yeah. So because it's not that the utilization syndrome patient just used the glasses as non-soliciting affordance. So it's not like just that I could put this on. They actually do it.
They actually do it, yeah.
That might suggest that even though affect and desire are obviously motivational.
I see your point. Yeah.
Yeah. So it was meant to be a friendly response that you might, or a friendly suggestion about how you might respond to this worry that like, affect already does this. We don't need to build it into perceptual.
Thanks. Okay. So you were thinking, some people say, well, can't you just factor what's going on here into like desire on the one hand and then some lower experience? And you're saying, well, the utilization people don't have the desire. Of course, that would, you meant it, kindly meant it as a friendly thing, but somebody might say, see, you're really only talking about the crazy people. But the people, unless you have utilization behavior, it always factors out. But yeah.
This is sort of like what you brought up, what Susanna brought up, and what Alex brought up. And it's another suggestion, but it might not go anywhere. So basically, early on, you distinguish between knowing affordances and actually experiencing affordances. Yeah. And so I guess my question was, like, when do we want to count a person as genuinely experiencing an affordance as opposed to maybe recognizing an affordance or something sort of more cognitive as opposed to perceptual? Because it seems to me that and partly just from some of the early literature on affordances, there is a sort of, it's not that you factor the affordance into a motivation and something else. It's more that like you only have the experience of an affordance when there is some background state such that certain features of your environment become salient to you. So you're afraid and things suddenly look like hiding places or something like that. And only then are you said to like genuinely experience an affordance as opposed to merely recognizing, such and such affords such and such, but you're not really. And so I was wondering why not understand non-soliciting cases as merely knowing or otherwise like recognizing affordances as opposed to like actually experiencing them, but not in a soliciting way.
I see. I guess I'm inclined to think there's probably cases and cases. I mean, the category, the examples that made me think there was such a thing as an experience of a non-soliciting. Well, the non-soliciting affordance, is that what you're? Do you mean you don't mean the unmotivated soliciting affordance? You mean the non-soliciting affordance, the just plain old affordance? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I'm saying I would say that experience would be for those cases where you have like motivating, soliciting, as opposed to like not where cases where they're not soliciting or maybe further just not motivating. You would just count them as recognizing cases.
Oh, well, I was thinking that, you could experience the cake as edible. And I suppose somebody might, there could be an odd kind of Frankenstein view that said, well, I don't believe in, I don't believe that experiences really represent affordances, but they represent mandates and colors and shapes and stuff, so they could kind of skip the middle step and then say, well, and then try to say instead of representing affordances as an experience, you just know it or something like that. But you might not know it. You might not believe it. And so that seems like, the Frankenstein view seems unmotivated.
Right, yeah, well, I guess knowing would seem too strong, but just sort of like recognizing that something looks edible. Just because recognition seems like it can be similarly immediate in experience and sort of phenomenologically. So yeah, I just wasn't sure how to distinguish between.
Yeah, again, it kind of goes back to the, to the step of, the first step of this strategy. If you think, if there isn't there isn't a bar to, maybe you're trying to challenge the first step and saying, well, there's just never really any good reason to think that experiences. So we'd have to talk about the transition from, whether you'd want to go as far as denying proto-affordances and why there's something special about the transition from proto-affordances to affordances.
I'm going to be talking about a topic that's been strangely neglected in the literature, both in metaphysics and indeed in philosophy of science and in philosophy of perception, which is the topic of magnitudes. And this talk will fall into two parts. First of all, I'll talk about the metaphysics of magnitudes, and then drawing on what I have to say about the metaphysics of magnitudes, I'll move on to the perception of magnitudes. The first part on the metaphysics of magnitudes has very natural and straightforward and rather obvious applications in the philosophy of science too. And if you want to pursue that further in discussion, happy to do that, but this is officially on perception, so I will confine myself to that. What I'm going to be doing is arguing for a robust realism about magnitudes as irreducible elements in our ontology. And I'm going to argue that this realistic attitude gives a better metaphysics, and it suggests some new options in the philosophy of science, and I think it also makes possible a better account of perception of magnitudes than is available without the metaphysics. Let me start off with a few distinctions. Preliminary. We can distinguish between magnitude types, magnitudes, and magnitude tropes. So magnitude types are generic kinds of magnitudes, such as distance or mass. Magnitudes themselves are always instances of some more general type. Particular distances are instances of distance type. Particular gravitational masses are instances of gravitational mass type, and so forth. As I said, every magnitude is of some magnitude type. As Frege said somewhere in one of his concise, very satisfying formulations, he said, in German translation, something is a magnitude not all by itself, but only insofar as it belongs with other objects of a class, which is a domain of magnitudes. If we slice more finely than magnitudes, we come to magnitude tropes. Just as we distinguish between properties and tropes, between the property of being red and this particular thing's redness, to be distinguished from another different object's redness, so we can equally make the same distinction for magnitudes. For some purposes, we may want to distinguish, in the case of two equally long meter rods, between this rod's length and that rod's length. But my focus here is going to be mainly on the middle level, the magnitudes themselves, rather than the types or their tropes. Magnitudes are apparently involved in many causal explanations and in many counterfactuals, from the humblest to the most sophisticated science. Let's stick with the humble for the moment. The shadow is a certain size because the flagpole casting it is a certain height. The forest was flattened by the avalanche because the avalanche's momentum was above a certain threshold. Ceteris paribus, if the flagpole had been shorter, so would its shadow. If the avalanche had had a much lower momentum, the forest would still be standing, and so on. I think we should take these appearances at face value. An object or an event having a certain magnitude can both explain things and can be causally explained. In these counterfactuals, we cannot replace the reference to magnitudes with reference to the extension of a predicate. A predicate, let's say, has such and such magnitude. Suppose the flagpole is 10 meters high. The predicate is 10 meters high, has a certain extension, one that includes various buildings, various watchtowers, various fences. These objects are completely irrelevant to the explanation of the flagpole's casting a certain length of shadow. The explanation of its casting a shadow of a certain length would be the same even if some of these other objects were not in the extension of is 10 meters high. Conversely, have I got this on? Yeah, conversely too, consider a world in which the flagpole and these other objects all had a different height. So that in these other possible circumstances, is 11 meters high had the same extension, E say, as is 10 meters high has in the actual world. In this other world, the magnitude of the flagpole, its 11 meter length, that explains the length of its shadow there, would be different from the explanation in the actual world. It's irrelevant to that explanation that in the actual world, E is also the extension of is 10 meters high. That argument's entirely parallel to the argument that one would give for the conclusion that in explanation by properties, an explanation of properties of objects, references to properties cannot be replaced by corresponding references to the extensions of those properties. A point that Hilary Putnam made back in 1970 has also stood up well. And the same points apply whether extensions are conceived as sets of ordered n-tuples, Phrygian courses of values, or indeed as Phrygian functions from entities of one sort or another to truth values. Extensions, or anything extensional, indeed, will not also discriminate between two magnitudes with the same extension. And you can go through the same argument. Well, these points are completely obvious. So why are they worth making? Well, I think they need to be made because writers of several different stripes have attempted to elucidate empirical statements about magnitudes in terms that do not involve any ontology of magnitudes, and those attempts seem to me problematic. Those attempts characteristically proceed in stages, and they usually have a common first stage. They normally start as follows. They say, well, suppose you've got an object X that's got a certain magnitude m of a certain magnitude type, such as mass or distance, that measures n in units u. 5 meters in unit meters, measures 5 in meter units, something like that. And then as a first step, it said, before we get into a detailed interesting reduction, it said this can simply be elucidated as X measures n in units u for the type in question. And then there's a fork in the road, or perhaps several forks, according to where people proceed from 2 to an explication. But note that in moving to 2, a reference to the magnitude m has already disappeared. A good example of a dictum that in any argument all the tricks happen in initial formulation or the early stages. Let me look at two kinds of reduction that have been attempted. The first kind, rather older reductive explanation of magnitudes, is found in an earlier approach when people are doing a lot of work on the theory of measurement, and it attempts to explain this lower statement, little Roman 2, in terms of what are essentially evidential relations. So here's a quotation from a paper by Pat Suppes and Joseph Zinnes from Basic Measurement Theory, I think. They say, this direct quote, suppose you've got something like 6. This example of ferric salt weighs 1.679 grams. This statement may be replaced, they continue, by the statement, the ratio of the mass of this sample of ferric salt to the gram weight of my standard series is 1.679. And the manufacturer of my series has certified that the ratio of my gram weight to the standard kilogram mass of platinum iridium alloy at the IBWM in Paris is 0.00100, and so forth. Well, that replacement statement does give evidence for the statement of mass in grams, but it's not at all plausible if it specifies what 6 means or what condition in the world has to hold for it to be correct. It's clear that the evidence provided by the manufacturer may be misleading, that the object originally used as the standard kilogram mass in Paris might have been filed down, and so forth, so forth. If the evidence can be misleading, then we need an account of what the evidence is evidence for, and a statement of what's clearly both empirical and contingent evidence can't really provide that. No one would probably proceed in that direction now. Second, much more interesting kind of attempt at a reductive approach that doesn't speak in quite that way of evidence, but rather, in this example, would speak of the place of the sample of ferric salt in a complex system or network of relations. This needs a little explanation, exposition, but bear with me, it's less complicated than it may seem. So 2 elements are involved in this second elucidation of X measures n in units u for such and such type of magnitude. The first element is the notion of an extensive system in the sense of Suppes and Zinnes on a domain of non-numerical objects. And this first element is essentially a formal elucidation of what it is for a magnitude to be an extensive magnitude in the sense that Kant, I think, got essentially right in the Critique of Pure Reason. Intuitively, extensive magnitudes are ones, a type of magnitude is extensive if the magnitudes of that type can be added to one another in the way that 2 masses can be added to get another mass, 2 distances can be added to get distance, whereas you can't add intensities of light or colors or brightnesses in a very straightforward sense. So the formal characterization of what it is for a domain and a relation on it and an adding operation to be an extensive system is characterized by a set of axioms. If you're formally sophisticated, you probably don't need this. If you're not, it's probably not enough. But intuitively, all that's going on here is that you've got something, you can think of it in the case of, these are, if you like, A and B range over physical objects, and the adding operation is gets you a more complex object that you get by performing an operation on those 2, intuitively corresponds to a mass you would get by combining the mass of these 2. And there are various axioms about this, concerning this relation, but the crucial idea is that these are things that can be added together, and you can also take one of the, you can take something as a unit. And the crucial idea in the mathematical theory of measurement and extensive magnitudes that was developed by Suppes and a lot of other people in the early 50s is that when you've got a set of relations between these objects that that conforms to when you've got a relation on domain that conforms to these axioms, there's a standard isomorphic mapping of these objects to the real numbers that intuitively the measure, it's a kind of measure of that magnitude on this domain for that magnitude, choosing a certain object as a unit. So under this approach, the second kind of way of elucidating what it is for an object or an event to have a certain kind of magnitude, you give an explication that goes something like this. If the statement that you're trying to elucidate is x measures n in units u for such and such magnitude type, the proposal will be that for that magnitude type, there is an extensive system with a domain that has x as an element, and there's a corresponding isomorphic numerical extensive system, and under the correspondence in that isomorphism, with a selected object as the unit object for these units in question. Under that mapping, this object gets mapped to the real number n. And I'm going to call proposals of that general type the extensive system stroke chosen object claim. The claim is that a statement about a magnitude in certain kind of units can be explained in terms that involve this apparatus of extensive systems, the idea of extensive magnitude and a chosen object of unit. It should be obvious, though, too, that this second kind of elucidation is vulnerable to the same objections that I raised against treatment of magnitudes just as any kind of extension. If the extensive system chosen object claim, if that kind of reduction is meant to be a complete account of what's meant by a statement of particular measurement, it brings irrelevant objects into the explanation. And also, at the version of the same point, it does not work in counterfactuals. The properties of the standard gram or meter in Paris have nothing to do with, they're irrelevant to the explanation of why the avalanche flattened the forest, or why the flagpole cast a certain length of shadow. And that's reflected in the counterfactuals supported by such explanations. Other things equal, if the standard gram in the vault in Paris had been filed down, however much, or had been different, or whatever, the avalanche whose momentum had a certain magnitude would still have flattened the forest. Let me emphasize this in no way undermines the intellectual value or achievement of the Suppi's representation theorems. That numbers can code for certain systems of empirical relations between objects is both theoretically and, for a reason I'll give in a minute, philosophically significant. It shows how the assignment of numbers as measurements in a system can be empirically grounded if the relations and operations in the extensive system are empirically grounded. The theorems show, in the context of a reasonable epistemology, how those statements of particular measurements can amount to knowledge. Indeed, I'll be arguing the framework can do more than that in just a minute. But the points so far do show a gap between the theory of extensive systems and the representation theorem on the one hand, and what it is for a statement of a particular measurement to be true. We need an account that can handle explanation, relevance, and the counterfactuals. If we take a straightforwardly realistic attitude to the ontology of magnitudes, we're in a position actually to give a different interpretation to the Suppi's axioms for extensive systems. Actually, one shouldn't just say Suppi's axioms. They go back to someone called Hilder, writing in 1905, as Suppi's acknowledges. Instead of construing Suppi's variables in the axioms as ranging over material objects and events or other entities, such as places or times or pairs of them, that have measurable magnitudes, I suggest that we construe the variables simply as ranging over the magnitudes themselves, and the relations mentioned in the axioms can then be taken as relations between magnitudes. The references to functions on objects are reconstrued as references to functions on magnitudes. There's a relation in the case of mass of one magnitude m1 of the mass type being less than or equal to another magnitude m2 of the mass type. There's a mass magnitude m3 that is the addition of two mass magnitudes m1 and m2, and so forth. So construed, those axioms A1 to 6 for extensive systems that Suppi has formulated, all hold for the familiar list of extensive magnitudes. Indeed, I think in the spirit of Hilbert's perhaps overly strongly stated recommendation that in some cases we see axioms as clauses and implicit definitions, I would see the Suppi's axioms as definitive of what it is for a magnitude type to be an extensive magnitude. Under that treatment, the Suppi's representation theorem has a rather different significance, and it's completely freed from any suspicion or need to be involved with an evidential theory of meaning or content. When the axioms for extensive systems are construed as being about magnitudes of a given type, the representation theorem is, perhaps surprisingly, and a thing that sort of shocks Suppi when you say it to him, it's a contribution to metaphysics. It, and more particularly the correspondence functions mentioned in its proof something that provide a systematic link between two domains of entities, magnitudes of a given type on the one hand, real numbers on another. When an object x measures n in certain units for a certain kind of magnitude, there's a magnitude m of that kind such that x has magnitude m, and m also measures n in those units. Those units may be described by reference to some standard objects or events in Paris. When the units are so described, the statement that the object measures n in those units and the statement that the magnitude measures n in those same units may involve empirical properties and relations concerning some standard object in Paris. But one should always distinguish between those two displayed indented statements on the screen. Distinguish between what's explained by x as having the magnitude m itself, on the one hand, and what is or is not explained by x's standing in certain relations to a standard object in Paris. It's the flagpole's height having a certain magnitude m that explains the length of its shadow. As I keep saying, its relations to an object in Paris have nothing to do with explanation. It can be helpful here, as always, to respect scope distinctions. So obviously the first indented statement there can be true. There exists some magnitude m that is in fact 10 times the length of the standard meter rod in Paris, and it's because the flagpole's height is m that it casts a shadow of a certain length. And that's entirely compatible with the falsity of the next indented statement, the falsity of the statement that it's because the flagpole stands in a certain relation to the standard meter rod in Paris that it casts a shadow of a certain length. And to add the obvious remark that you're all no doubt expecting me to make at this point, let me make it then. Kripke's distinction between fixing the reference of an expression and giving its meaning, which he illustrated by reference to the case of the standard meter rod in Paris, actually needs an ontology of magnitudes for its most straightforward exposition. The reference fixed by the description, the length of the standard meter rod in Paris, is a magnitude. A particular rod that's in Paris could have had a different magnitude as its length, and it would do so if it were kept in a hotter place. Okay, how am I doing on time? How many minutes have I had so far? Okay, good. Then let me make one or two remarks then about applications of the philosophy of science before I turn to perception, because there may be some interest. If we have an ontology of magnitudes, the question arises, what are we to make then of scientific laws that apparently state relations between magnitudes? In a law such as Newton's, that force is the product of mass and acceleration, we normally substitute numerical terms for the letters for force, mass, and acceleration in some standard units. To each numerical assignment to a magnitude variable, there corresponds the magnitude itself, the one that has that measure under the given units. So a law such as F equals force is the product of mass and acceleration codes a relation between magnitudes by specifying a relation between the numbers that measure those magnitudes. We use the numbers to specify the magnitudes, and we use functions on numbers, in this case simply multiplication, to specify relations between magnitudes for those corresponding to those numbers. Under a realistic approach to magnitudes, there's a good case for saying that what's really explanatory is the relation between the magnitudes themselves. The law concerns that relation, and the numbers help merely in picking out that relation in a computationally convenient fashion. We could put it this way. If I put it that way, there's some relation R between the magnitudes of force, mass, and acceleration, instances of those types, meeting that displayed condition. The relation R holds between F, M, and A, just in case the measure of the force M is the numerical product of the measure of the mass M in specified units and the measure of the acceleration in specified units. What's on the right-hand side of that by condition obviously mention numbers and operations on pairs of numbers, but the relation of magnitudes picked out by this numerical condition has a nature and identity entirely independently of the numerical apparatus used to pick it out. Just as we may similarly pick out a region on the surface of the Earth using 4 GPS coordinates to specify a 4-sided region. The region has a nature and identity independent of any kind of coordinate system to pick it out. The relevant Newtonian law under the realistic conception of magnitudes then concerns the relation R itself, thus picked out, and it just says of that certain relation, which I'll say more about in a minute, that force, mass, and acceleration magnitudes stand in that relation. So that leaves us with two questions, urgent need of answers. Question one is this. Can we give some account of the nature of that relation that elaborates how its nature and existence is independent of anything to do with measurement by real numbers? Because without such elaboration, this would all be hot air. Question 2, more important and more pointed. We can multiply numbers, but someone may say it is not at all obvious that we can make any sense of multiplying magnitudes themselves. So what operation involved in the relation R corresponds to multiplication? If we can't multiply magnitudes themselves, what entities are within the domain and range of this operation, whatever it is? And how do those entities relate to the law F equal ma? Well, it's at this point that the realistic approach to magnitudes that I've been proposing needs to be integrated with a formal treatment and a formal algebra of magnitudes. And I was delighted to find when I started in a very ham-fisted way trying to work out such a theory, a conversation with Ian Rumfitt pointed out to me that there actually was already a theory in the literature. There's an unpublished manuscript by Dana Scott entitled A General Theory of Magnitudes. That was what I needed, a general theory of magnitudes, which develops what's required. In the case of Dana Scott's manuscript, what he does is this. He's interested essentially in the geometrical case, but everything he says generalized. He's trying to develop a formal theory of magnitudes that respects the ideas and treatment of magnitudes that you get originally Eudoxus and that Euclid was trying to make more rigorous with his axioms. If you wrote up on Euclid or you read Euclid, there's no treatment of real numbers in there at all. There talks about relations between magnitudes, ratios between magnitudes, and what Dana Scott does is formalize that and give a good rigorous account of what it is that Eudoxus and Euclid needs. For present purposes, what we need is this. It makes sense to say of two pairs of magnitudes, x, y, say two weights, and another pair of magnitudes makes sense to say one pair of magnitudes and another pair of magnitudes, initially think they're all weights if you like, that the ratio of x to y is the same as the ratio of z to w. And we can explain that without using any particular unit for the magnitudes involved and without using any kinds of real numbers at all. There are ways of doing that. You can say the ratio of x to y is the same as that of z to w. Just in case, take any integer, very important, is integers, any pair of integers m and n, that m lots of x is less than n lots of y, just in case m lots of z is less than n lots of w. Those are integers. I said that magnitudes can be added, so it always makes sense to talk about an integer multiplication of a magnitude. That's just adding the magnitude to itself n minus 1 times. You can develop a formal theory of ratios along these lines, and it's very easy properly to define what is an intuitive notion anyway, a multiplication of ratios. If you do that, then just to cut through this, just to give you an idea of how this would apply to philosophy of science, then what Newton's law F equals ma means is that the ratio of any two forces is the product of the ratio of the masses and the ratio of the accelerations. That's what it means. It's a law about ratios. You may say, well, you know, that's about ratios. The original law isn't about ratios, but the original law you used real number measures in which you chose a unit. And if you choose a unit, this law will not be about ratios. It will be about non-ratio values. The other remark about the philosophy of science I'll just confine myself to before going on to the official topic of perception is this, that if you think of magnitudes this way and believe in a realistic ontology of magnitudes and think that laws state relations between magnitudes, then the correct statement of the law, which formulates a relation between magnitudes, can be given without reference to the real numbers. And that means you do not need Hartree-Field's program of trying to reformulate scientific theories without the real numbers to answer the claim that, well, how can the real numbers possibly be relevant to empirical scientific causal explanation? When the laws are formulated this way, they already don't involve real numbers. Okay, lots more to be said on the philosophy of science aspects, but let me move now to perception, because this was background that I'd like to draw on in giving a good account of various perceptual phenomena. So what I'd like to do is to try to explain certain features of perceptual content by drawing on the above account of magnitudes, plus some other stuff. I think that we perceive some magnitudes, the same magnitudes of which I've been trying to give an ontology. When all is working well, the perception of an object having a certain magnitude, or magnitude in a certain range, is explained by the objects having that magnitude, or magnitude in that range. That applies, I think, certainly to distance, to height, velocity, possibly to weight. Applies to some temporal magnitudes, it applies to duration, it can apply to frequency, and it applies to some complex properties derivative from temporal magnitudes, such as rhythm and meter, some things Casey was talking about earlier. I think that the correct model for the perception of time must, in certain ways, overlap with the model of perception of magnitudes more generally, though, of course, temporal perception certainly has its own special features. The two features of perception I want to explain this afternoon, drawing on this account of magnitudes, are first of all the unit-free character of the perception of magnitudes, and secondly the analog character of the perception of magnitudes. The analog character has various other consequences as well, but let me take those two in turn. So let's take unit-free character first. Yes. So the fact to be explained is that we don't perceive distance in centimeters, we don't perceive distance in inches or any other units. When we feel how heavy something is, we don't perceive its weight in grams, we don't normally perceive duration in seconds or any other units. That's a phenomenon I noted almost 30 years ago in analog content, but I failed there to ground it in a general philosophical account of magnitudes, what I'm trying to do now. It's true that some experts may be capable of seeing an edge as 10 centimeters long, approximately, but even for that expert, I would say there's a magnitude m such that the expert sees the object as having magnitude m in respect of length, and what this expert has in addition is the perceptual capacity to identify m as 10 centimeters. The seeing of the length m and the capacity to see m as 10 centimeters are distinct capacities. The same kind of seeing of the length as m exists in other subjects without the capacity to see it as 10 centimeters. Acknowledging the existence of such experts does not, I think, allow us to dispense, even in their case, with the notion of seeing something as having a certain unit-free magnitude. I think the basic form of the content of magnitude perception, since I have Freudian tendencies, should be given as follows on the screen there, that object X, as given under a certain mode of presentation, has magnitude m, where m itself is given in a certain way, and probably as given as a magnitude of a certain type, height, weight, and so forth. One and the same magnitude may be given in different ways when, for instance, the heights of two things widely separated in the visual field are both perceived. When widely separated, they're not given in perception as having the same height, though may they in fact be the same height, and there's no illusion. The central component in the explanation of the unit-free character of perception of magnitudes is that the explaining magnitudes themselves are unit-free. In being unit-free, perception represents the magnitudes in the way they in fact are in the world. Similar points apply to mental states and events involved in action. The contents of intentions, tryings, and action awareness can also involve magnitudes, and those contents are equally unit-free. Sometimes the states and events involved in action inherit their content from the contents of perception. You may intend to stretch your arm that far, the corner of the lectern. But in the dark, you may intend to reach up to a familiar height to pull on the hanging cord that turns on the light. There's a certain height h, such you intend to reach up to h above your shoulder. The way in which you think of this height need not involve any of the standard units of measurement, and it need not involve anything about joint angles either, because you can do it from lots of different joints, different angles, whatever. Those points also actually have consequences for how we think of the contents involved in content involving computation that underlies perception and action. Just as we have a different conception of what the real laws are under a unit-free ontology of magnitudes, so a similar point applies to the content involving transitions involved in subpersonal computation. It's unit-free magnitudes themselves that are computed by a perceptual system. And computational systems leading to the formation of an intention or an action plan must also use unit-free magnitudes. I just note that as a corollary task for further theory. The fact that magnitudes in the world are unit-free and that perception of them is also unit-free is not, of course, founded in some magical connection. There's a significant computational process of interest both empirically and philosophically underlying the perception of a magnitude as it really or approximately is in the world. My point just in these paragraphs is just that the general form of explanation that permits us to perceive a range of properties and relations as they really are is something that will apply to unit-free magnitudes too, whatever the full account is. I think perceptual content concerning magnitudes is also plausibly content for which it's true that for a perceptual experience to possess it, perceptual experiences as of magnitudes must be causally explained in a range of central cases and will always function properly by those magnitudes themselves. And that is one of the fundamental respects in which this account of perception of magnitudes has to draw on the ontology of magnitudes. You couldn't say that if you didn't believe in the ontology of magnitudes, or you'd have to say something much more elaborate, and I think not very plausible if you had those reductive accounts of magnitudes. So that's for unit-free character. And let me talk about analog character and its ramifications for a bit. The analog digital distinction is highly intuitive and really hard to characterize with precision in ways that respect our initial intuitions. It's also intuitive. It's normally applied to analog digital distinction is normally applied to symbols. So the first question is how can we apply this to perceptual states themselves? The most famous and influential characterization of the distinction, a brilliant characterization in many ways, even if it's problematic, is the one that Nelson Goodman gave in Languages of Art. And it involves two crucial components. Under the Goodman characterization, first of all, there are conditions on the reference relation in which the symbols in question stand, conditions involving the domain beyond the symbols themselves. And secondly, there are conditions on the particular tokens in the symbol system that is talked about as analog or digital. Let me talk about these for a minute and then say how we can give a corresponding count for perception and how they're connected to magnitudes. Both of the components Goodman identifies in the symbolic case have natural versions for the case of perception. I don't claim the version for the perceptual case I'm developing is the unique way of giving a version of Goodman's account, but only that it's significant. So particular perceptions refer to particular objects, events, properties, and relations. They are the objects and events, properties, and relations that are mentioned in the correctness condition for the perception. In an intuitive sense, they're what the perception is about. Whether or not one agrees with Goodman's conditions or the use to which he puts them, it does make sense to formulate Goodman-like conditions on this reference relation in the perceptual case for the perceptions to be either analog or digital. And in the perceptual case, I propose that instead of Goodman's distinction between his conditions on certain kinds of tokens and the relations to the characters they instantiate, I suggest we consider the relation between particular experiences and various kinds of intentional contents that can be possessed by those experiences. In the case of symbols, Goodman introduced a very important notion, again, one of his brilliant contributions, which he characterized in terms of the relation between certain kinds of marks or inscriptions and their characters. And Goodman introduced the following notion of what he called finite differentiation. And here's his definition on the screen. He says, for every two characters, k and k prime, these are intuitively types to which particular marks can belong. For every two characters, k and k prime, and every particular mark m that doesn't actually belong to both, determination either that m doesn't belong to k or that m doesn't belong to k prime is theoretically possible. That's the end of the quote. That's an important distinction, and it's one of Goodman's significant contributions. A scheme with characters, some of which are not finitely differentiated in this sense, will not serve the purpose of reliable reproduction of texts or scripts written in the scheme. Goodman's condition for finite differentiation can equally be formulated when, in the perceptual case, we consider the relations between a perceptual experience and the intentional contents it may or may not possess. We can say that for perceptual experiences, finite differentiation with respect to some background set of intentional contents consists in this. Yes, that's on the screen too, yes. That for any two intentional contents, I and I prime in this background set, and every particular experience E that doesn't have both, determination either that E doesn't have I or that E doesn't have I prime is theoretically possible. And more specifically, when our interest is in perception per se, we can and should strengthen this version to determination on the basis of the perceptual experience E itself, and no extraneous information, no scanning brain states or whatnot. And that perceptual version of failure of finite differentiation will be important to us a little bit later. Goodman's own criterion for the analog digital distinction uses another piece of terminology for which we need a preliminary distinction between what he called scheme and system. All this means that by symbol scheme, he means just the syntax, no syntax involved, whereas the symbol system consists of a scheme plus a field of reference, plus some kind of referential semantics. And then Goodman's basic criterion is this famous criterion is that a symbol scheme is analog if syntactically dense A system is analog if it's both syntactically and semantically dense. That criterion has various consequences. Particularly, it requires infinity in lots of respects. It requires infinity in the symbol system, infinity in the in what's represented. That's quite problematic. The versions I'm going to present don't have that consequence. But let me just back off for a minute, because when we're trying to characterize the analog character of certain kinds of perception, I think we ought to aim for a criterion that applies not only to the extensive magnitudes that I've been talking about so far, but also to what's traditionally and what Kant also called the intensive magnitudes, the ones that for which there isn't really an additional relation that makes sense. Kant characterized the extensive magnitudes if you look at Kant, he actually, as so often, doesn't talk about the magnitudes. He keeps talking about the representation of the magnitudes, but his points carry over and have a natural and sympathetic reading in terms of what I'm saying. But I would like to have a characterization of the analog character of certain kinds of content, which does apply to the perception of intensive magnitudes as well as extensive ones. Let me also, as another preliminary, say this. It may very well, as you've probably been thinking, be too much to swallow to suppose that we perceive absolutely sharp magnitudes, such as the magnitude that has measure 2.4739 centimeters. Much more plausible that we perceive some kind of magnitude bands with fuzzy limits, and I will occasionally talk about magnitude bands. So what would it be then for a class of perceptual states to have analog content? Well, for certain class of perceptual states to have analog content, I think it has to be the case that over a certain range of magnitudes or magnitude bands of a given type, and for a certain range of ways of representing those magnitudes in those perceptual states, three conditions have to be met, three conditions on the screen. First of all, any magnitude or magnitude band is given in some way in that range of ways. That's just specifying the domain I'm concerned with. And then second and third conditions, third one's crucial. Second, for each way in the range, each way in which one of these magnitudes can be given, there's some way W prime such that W and W prime present different magnitudes or magnitude bands, but W and W prime match in Goodman's sense, in the sense they match phenomenologically. You can't tell the difference just at one glance without bringing anything else into the field of view. And third, the different ways are constituted in part by different magnitudes themselves. Let me talk about each of these conditions. So condition 2 there can be motivated by considering the following example that violates it. Suppose we had 100 discrete values of some magnitude type, so 100 discrete magnitudes, if you like. And suppose we've got a perceiver who can, in perception, distinguish and identify any band of 3 such adjacent values. So for this subject, it's as if the subject has a version of absolute pitch for this magnitude. He can tell you exactly which one it is in which band of 3 it is in this range of 100 magnitudes. That subject's experience in respect of that kind of representation of it, the one that corresponds to absolute pitch, would not have analog content in respect of that discrete magnitude. And that subject's experience would fail condition 2. For this subject, the ways in which 2 bands of 3 values are given lie outside the bounds of just noticeable difference. They don't match. And that's all hunky-dory. That condition 2 there is a requirement not only on the ways and their relations, of course, but it's a requirement that also mentions relations to the level of reference, magnitudes they present. Examples that meet those 3 conditions will have various features. First of all, the magnitude or magnitude band that's perceived when you've got this kind of analog content can be indicated by a perceptual demonstrative. There's a demonstrative element, the kind of thing that Ned was talking about yesterday in talk, says that length, that height, that weight. Secondly, no recognitional capacity, no recognitional as opposed to discriminative capacity. For a property applicable within the range of magnitudes, a recognitional capacity like tiny or medium duration or red or yellow ochre in the case of color. No such recognitional capacity like that needs to enter the content of the perception. The analog content of the perception is demonstrative rather than recognitional, beyond recognition of the absolute general magnitude type itself. And third, very important, the magnitude or magnitude band itself enters the content of perception, as always under some mode of presentation. It's not merely something correlated with the magnitude in the way that, for example, frequency is correlated with pitch in the auditory case. In the auditory case, we hear the pitch. We do not hear the frequency as frequency. But in genuine perception of magnitude or magnitude bands, we perceive the magnitude band itself as a magnitude of the type it is. Well, if that account with those three conditions is along roughly the right lines, it has three consequences. First consequence concerns the version of finite differentiation that we introduced above for perceptual intentional contents, version corresponding in the perceptual domain to Goodman's account in the conceptual case. And it's simply the failure of finite differentiation. The failure of finite differentiation for analog perceptual contents follows immediately from that condition too. That may make you wonder whether this notion of analog perceptual content is somehow merely syntactic, having nothing really to do with content, a concern possibly prompted by the fact that finite differentiation is a differentiation of characters in Goodman's account. But that would be a mistake. We have been offering here a characterization defined over intentional contents, the ways. So we're already at the level of intentional content. And the ways themselves are too, arguably, individuated by the condition for them to refer to a particular thing or magnitude band in an arbitrary perceptual experience in whose content they feature. If there's such a thing that can fairly be described as the syntax of perception, it's not a subject matter I've been dealing with so far in this talk. We've been at the level of intentional content, with what's given and the way in which it's given. There's a remark there I'll leave out, time's pressing. Second aspect of this account is that it permits analog content to be present without infinity. In a world in which matter is finite, events are finite, minds are finite, everything is finite, it is extremely plausible that you can still get the analog-digital distinction going for intentional contents of perception, and you can on this account. This account is consistent with minimal quanta of space, time, other physical magnitudes, and finitude, and everything else. Goodman's characterization is in terms of density that does require infinity. Third consequence of this account I'd like to comment on is that it implies the fulfillment of a necessary condition for the subpersonal representations underlying perception of magnitudes of a given kind to stand in what Shepard and Chipman called a relation of second-order isomorphism to the very magnitudes those representations represent. So second-order isomorphism is here intended in the sense that Shepard and Chipman gave. Just to quote them, they say, isomorphism should be sought in the second-order relations between the relations among alternative external objects and the relations among their corresponding internal representations. And they illustrate this and say, thus, although the internal representation for a square need not, of course, itself be square, it should, whatever it is, at least have a closer functional relation to the internal representation for a rectangle than to that, for instance, of a green flash or taste of persimmon. That's the end of the quote. Well, if the criterion for analog perceptual content I've suggested is right, we already have an isomorphism from magnitudes or magnitude bands themselves to the ways in which they're given. Take a simple case of length. It may help to think in terms of length. I got this on the... Actually, not detail, but let me just do this intuitively. You've got an isomorphism between magnitudes and the ways they're given. You've got an isomorphism also between the ways that they're given and underlying mental representations if something like Shipman and Chapman conception is correct. So by composition, there is a composition of the two functions that verify those isomorphisms. There will be a function that gives you an isomorphism from the magnitudes themselves, relations on them, and the relations between the mental representations of those magnitudes. Okay, let me stand back for a moment and say, well, someone may say, oh, Chris, this is all very well, but why is it significant? Why does it matter? Well, let me say something about that. Of course, in the case of notational systems, it is clear why their digital character matters. As Nelson Goodman and John Hoagland emphasized, digital character is required for knowable and relevantly perfect reproduction of scripts, texts, and scores for use in performance recording and generally for storage of information. But correspondingly, digital content in that sense is not situation-specific content. By contrast, it's in the nature of the analog character of perceptual content to be what matters for the purposes and point of situation-specific perception. Perception has its life in connection to situation-specific capacities to represent the environment around the subject at this or that particular place and time, to be available to influence action on objects and events magnitudes and relations present in this or that particular environment. The capacity to be in perceptual states with analog content is a capacity that can be exercised in a variety of situations without requiring in advance any kind of categorization or recognition of capacity that to be carried over and applied from other situations to the one that you're encountering right now. Any creature needing to represent the world around it, that is virtually any creature at all, will be helped by possession of such a situation-specific capacity. I think we can expect the basic perceptual states of any creature representing its environment to possess a level of analog content. And of course, if they represent magnitudes, as creatures can be expected to need to do, then they will be representing with content that's analog. Let me emphasize 2 points, one about metaphysics and then about the relation between the metaphysics and mental representation, then I'll stop. The further point about metaphysics is that if you think that it's right to have an ontology of magnitudes as real elements in the world, a possession of which or not by objects and events can causally explain and be causally explained, then you will, it'll be incumbent on you to draw a sharp distinction between those things in language that refer to real, genuine magnitudes in the world and those things which, though they're well-defined expressions, may not actually pick out a real causally explanatory magnitude. It's one of the dangers of views that don't really treat magnitudes as explanatory elements of the world. That they have to explain the distinction some other way. There's a naive way of explaining that some terms do refer to such magnitudes, others don't. So if you take a dispute, when there's a real scientific dispute about whether something is a genuine magnitude or not, if you take notorious Spearman with his general intelligence G, that he said was, this huge, important explanatory notion, general intelligence, can explain lots of things about people's performance on tests. His G is certainly a well-defined quantity. It's very well-defined. It defines it in terms of performance. For each person, you can define in terms of their performance on various tests and tasks. Does it follow that the well-defined term G picks out some magnitude that is causally explanatory of people's performance in other cases on other tests and so forth? Not at all. It's been well defined, but it may not be causally explanatory. I think we should think about magnitudes very much along lines that Shoemaker talks about properties. They're very plausibly individuated by their causal powers, and something that doesn't have causal powers is not a property or magnitude of a certain kind. Second general remark is about the relations between metaphysics on the one hand and mental representation, intentional content, and meaning on the other. Not merely the order of presentation in this talk, but I would say that in the case of magnitudes, the order of philosophical explanation, the kind of understanding we need to have of mental representation of magnitudes in perception and ultimately elsewhere in science and in language, that is philosophically derivative from, it's explained by the nature of the ontology of magnitudes. What I've been saying about magnitudes today and perception of magnitudes is an instance of a metaphysics first view, a view according to which the metaphysics of the domain is more fundamental in the order of explanation than a theory of intentional content for that domain, a theory of meaning for that domain, and perhaps also for a theory of epistemic justification for that domain. So in saying this, I'm in head-on contradiction with my famous and respected teacher, Michael Dummett, whose book, The Logical Basis of Metaphysics, propounds exactly the opposite thesis, that the theory of meaning is prior to any kind of intelligible kind of metaphysics. So one thing one might take away from this talk is that this is what in Silicon Valley they call a proof of concept, at least, that there are at least some cases in which you can give an intelligible account of how the metaphysics of some domain can be in the order of philosophical explanation prior to a theory of meaning or theory of intentional content for expressions for that domain or concepts of the domain or non-conceptual contents concerning that domain. So this is just one case, one subcase of that. In the long run, I'd like to argue for the entirely general unrestricted thesis that the metaphysics is prior to the theory of meaning intentional content. But magnitudes is enough for one day. Thanks very much.
I have a small clarifying question. So when you spoke about the case of two objects that are one's close and one's far away in your visual field,
you said that you want to understand it in terms of representing the magnitudes under a mode of presentation. In your earlier work in Sense and Content, you talk about sensations in this context. So what's the relation between the sensations that you earlier appealed to and these modes of presentations?
So this is all about the representation.
Yeah, just on the unit-free character perception. So what about all this research on eye height, scaling of size and distance? But sometimes it is. So sometimes, maybe in many cases it is. So in many cases, size and distance perception is not unit free. Well, so one of the, I thought one of the phenomena that maybe this isn't really one of the central ones, but it's one of the cuter ones that this theory was supposed to explain, is why things seemed so much bigger to you when you were a kid. So if you go back to your childhood bedroom or something, suddenly things seem a lot smaller than you remember them to be, and the explanation is, well, when you were a kid, your wardrobe was 2 eye height units high, and now it's sort of 1 eye height unit high. But if you were just perceiving the magnitude, then there wouldn't be any difference.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Although one, I guess, sorry, just one other thing. So one challenge for you then is to explain how that information about the magnitude is actually recovered by the visual system, because one, of course, the I-height proposal isn't coming out of thin air. It's because objects cut the horizon at I-height, and then it's sort of simple trigonometry to work out how, assuming that they're touching the ground, how tall they are at any rate in relation to your I-height. Recovering the absolute magnitude is another matter entirely. So this is just a request to help me through a particular kind of example. So imagine that there are two individuals that look at a particular rod and or a set of rods, right?
Yep.
Different lengths, and the rods have they're shown same ones.
Yep.
One individual for each rod makes a judgment roughly to the effect that the ratio it stands in is twice as large as the previous one, and then the other individual judges that each is 3 times larger than the other one. So in this case, they're making judgments about magnitudes that I guess intuitively we want to classify as differing, because the ratios that they make judgments about differ across the cases, but the magnitude is in fact the same.
Mm-hmm.
But each of these judgments is coextensive with the other and with the actual magnitude. So does that mean that we've got differing magnitudes which are necessarily even coextensive?
Well, let's go very slowly. Let me say 1 or 2 things, then see if this helps in answering or not. First of all, when you perceive 2 magnitudes as standing in a certain ratio, that need not be codified mentally for you in numerical terms at all. So if I show you silhouettes of 4 skyscrapers in New York, you may perceive the first pair as standing in the same ratio in respect of height as the second pair. And you can do that without any exercise of counting abilities or numerical abilities at all. Okay, same ratio. Okay. So now if we go back to your case, I mean, can we formulate the case without bringing in numerical capacities? Just
well, I just think I tend to judge, but psychophysically we can map, say, the magnitudes that I experience them to have in relation to each other. Just by saying, oh yeah, that one's twice as big, or asking me to match or adjust the size of something else so that it's twice as big as the other, and that sort of thing. And so what we get is basically a different psychophysical function between the actual magnitude and this kind of scale that it seems I'm experiencing them on.
So you can correctly perceive a magnitude but misperceive its relations to others. That's a possible, I think it's possible only within certain limits, but those are different representational contexts.
So these two individuals are correctly perceiving the very same magnitudes and misperceiving the relations of those magnitudes to other magnitudes.
I think that's possible within certain limits, yes. I do think it's possible with certain limits. It's a very complex and interesting question. The issue turns on what computational process is going on when they're making the comparison. That's I don't think it's impossible, no. But anyway, tell me where you wanted to go with that.
Well, it seems like this is just the sort of thing that we have going on in lots of these cases where there's some quantity, where there's you map the psychophysical relation between the physical feature, which can be which has an extensive magnitude, and then the kind of psychophysical function which doesn't stand in the right ratio relations. to
So,
the
yes.
to the original magnitude. So it looks like the rule in perceptual experience is going to be misperception of the relations among the various magnitudes.
Well, there's all kinds of misperception. That's true. The term psychophysics is a term of art. It's often used where you really are genuinely concerned with sensation rather than representation or content. It isn't really right to see the perception of a particular magnitude as an instance of psychophysics in the sense that psychophysics was concerned with Fechner and Weber as the rest, because here we've got representational content. It's not a sensation, it's perception of that particular magnitude when it's going properly. So I wouldn't expect anything in this domain to correspond to anything like the standard laws of psychophysics for log scales to be relevant or anything like that. Here we're concerned with genuine perception of the world, the magnitude itself, as given in a certain way. Now, I don't know whether that helps or not.
I think weight works this way. So
weight is very different. It is a serious question about whether we really actually are genuinely perceiving weight. It's not completely clear that the constancy criteria apply if you like anything like Burgess criterion, if it's not clear that those conditions are met. So weight is different in many ways, I agree. Yeah.
I just had a related clarificatory question. So I was confused how you're thinking about the relation between the perception of ratio and of magnitude. So are you thinking that in virtue of perceiving ratio, one is thereby perceiving some magnitude or other, whether or not vertically, and conversely, that if one is perceiving some magnitude, whether or not vertically, that one is thereby perceiving some sort of ratio?
No, I don't think. So first of all, there's lots of things I left out here about the operations of attention. I mean, you can perceive two magnitudes, the height of this and the height of that. You may not even be attending at all to the relation between them. When you ask that question, attention is directed in a certain way to the comparative relation between these two. When I talked about the perception of ratios, I was just taking for granted there would be two magnitudes you're perceiving, and then you may or may not also perceive the ratio between them.
I see. So then I was wondering, going back to a previous question, why, or maybe you have some other reasons in the background, that you're confident that we do perceive magnitude and not merely ratios, whether ratio perception might not account for the phenomenology.
Well, you have to say ratios of what exactly? I mean, you're perceiving the ratio of this to that. If it's not a magnitude, I'm not quite sure what it is. The ratio here has to be a ratio of magnitudes. I mean, maybe you've got something else in mind.
Oh, no, yeah, I agree.
Ratio is a parasitic notion. It has to be.
Right. So then I was confused how it could be that you perceive ratio at all without perceiving magnitude.
Yeah, I'm not saying you can. I'm not saying
I see. So that's the constitutive connection. Okay, thanks.
Okay. Anybody else on this side? No. Then let's. Yeah. Go.
Thanks. So I'm going to raise a worry about your argument against extensive treatment. And
yes.
then
Okay.
A different worry for extensive treatments, and then how that might go against the metaphysics first, perception second approach that you were going for. So, your argument against extensive views about magnitudes relied on certain de re modal judgments about the magnitudes things could have, but I take it people who are sympathetic to that kind of approach are also going to want to say that there just aren't any de re modal facts about what magnitudes things would have had, and want to say, look, there's just these ratio things in the way that relationalists think there aren't any interesting de re modal facts about sort of where you would have been had things been different, or people who like Galen space-time don't think there are any interesting cross-temporal facts about whether you're standing still or moving. I mean, maybe you just like the de re modal judgments and reject those views on those grounds, but anyway, there's a more familiar objection to these extensionalist approaches, namely that they require certain richness assumptions, that there just have to be enough masses instantiated properties, and then normally, for example, in the case of mass, you think that might just not be true. It's not true that every of a continuum of masses is instantiated, and that's a problem for, say, like a field-style reduction. But if you were someone who rejected extensionalist views for that second kind of reason, rather than the de re modal judgments kind of reason you were giving, then you might have a split decision about, say, geometric properties on the one hand and things like mass or colors on the other. Because in the case of geometric properties, you might think there is a continuum of space-time points such that there is sufficient richness. And if you were that kind of person, then you might think that that would support a certain argument in the opposite direction from perception to magnitudes. And that if you thought that that the richness assumption for space, although it seems like it's satisfied if you just look at the space we live in, might not be satisfied for the concept of perceptual experience. After all, I maybe don't perceive any space-time points, and even if I do, it's not as rich a manifold maybe as you need to get the relevant representation theorems going. So I was wondering, if you were someone who was moved to reject, sorry for the long question, extensionalist reductions on the second kind of ground, the richness kind of worry, then would you be sympathetic to the argument from perception to the nature of magnitudes in the spatial case that the richness assumption needs to be satisfied not just in the world, but also in the world as it's perceived, and that in the case of spatial properties, that's might be thought to be implausible.
Yeah. So on the first question, you talk about the de re. I just need very simple points about counterfactuals and what would have been the case. Is it the case that anything going on in Paris has anything to do with the explanation of why the rod is casting a shadow of a certain length? Would it have been the case that the shadow would still be the same length, the sun was there, but things were different in Paris, Paris was destroyed, everything grew in Paris, everything. These seem to be the most common everyday reasoning involving counterfactuals that you can reject if you like, but it's not plausible. There must be some sense to them, and even if they get analyzed, the correct analysis is not going to be one in which what's going on in Paris affects the length of the shadow over here. So I don't think there's any really heavy metaphysical assumptions there beyond the most modest endorsement of our ordinary counterfactuals.
But even, I mean, you might think that they're true, but in a certain kind of second-rate kind of way, in the same way someone who thinks that space-time was Galilean, say, would think that nevertheless ordinary speeches of the form, I could have sat over there, are going to be true, but they're going to be spelled out, maybe perhaps somewhat surprisingly from the perspective of common sense in terms of the relations of spatial relations of a bunch of different objects.
Well, all I'm really relying on is the distinction between some objects and their properties being relevant to the explanation of some state affairs and others not. It's very modest, yeah. Mark, yeah.
I found that very interesting and extremely helpful. I wasn't sure at the end of the day what you were saying magnitudes were. Mm-hmm. So in the Scott representation, they were represented as ratios themselves. And in your characterization of F equals MA, you said the content of that law was a certain kind of claim about ratios. That made it look as if they were ratios. But I take it that that's just at a certain level of representation. Is that right?
Magnitudes are different from ratios in the Scott framework. There are magnitudes and then the...
so the magnitudes they're quantities. They're quantities that play a certain kind of causal explanatory role.
Yes.
Now, okay, so now I think maybe this is just slightly misleading, but it's now unclear to me that you've got a kind of universal trope structure at the beginning in the ontology. So I was thinking there's 5 kilograms.
Yes.
And there's you're weighing 5 kilograms.
Yep.
The second is not some, as it were, more particular version of the predicable 5 kilograms. Maybe the way to analyze that is something like the weight of, which takes Chris as an argument and then delivers as a value 5 kilograms. So those expressions are not picking out anything more particular than the actual predicable itself, namely an individual's version of that predicable. They're just assigning that predicable to the individual. It's not like the trope theory where we could think of ourselves as building up from these essentially more particularized things that are associated with the individuals, the universal in question. It's just the universal being assigned to an individual. I don't think there's much that turns on this, but I don't think you've got any reason to resist that.
No, well, I think if you like doing the building up from tropes in the property case, I think you could do analogous thing in the case of magnitudes. There's a certain relation that holds between my weight and everything else that's got the same particular magnitude and respective weight, and then build up that way if you wanted to. I mean, I regard the arguments as really entirely parallel with the other.
So there's no commitment there.
There's no commitment one way or the other. On whether magnitudes are quantities,
yes.
the language is complicated. I mean, a quantity is a quantity of something. So if a distance is a quantity, distance is a magnitude.
Is it a number of some sort? Really
no, that's what I want to resist. That's really what I want to resist. Yes,
so
I think the number.
But they can be added even though they're not numbers.
Absolutely, that is the crucial notion.
They can be added even though they're not numbers.
Yes, they correspond to operations on numbers, but numbers. Even when the real numbers have as fine a structure as the domain of magnitudes themselves for a given type, as soon as you code these things by numbers, you have a commitment to a unit. It's a certain sense, it's a finer grained structure. And that extra fineness of grain is completely explanatorily irrelevant to what's explained by the magnitudes themselves. So I would always distinguish between the ontology and what you can characterize using a certain coding.
I'm not quite seeing it though, because it's not just that they can be added, but they can be multiplied. You can take
No, they can't be multiplied.
What is happening in F equals MA?
So here's what you can do with a magnitude. Extensive magnitude, you can add extensive magnitudes. Therefore, it makes sense to talk about 3 times my weight, 5 times my weight.
Right.
Does it make sense to talk about multiplying my weight by my girth? Well, of course, you can get a numerical value, but you do, I mentioned before there's certain things as defined quantity, but it doesn't really make sense, or no sense has been given to it in terms of the ontology of magnitudes.
What sense is to be made of times in F equals
because
M
MA.
times
So what sense is to be made of time is this. The statement that force is the product of mass and acceleration is to be understood, chez Peacocke, in the following way. The ratio of ratio of any 2 accelerations is the product of the ratio of the masses and the ratio of any 2 forces, the ratio of the I'll start again. The ratio of any 2 force magnitudes is the product of the ratio of their masses with the ratio of their accelerations. You can multiply ratios. Multiplication of ratios makes sense. That can be defined in the Scott apparatus and so forth.
So that was the tension that I was worried about, because I was taking it that, as it were, the central home where the notion of a magnitude gets its characterization was in these quantitative laws, and we would have thought that the variable terms in the laws ranged over the magnitudes, but on your analysis of the statement of law, they range over the ratios.
They range over the magnitudes themselves. Something needs to be done with the linguistic formulations we normally use. You've got to give some explication of them that's consistent with that apparatus. What they actually range over normally is the real numbers, and any textbook.
This is not so much trivial trying to force on you the quantitative thing, because I think that one motivation in the background of the old Supe stuff was, look, how can these quantities present to us in a qualitative way? So that's something you didn't explain. You just, in your analog account, you assumed in your first clause that there were these modes of presentations of magnitudes. If you think of them as inherently quantitative, then the idea of a qualitative mode of presentation of an inherently quantitative thing seems odd.
It makes no sense. I completely agree.
Right.
So
So now this is why I'm pressing on this thing that aren't they really in the end quantitative? After all, these magnitudes are, certain sorts of quantities that are stand in various law-like relations and so on. And you're saying, no, they're not, but I'm not seeing exactly what they are, so that...
Okay.
You're not saying they're ratios, because there are other sorts of
they're the things that stand in ratios.
I'm just not seeing what magnitudes are on your view.
Yeah, so my view is they're entities in their own right. Say, Chris, are they quantitative or not? Yes or no? So I say there's two notions of being quantitative. One is the notion of quantitative that's defined by there being extensive magnitudes, viz. That it makes sense to add them in the sense it makes to add distances, add durations, and so forth. They are quantitative in that sense, I agree. That comes with no canonical notion of units, no canonical notion of a mapping to the real numbers. That can be imposed, you can make some arbitrary selections, but that's what they are. On the question of laws, so at a superficial initial first blush, these magnitudes have an identity in nature that's independent of the laws in which they feature. Now that may not be true at a deep level, but the initial account of the ontology of magnitudes is that I would say that distance, direction, time, and the rest, there are interesting empirical laws relating them, but it's not at all clear to me that those laws are actually individuative of magnitudes of the various kinds in question. So that's the official canonical position. Now, on the question of how these things are given in perception, of course, the subject thing couldn't be helping with that because it relates to Paris or a standard object. You don't perceive distance and direction of standard object. They're unit-free, so it is not well suited to explicating that. But we do need a good account of the way in which distance and direction is given. And I think from the point of view of theories of objects and mode of presentation, it's an extremely interesting case because you do need the notion of the magnitude as perceived, but you also need the notion of it's being perceived in a certain way. But it's somehow given in that way that it's a magnitude of a certain type. And it's also given in that way that it's the magnitude and not something correlated with it. So you perceive distance, you can perceive angle, you can perceive duration within certain limits. On the other hand, when you hear a high note being played on a clarinet, you don't perceive frequency as frequency, you perceive pitch. So there's a distinctive way in which magnitudes are given to us, and it needs further theorizing. And there is an important sense in which it's not qualitative, I agree. It's sui generis, it's of a type that's appropriate to magnitudes themselves, yeah. So I agree, yeah. Yeah, Carla, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So even if we're realists about magnitudes in the way you want to be,
yeah.
I was puzzled as to why you want to resist the idea that all we're experiencing are the ratios. Can you say more?
Yeah, well, a ratio has to be a ratio of two things, yes? Right. Okay, so I think you must perceive or have mental representations of the things of which you perceive them to stand in a certain ratio relation. Go on.
I was just thinking you could experience, say, two figures both as having sizes.
Yes.
Without experiencing what is the magnitude of the size and just experiencing the relation between the sizes, even if there is a magnitude indeed.
Okay, so
we're blind to the magnitudes, even though we experience the fact that they have a magnitude. Okay,
fair enough. Nothing in principle rules out. At some subpersonal level, it's probably got to be computed with the magnitudes, but they may not be present in perception. Now, I agree. That's not in principle. As far as the metaphysics goes, it must be, if they're ratios, then there must be things of which they're ratios, but it could be true in principle in perception, perceive these things standing in ratio without perceiving it. No, that's entirely possible, yes, okay. I agree, yeah. Yeah, John.
I want to suggest another friendly argument in support of your view.
Okay, quick.
So, suppose that we did represent all distances, say, in terms of one standard unit.
Yep.
Then it should be, you'd expect it to be relatively easy to compare the distances of things. But in fact, it's often quite hard to compare. I can see the distance of something out of my right eye, I can see the distance out of something from my left eye, but it feels like it requires a lot of analysis and work on my part to say which one is further away. Mm-hmm. So that would suggest that maybe all distances aren't represented in terms of the same unit. Yeah. But you have a really straightforward explanation that you see the distance there and you see its ratio to various objects near it, and you see the distance in the left eye and you see its ratios to things. But to figure out their ratio to each other, you've got to compare them to lots of intermediate objects and work your way over.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I mean, that is true. That is true. I mean, if you actually say that the perception of distance is in terms of some standard unit, it is very problematic. All sorts of things ought to be true that aren't in fact. I completely agree. Yeah, so good. Yeah, yeah. Who's next on that? No, sorry, she's going
to... Okay.
Yeah, seriously.
So, so you put metaphysics before content and...
Yes.
And you have this realist view of magnitude. So here's something that I think would mesh very well with the way you think about things, which is to say that, you know, when we perceive, say, something close, you know, two objects, one which is closer than the other, which is, to say that we, you know, there's a property out in the world that's a function of your location and the actual size of the object.
Yes.
And given that one object is further away than the other, there's a sort of mind-independent external object that you represent. And that would allow you to, you know, go even more radical on the realist approach that you have, and avoid the suggestion that I think you're pushing, which is that you bring in modes of presentations to deal with the fact that you represent these the two sizes differently.
Well, we'd have to go into this at length. I mean, if you want only Russellian propositions, for example, I mean, to do it without mode of presentation at all is going to be extremely difficult, whilst absolutely fully acknowledging that what these perceptions are about is mind-independent reality.
I'm happy with modes of presentation, so that wasn't the suggestion. It was
so what is this?
Well, the suggestion was just so I'm all for modes of presentation. The suggestion was just that in this particular case, it doesn't seem to be necessary, or I would say even a good idea, to bring in modes of presentations to deal with it. I mean, I would say that you perceive both the intrinsic magnitude of the two. I mean, you both perceive, let's say your two trees,
Yep.
the size of the two trees
Yep.
as the same shape under a mode of presentation. And you also perceive some perspectival situation-dependent property of the one that's a function of the actual height of the trees and your location. Mm-hmm. And given that the one is further away than the other, those two perspectival properties are different. And I would say you perceive both, you represent both properties under a mode of presentation. But anyway, that approach would allow you to be even more radical in your realist approach of pushing things out into the world.
So let's go very carefully, because I've really said very little about the modes of presentation, but it's consistent with what I've said, that they be very substantially externally individuated, and I think they are. So maybe you're pushing me to a location that I'm actually already at. But we should talk further about that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Thank you.
Well, first I want to reiterate all our thanks to Mark and to Robin and for organizing this. And I also want to say I think it's kind of wonderful that this foundation exists. I don't think there's anything like it that's supporting philosophy specifically. Is that right? I think it is. So it's a great, and this is the first conference, so I'm very pleased to be here. Yeah, relative to what Mark said, I think it's 20 years since I published the view that the philosophy of mind has gone downhill in the last 300 years. So that's but no, maybe it's coming back up. We shall see. So this is called real direct realism. I'm looking at a scarlet poppy in front of me in normal circumstances. Do I directly perceive the poppy? Ordinary thought says yes, and I'm going to take it that ordinary thought is right. There's no magic determinacy in the word direct, and its use in philosophy has caused an astonishing amount of confusion. But I think it's the right thing to say if we're going to use the word direct at all when talking about perception. It's certain that any conscious perception of an object X involves a mental representation of X as well as X itself. No mental representation, no perception. This is the sea anchor of any account of perception. If anyone doubts it, the disagreement can only be a terminological disagreement of a sort we must hope to be able to resolve. But of course we don't perceive the representation, we perceive the object. We are, as some say, in direct perceptual contact with the object. Well, I think it's pretty clear what a direct realist must hold if direct realism is true. As an initial orientation, I offer Descartes and Arnauld, and perhaps Reid, as the ones we should set our sights by, although their writings are, of course, open to different interpretations. As Arnauld says, and I quote, "We can know material things immediately, i.e. without there being any intermediary between our perceptions and the object." Perception is, of course, a causal process involving states of the brain, as we all acknowledge, but this doesn't raise any problems for the claim that perceptions of objects is direct or immediate. Well, I'm a direct realist about thought as well as perception. Just as we don't perceive mental representations of objects but the objects themselves, so we don't think about mental representations of objects but the objects themselves. And I think that nearly all philosophers are direct realists when it comes to thought, however unreflectively, even when they're not direct realists when it comes to perception. And this may be said to support direct realism in the case of perception, because I think few would want to say that perceiving an object right in front of us puts a barrier between us and the object that doesn't exist when we think about the object. Surely it can't be worse. Actually, funnily enough, I mean, Descartes is interesting because he says that to perceive an object it's confused. It's confused and obscure, whereas to think about it is not. But that he doesn't say that that means that it's not direct. So you could have a direct perception of something that's confused and obscure. So I'm going to focus on perception and conventionally on vision. I'll assume that physicalism is true and that we inhabit a physical world more or less as we think we do. More or less as we think we do is meant to rule out Berkeley idealism, and while allowing for all the strangenesses of physics, of course, given which, in a way, we don't inhabit a world anything like the world we think we do. I'll start with a caveat, followed by some terminological preliminaries, and then I'll say some more about the sea anchor. Okay. So the caveat is this, and this may raise some objections. I think the biggest mistake one can make in starting out to give a theory of perception is the mistake of thinking that one's theory has somehow to meet or answer skepticism about the external world. I think it's safe to say that any philosopher of perception who starts out with that goal, even if it's only a subsidiary goal, is going to go wrong. More strongly, any theory whose terms permit the refutation of skepticism about the external world is ipso facto refuted. For such, skepticism is not refutable. To attempt to refute it is to accord it too much force. To acknowledge that it's irrefutable and then just to move on to other things is to keep it in proportion. So whatever you do, don't ask direct realism to guarantee that we're in direct contact with objects in such a way that we can know that skepticism is false. Once the question of skepticism arises, and it doesn't have to arise, direct realism takes a conditional form. If, given that you're a real person located in the real world, more or less as you ordinarily think, then it's true to say that you directly perceive objects, i.e. that direct realism is true. More generally, direct realists don't need, quoting Bonjour, I don't know how you pronounce his name, they don't need, and I quote, to offer a positive account of how beliefs about material objects are justified. They just don't have to engage with such epistemological issues, I think. Nor, of course, do they need to endorse the view that what Mackey called colour as we see it, all hyphenated, is itself a quality that's spread out on the surface of bodies. Actually, he has two formulations, spread out on the surface of bodies and spread out in bodies. That's actually Malebranche's description of St. Augustine's view, and I combed St. Augustine and couldn't find it. But So I'm saying direct realists don't have to endorse the view that colour is a quality spread out on objects, because in that case direct realism would be false. Direct realism not only allows, as any sensible theory of perception must, that perception is a transaction between perceiver and object perceived, which is of such a kind that what is actually experienced in perception is a function both of the nature of the object and of the nature of the perceiver. It also allows, more particularly, that the same thing may possibly be experienced differently by different normal perceivers in respect of colour, say, in the same lighting conditions, even while it remains true that both directly perceive the object and also that both perceive the colour of the object. Direct realism can't be expected to take on the burden, intolerable burden, of implying that perception gives us certain knowledge of the nature of things as they are in themselves. So I think it's entirely compatible with an error theory of colour, according to which colour as we see it isn't Augustinian colour, That is, a quality that's spread out in bodies or on the surface of bodies. Direct perception is one thing, knowledge of the nature of the thing perceived is another. It makes perfectly good sense to talk of unconscious perception, unconscious awareness, but in this paper I'm going to focus on paradigm cases of conscious perception, perceptions which essentially involve phenomenological character, experiential qualitative character, or what its likeness. I know some people think that word is kind of vulgar, but I think it works well. I'll call this phenomenological character experience for short. So this is the mass term use of experience, and the adjective is experiential. All experience is conscious by definition. Well, I'm a realist, a real realist, as I say, about experience, and the pleonasm would be unnecessary if some philosophers hadn't claimed to be realists about experience while covertly denying its existence. So what is real realism about experience? Perhaps the best way to convey it is to say that it's to take colour experience, for example, or taste experience, or experience of pain considered just as such, to be exactly what one took it to be, or knew it to be in having it, before one did any philosophy. For example, when one was 6. I want to abbreviate this, but look, briefly, children of this age, some people say, well, children of this age don't have a general conception of experience, but actually they make many experience with experience. They squeeze their eyeballs to see double, they rub their closed eyes to see stars, they block and unblock their ears, they spin around till they're dizzy, and then they stop and watch the world swirling, fully aware that it's their experience of the world that's swirling and not the world. They know that objects that have a constant colour appear to be different colours in different lights, that their faces and the faces of their friends look a different colour under a neon light in a bathroom mirror, and so on. So they're fully competent with the general conception of experience that appreciation of these phenomena involves, whether or not they can be said to possess this conception in any linguistically expressible form. So that briefly is real realism about experience. However, many amazing facts real realists about experience discover from scientists, facts about filling in or change blindness or inattentional blindness, their basic general understanding of what colour experience is or pain experience is remains exactly the same as it was before they did any philosophy. That's the key. It was all fine till people did philosophy. So it remains, in other words, entirely correct, grounded in the fact that to have experience is already to know what it is, however little one reflects about it. There's a fundamental respect in which the having is the knowing. It's non-discursive knowledge by acquaintance, Johnstonian revelation. Real realism about experience is not only wholly compatible with physicalism, it's a necessary part of any serious physicalism. Some philosophers deny the existence of experience, overtly or covertly, and call themselves physicalists. And it's become clear over the centuries that anyone can call themselves what they like in philosophy. But the existence of the wholly concrete phenomenon of experience, as conceived by real realists about experience, is a certainly known natural fact, and so has to be acknowledged by any serious physicalist or indeed naturalist. So this is why I think that anyone who thinks that the naturalist project of somehow dissing or deflating or downgrading the reality of experience is actually sort of purest form of anti-naturalism. So now for the sea anchor. To be concerned with perception is to be concerned with the relation between mind and reality. Could I have a copy of my handout? As mind and reality, as we loosely say. I want to sort of locate myself on this handout. And the first, that's a safe remark. And the first and fundamental fact about mind is that it only ever detects anything in the world by representing it. No idea of direct contact between mind and world can conflict with the fundamental fact that mind relates to reality by representing it. Mind has to represent it in order to know about it in any way. That's the sea anchor. And so here's one sort of determinedly simple way to put things, which is one somewhere on the handout. For mind to perceive some object X in the world is necessarily for mind to register X in some way. 2, for mind to register X in some way is for mind to represent X in some way. So 3, to perceive some object in the world is to represent it. No one can object to 1, and I take 2 to state a necessary condition of registration on the part of mind. Mind has to log log the object in some way, and to log it is necessarily to represent it in some way. Maybe nobody doubts this. This is just how mind works. It's just what mind is and what it does. Here, we're concerned not just with representation, but with conscious, perceptual representation, which also, of course, involves sensation. But the core notion is simply registering, mental registering, which needn't be conscious or involve sensation. So if you accept the idea that minds register things, you already accept the idea that minds represent things as I intended. Well, one familiar reason people have for being chary of the notion of representation comes out in this objection. Someone says to me, look, to think that a subject's perceiving an object involves the subject having a mental representation of the object is to postulate something, the representation that gets in the way between the subject and the object in a way that makes the subject perception of the object indirect. But this is the classic indirect realist mistake. And indeed it is. A perception of an object must involve a mental representation of the object, but the representation doesn't get in the way. On the contrary, when a subject perceives an object, a subject having a mental representation of an object constitutes the subject-direct perceptual relation to the object. And, well, that's the key point, and I'm not claiming any novelty. I think it had the status of a truism in the 1950s in the great wave of direct realism that distinguished that decade. Actually, I meant to say something else at the beginning, but this paper was meant to have some type of ecumenical purpose, to say we disagree much less than we think we do, but it may turn out to be ecumenical, only in sort of annoying everybody equally, so we shall see. Okay, now, it's probably impossible to be too careful when discussing perception, so consider S a human subject and O an object. This is 3, 4, and 5. They both exist in the world. Right now, S doesn't perceive O. We can represent this as follows. That's 3. Now, S perceives O. What does this involve? Whatever it involves a connection, which we can draw as a line in 4. What can we say about the line? First, that it represents a causal interaction, whatever else it does. And now we may add that O is registered by or in S in some way. So S changes in some way. No one, I think, will want to deny that S changes mentally, neurally in some way, and we could represent this change with a star or asterisk as follows in 5. The mental change is or involves the registration of O, the representation of O. In the case in question, S consciously perceives O. It's a case of conscious sensory perception. So the asterisk essentially involves experience, not the asterisk, the thing it symbolizes. In particular sensory experience, whatever else it does or doesn't involve. No sensory experience, no conscious perception of the object. Let the circle represent the totality of S's mental being as S perceives O, and let the asterisk within the circle represent the representation of O. 6. So if S perceives O, there must be some such asterisk in the circle. That's all that's meant by saying that all perception involves representation. This will be true even in the case of unconscious blind sight perception, of course, but now we're considering conscious sensory perception, cases in which the existence of the asterisk involves sensory experience. So all this is simple common sense. Let's live dangerously and accept the idea that there really are 3 fundamental existents in question when we consider the question of perception: the subjective experience, the representation, and the object. I use the word existent because it's maximally ontologically neutral. Really, entity is like that too, but we now tend to think that entity means a thing. So it's so existent. That word certainly doesn't entail that we have 3 separate objects. It leaves open the possibility that one of the existents may turn out to be simply a property of another. Well, some direct realists may think that one's already gone wrong in saying this, although the word existence is maximally ontologically neutral. So I'll try to show that this isn't so. The bad picture is there near the bottom, the representation between the subject and the object. Now, one attempted improvement deploys the adverbial idiom and says that when Lucy, say, sees a red triangle and directly perceives the triangle, she's appeared too redly and triangularly. The R is still, of course, a fully real existent, but it's thought of as a modification of S which constitutes S's being in direct perceptual contact with O. Well, I quite like the adverbial idiom, and nothing I say about representation is incompatible with it. And I think we can deal with the old Jackson objection by complicating the description. But I won't develop that. It is, though, I think, important that there's another way of reading this last picture. R is still thought of as an entity that's not just a property, in a way that allows one to hold a full-blooded version of some language of thought hypothesis, for example. So I'm really trying to say that adverbialists and people who need something because they believe in the language of thought don't have to think that they can't get on. So R, the representation is something in S, a neurophenomenological entity, and its being in S is directly perceiving O, given the overall causal situation. Okay, so that's the basic real direct realist picture in place. And I think it's irresistible, and it's certainly old. I'm now going to register what I take to be 2 points of agreement with direct realists who may not consider themselves to be direct realists in the sense that I'm defending, and then I want to go on to consider some other consequences of this approach. So the points of agreement I've got are 9 and 10 here. I'm prepared to sort of accept or buy these. 9, one can't specify the content of a mental state, like a genuine thought about an object or a genuine perception of an object, without referring to the object itself. I'm also quite happy to say, 10, that the object of such a thought or perception is quite literally a constituent of that thought or perception, which is, I know, the kind of thing that... So that's a form of full-on object-dependent direct realist externalism. I think, of course, that phenomenological content as such is wholly internal, but of course there is also plenty of external content. So that's the basic picture, and now I just want to note some consequences or compatibilities, try and do some, if I don't do empirical stuff, but I'd like to say I'm doing some double dissociation. So first, I think there's no intermittent relation between direct realism and externalism. Some may think there is. It seems, though, so here's the first suggestion, that I think one can be a direct realist about perception in holding that one's being in a certain mental state constitutes one's being in direct perceptual contact with an object, while denying externalism in the form of 9 and 10. On this view, one's mental state takes one right up to the object, given the causal circumstances, with no perceptual intermediary, but the object doesn't have to be mentioned in specifying the content of the mental state proper, as it were, and is not in any sense part of it. So direct realism in the sense of no intermediary, but without object dependence. Conversely, I think one can endorse full-on indirect realism about perception while still being strongly externalist. For example, in one's acceptance of 9 and 10. On this view, the object needs to be mentioned in specifying the content of one's mental state, and is indeed part of it, considered as a whole, but it is so only via the mediation of another part of it. Well, I don't think those cases are very interesting, actually, but what about disjunctivism, which I'll understand as the view that, is this on the handout? No. A veridical conscious perception, V, and a phenomenologically identical and hence subjectively indiscriminable hallucination, H, are not in any fundamental respect states or episodes of the same psychological type. I think that disjunctivism is certainly false, so understood, given realism about experience, which is certainly true, because it's certainly true both that phenomenology, fully internalistically understood, is a matter of mentality, and that it is, as mentality, of absolutely fundamental importance. In fact, it's everything to us, so far as our actual lived experience is concerned. It follows that the phenomenological character of a conscious mental episode, like a perception, is an essential and fundamental feature of its overall psychological character as a concrete existent, and hence that there's a fundamental respect in which V and H are mental episodes of the same psychological type, simply in being phenomenologically identical, hence subjectively indiscriminable. one may allow that there's another fundamental respect in which V and H are of different psychological types, because one is essentially and constitutively about an object and so has a certain sort of external content, while the other isn't and doesn't. But this can't change the fact that there's also a fundamental respect in which V and H are of the same psychological type. So, just as there's no intermediate relation between direct realism and externalism, so too there's no intermediate relation between, I shouldn't put it quite like that, between direct realism and disjunctivism. That's the claim. One can be a direct realist about perception, as I am, while fully acknowledging the fundamental respect in which V, the veridical, and H, the hallucination, are mental episodes of the same psychological type. So too, one can hold the respect in which they aren't of the same psychological type, treating similarity in respect of object dependence as a necessary condition of sameness of psychological type, while insisting that perception is indirect, essentially mediated by a representation. So that's the other side of the dissociation. Right, well, I see there's a sort of large gap in my handout here, but we will get to Descartes. Next point is that externalism is also wholly compatible with all-out realism about mental representations. I guess I've already said that in effect, but to say that an object that one thinks about or perceives is and must be mentally represented by one is not to say that the object itself is not part of the content of one's thought or perception. On the contrary, the object is part of the contents of one's thought or perception precisely and only because it is mentally represented by one. The existence of the representation, caused as it is what constitutes the object's being part of the content of one's thought or perception, or is at least a necessary part of what constitutes the object's being part of the content of one's thought or perception. Well, I think Descartes puts it beautifully. I am not an expert on Descartes. So many present-day externalists say that the sun itself is literally a constituent of a thought or perception of the sun. Descartes says the same. Here's the quotation. The idea of the sun is the thing, i.e. the sun, which is thought of. The idea of the sun is the sun itself, existing in the mind. Not, of course, existing as it does in the heavens, but in the way in which objects normally are in the mind. Obviously, the sun doesn't exist in the mind in the way in which things exist in space. It exists in the mind in the way in which things exist in the mind, by being the object of its thought or perception, and hence by being mentally represented. What's striking about Descartes' formulation is the way in that it combines a necessary realism about the idea or mental representation with outright externalism about the object of thought or perception in a straightforwardly direct realist manner. The idea or mental representation of the sun, he says, is the sun itself. It's the way in which the sun itself, exists in the mind as opposed to the way in which it exists in space, where it needs more room. The idea is not the sun itself in such a way that there can't be any idea or mental presentation there at all in the case of a qualitatively identical hallucination. In the case of a hallucination, there's an idea that's experientially indistinguishable from the idea that is the sun in the case in which one sees the sun. But that idea or presentation, i.e. in the hallucination case, isn't, of course, the sun existing in the mind in the way in which objects normally are in the mind. Now, I imagine an opponent who says, no, the idea of the sun can't be the sun itself because there's a causal or representation relation between the idea of the sun and the sun existing as it does in the heavens. If this is really direct realism on Descartes' part, then, because of the inexorable law of identity or Leibniz's law, it must be a form of radical externalism that amounts at bottom to denying the existence of ideas or representations as distinctively mental items. But to this I just say, relax. Relax and listen to direct realist wisdom as it finds powerful and delicate expression in Descartes' talk, however odd to us, of different ways in which concrete objects can exist in the mind and in the extended world. It's no good, says my interlocutor. Interlocutor's over here. Descartes' way of putting things is hopelessly in tension with the idea that the existence of the representation consists in the subject's being in a certain experiential state that has a certain causal history. How, for one thing, can the sun itself be a state of the subject? Well, the reply, I think, is that the sun itself, existing in the way in which things exist in minds, can precisely be a component of a state of the subject that has a certain causal history. That's precisely what's special about minds and about the way in which objects can be in minds. So I think, putting this thing's way, is a rather fine expression of one of the direct realist intuitions. So I'm a direct realist, Cartesian or not. Am I also a transparentist? I doubt it. I agree with one thesis endorsed by most of those who call themselves transparentists, but I reject the metaphor, which seems to me incompatible with direct realism. The locus classicus, as you all know, for transparentism is More's difficult paper, The Refutation of Idealism. But I think it's widely misunderstood, and it can be put aside because it really doesn't have any relevance to this. Briefly, what More is trying to do is to refute idealism. That's why his paper is called The Refutation of Idealism. His argument goes like this. 1, consciousness is irreducibly intentional. 2, the intentional object of consciousness is essentially not itself a mental phenomenon, a phenomenon of consciousness. It's not something mental or ideal. 3, idealism is false. That's it. So I'll say a little more about More. So I think that it's best to approach the supposed transparency phenomena in a more Reedian and Jamesian fashion. When we consider perception, James says, we encounter, I quote, I hope it's here somewhere, our inveterate habit of not attending to sensations as subjective facts, but of simply using them as stepping stones to pass over to the recognition of the realities whose presence they reveal. It is this, sensations as subjective facts, in James's terms, sensations as subjective facts as contrasted with things like tables and chairs, that I think many have in mind when they talk about transparentism. The supposedly transparent things are taken to be the sensations or conscious representations or experiences thought of as subjective things that we look straight through in some sense and so don't notice when we perceive things in the world. Well, that's not at all what interests More. He's concerned with the consciousness that is, for him, I quote, an element in a sensation. And what he takes himself to look through to when he finds the consciousness to be transparent is the sense datum blue, although he doesn't use the word sense datum for 2 more years, but he's already not blue considered as a physical thing or property in the physical world. He's concerned with discerning the element of consciousness in the phenomenon of sensation, and he finds it elusive or transparent in ordinary experience, inasmuch as all one seems to come on is the sense datum. But of course he also says that consciousness can be distinguished. But we've put More's concern aside. We're concerned instead with discerning the element of sensation or experience or conscious mental representation in the phenomenon of perception. And with the question of whether that is elusive or transparent inasmuch as always one seems to come on as the external object, the something in the world, i.e. the colour blue conceived of as objectively there in the external world. So you could say this, by this that we're concerned, or I think the current debate insofar as it's talked about transparency has been concerned with sensation transparentism, not with More's consciousness transparentism. And you could equally well call it experience transparentism or representation transparentism, where the representation is assumed to be conscious. I'm only talking about conscious representations. Well, I want to sorry about the coming acronym, but I'm going to continue. I want to continue to use the word sensation to keep a link with More, but I'm going to move freely between sensation, representation, which will be conscious, and experience, and I'm going to compress these 3 words into an acronym. Completely pointless, really, but that's what we do. So SRE is my acronym for this element. So I'm concerned with SRE transparentism. Is there any good sense in which the sensation or representation or experience that's essentially involved in an essentially constitutive of conscious perception transparent to us in ordinary everyday perception? And as I remark, I think that most of those who cite More are really concerned with SRE transparentism. Well, there's certainly a sense in which SREs can be unnoticed by us. This is Reid at the bottom of page 2 now. I'm going to read quite a long quotation. He says, "The sensation of hardness may easily be had by pressing one's hand against the table and attending to the feeling that ensues, setting aside as much as possible all thought of the table and its qualities, or of any external thing. But it is one thing to have the sensation and another to attend to it and make it a distinct object of reflection. The first is very easy, just touch the table. The last, in most cases, extremely difficult. We are so accustomed to use the sensation as a sign and to pass immediately to the hardness signified that, as far as appears, it was never made an object of thought, either by the vulgar or by philosophers, nor has it a name in any language. There is no sensation more distinct or more frequent, yet it is never attended to, but passes through the mind instantaneously and serves only to introduce that quality in bodies which, by a law of our constitution, it suggests." And that's, I think that's obviously an excellent description of one of the transparency phenomena, whatever else you may think. Do Reid's remarks about the sensation of touch carry straight over to the case of vision? Well, no, because there's a fundamental sense in which we are fully aware of the experiential qualitative character of the sensation of blue when looking at the blue sky lying peacefully on our backs, even though we're not thinking of the sensation as a sensation at all. I think this is obvious. It suffices to realize that experiencing the qualitative character of the sensation is what seeing the blueness of the sky is. It's a further point that we can, if we wish, take the sensation of blue as a specific object of attention. It takes a certain amount of practice to be able to do this, as Reid remarks, but it's not that hard, at least in the case of color experience. It's considerably harder in the case of the qualitative character of the sensation of hardness. The case of vision is unlike the case of touch in another respect. Reid is well aware of this, and he puts things differently in the case of vision. He doesn't talk of sensations, which are mental items, but of visible appearances, which are on his account properties of objects. It's these visible experiences, as it were roughly, the 2D patch that you get when you look at any 3D object. It's these visible appearances which are on his account properties of... it's these visible appearances that we find it hard to attend to and make a distinct object of attention in the case of vision, not our visual sensations. So here's the quotation. The visible appearances of objects are intended by nature only as signs or indications, and the mind passes instantly to the things signified without making the least reflection upon the sign or even perceiving that there is any such thing. The mind has acquired a confirmed and inveterate habit of inattention to them, the visible appearances. For they no sooner appear than, quick as lightning, the thing signified succeeds and engrosses all our attention, all our regard, They have no name in language, and although we are conscious of them when they pass through the mind, yet their passage is so quick and so familiar that it is absolutely unheeded. So the phenomenon of unheededness is the same in the case of touch and vision, but the unheeded items are of different sorts. Reid is pessimistic about being understood on this point except by painters, but he makes the point very clearly. I think overall he gives a brilliant account of the phenomena of unheededness or SRE transparency. SRE is, as it were, the mental conscious item. His correct view is not that we can't take the unheeded phenomena as objects of reflection, but that it's difficult to do so. But, he says, I quote, "Some pains and practice will overcome this difficulty in those who have got into the habit of reflecting on the operations of their own minds." So he explains why philosophers have to train themselves to heed what is ordinarily unheeded. And I find irony of a sort that Reid would have enjoyed. He's very mischievous in the fact that some philosophers today think that it's a mark of philosophical sophistication to claim that this can't be done, to claim that you can't really take the mental thing as object of directed conscious attention. Okay, so the general question remains, in what sense, if any, is the transparency thesis, the SRE transparency thesis, true in the case of vision? Well, consider as before three existents: the subject, the SRE, and the object. The subject is looking at the object, the sky, and is having a sensation of blue. a blue hyphen experience. I don't think experiences are blue, but there's a blue experience. In the realist sense of experience, the sensation of blue is something fully real. It's a state of the subject. It's up for consideration as deserving the description transparent. In what sense can it be said to be transparent? Well, the best I can do is this. When I look at the blue sky, my natural sense is simply that I see the sky and the blueness of the sky. There is, to this extent, a sense in which I'm not aware of the sensation of blue. I think this is the only sense in which the SRE transparency thesis is true in the case of vision. And although it's fully concordant with direct realism, while not required by it, it needs immediate qualification because there's also, and crucially, a sense already remarked on in which I'm wholly aware of the sensation of blue and must be, if it is to be true that I'm seeing the blueness of the sky, because my having the sensation of blue is my seeing the blueness of the sky in the causal circumstances I'm in. No sensation, no seeing. There is furthermore a very straightforward sense of sensation and aware of, in which my having the sensation of blue is my being aware of the sensation of blue. Trivially. Is there nonetheless a sense in which I'm not aware of the sensation of blue considered specifically as such? Well, the words considered specifically as such can't do all the work. For even though it's true that I don't in any express or attentive or thetic, this is a word I've learned from the phenomenologists, I don't in any express or attentive or thetic way consider or conceptualize sensation specifically as a sensation in my untrammeled looking at and deep appreciation of the color of the sky. There's another crucial sense in which I am indeed fully aware of the sensation of blue considered specifically as such, simply in being aware of the experiential qualitative character of the sensation, as I must be, given that I'm experiencing the blueness of the sky. So far we have the modest point that when one moves about the world perceiving this and that, one is often unaware of one's sensations in the following specific sense. One isn't aware of them in the way in which one would be aware of them if one was in some way conceiving or apprehending them as such, i.e. as sensations. I'll say that one isn't in that case see-aware. I said often. The word often is weak, and it must be, for one is in one's most ordinary perceptual transactions with the world also often aware of one's sensations, not only in the sense noted above, in which one must always be aware of them in order to be having any experience at all, and hence any conscious perceptual experience at all, but also in the see-awareness sense, the sense in which one is aware of them because one is in some manner conceiving them or apprehending them specifically as such, i.e. as sensations. Well, I'll support that claim quickly. For the moment, shortly. For the moment, we have again the modest point that one is often unaware of one's sensations in everyday experience in the specific sense that one isn't see-aware of them, isn't conceiving them or figuring them specifically as sensations. Are they then transparent, at least in this case? Well, I don't think this is a good thing to say. The metaphors of transparency or diaphanousness seem unfortunate because they contain the idea that we access the object through the sensation, transparent, diaphanous, trans and dia, a throughness. Although we don't notice this. And the natural way to take this transparency notion is as follows. Although our experience of the object is indeed phenomenologically direct, although it is experientially for us as if we were in direct contact with the object, it is in fact metaphysically indirect, because one, the subject S, does in fact have to go through something else, the SRE, on one's way to the object O. On this natural understanding of transparentism is incompatible with direct realism, because it has it that the process of perception of an object does in fact metaphysically involve a passage through something, a sensation, even if we experience ourselves as directly in contact with the object. Well, you can put this by saying that transparentism splits into phenomenological transparentism and metaphysical transparentism. Metaphysical transparentism must be false if direct realism is true, because it states that we see objects through SREs, even if phenomenological transparentism is true. Well, this point doesn't bear on Moore's use of the term transparency, because he had something completely different in mind. It does, however, seem to bear on what some who today talk of transparency have in mind. Well, what should we do? Well, I just think that the notion of throughness should be abandoned. It's better, again, to say simply that having the experience is perceiving the object. On this account, there's no sense in which the subject sees the object through the experience, no sense in which the subject passes through something else to access the object. The throughness isn't just a bad metaphor, it's a mistake. Once again, the subject has the SRE, or is in the SRE state. In having the experience, in being in the state, the subject is in the state of seeing the object. The subject being in or incorporating the SRE state directly sees the object. There is, in this fundamental sense, nothing between them, the subject and the object. Well, one might somewhat fancifully call this Sievism, which I just got by knocking the per off perceive, because even the per means through. I don't actually recommend this word. There are enough isms out there already, but I'm going to use it just for this paper. But the per seems to carry some of the original meaning of through. So Sievism, like capio in Latin, just taking. It's almost like, maybe it's a bit like begriffing. Sievism preserves the truth about directness that transparentism tries to express while discarding the implication of throughness. It vindicates the belief in the directness of perception that stems from the experience of the phenomenological directness of perception, and it rejects the non-phenomenological indirectness or throughness of transparent. It does this without, of course, falsely suggesting that non-phenomenological directness requires some sort of non-causal immediacy. Well, nearly done. It now seems that direct realism covers two distinct claims, one phenomenological, one metaphysical. Phenomenological direct realism is a view about the way in which we ordinarily experience the process of perception. Metaphysical direct realism is a view about the structure of the process of perception. Phenomenological direct realism records our experience of being in direct contact with the object in perception. As such, it's fully compatible with the indirect realist that there is a sense in which we perceive objects through, possibly transparent, SREs. Metaphysical direct realism holds that the correct metaphysical description of the structure of the process of perception is that it's a matter of direct contact between subject and object, not mediated through or by a representation in such a way that the contact must be said to be indirect. Metaphysical direct realism is completely independent of any view about how we experience ourselves as perceiving objects. So, finally, what's the relation between Sievism and direct realism? I'm just sort of running the changes here. Consider first the relation between Sievism and phenomenological direct realism. Neither implies the other. The fact that phenomenological direct realism is true is a contingent psychological fact about the standard case of human perceptual experience. It could have been otherwise, even though Sievism is true. Compatibly with Sievism, it could not only have been the case that we were, in perceiving objects, always sharply see-aware, i.e. sharply aware of our conscious representations of objects conceived specifically as such, i.e. as representations. It could also have been the case that we naturally experienced ourselves as making perceptual contact with objects only indirectly and through our representations. That said, Sievism vindicates the belief in direct realism that is built into phenomenological direct realism. What about Sievism and metaphysical direct realism? Are they the same thing? Well, yes, they are, sort of. Plainly, the entailment works, Sievism implies metaphysical direct realism. Is the converse also true? Well, one question is whether the case in which the SRE is thought of as a state of the subject is the only possible case in which it's correct to judge that metaphysical direct realism is true. And I'm inclined to think this is so. In fact, I think it's trivially true in effect, so that Sievism is just a version of, it's another name for metaphysical direct realism. But there's no need to insist on it. It's not as if we can't imagine how perception could be anything different. We can imagine all sorts of things. we can imagine that there really is a little inner mental theatre in which we watch a representation of the world outside, so to speak, so that metaphysical indirect realism is true even if phenomenological direct realism is true. Even if we think that we're in direct perceptual contact with objects, we can imagine that there are creatures like that. So, finally, I want to return to the claim that when we perceive the world, we're ordinarily unaware of the sensations that are a necessary part of our perceiving the world. Is this really true? Well, first we have the bedrock point that I've already made, that there's a fundamental sense in which we must be aware of the sensation in ordinary, everyday conscious perception, simply because having the sensation is an essential part of consciously perceiving the object. And having the sensation is also necessarily being consciously aware of the sensation, albeit not in any reflective second-order fashion. But this is fully compatible, that was 11, this is fully compatible with the idea 12, that we needn't be aware of the sensation in ordinary everyday perception, we needn't be conceiving it or figuring it as such in any way at all, i.e. as sensation. And it's this point that many transparentists have in mind. True. But even if we needn't be aware of the sensation in ordinary everyday perception, we often are. Here's a sort of easy case. When we see a white table under red light and see it as white, we're standardly aware of the respect in which our mental representation of it involves colour experience of the sort we have when looking at pink things in ordinary light, even as we see the table as white. To this extent, we're expressly or directly aware of our representation of the object and aware of it specifically as being a representation of the object in addition to being directly aware of the object. So too, when we see ourselves in the mirror in the neon light of a bathroom, we're aware of the difference between the bronzed colour of our face as it appears in the mirror and the pasty colour of our face as it appears in daylight. So too, when water feels cold to one hand and warm to another. Again, we're directly aware of our experience of the object, however lightly, and it is often very light. Again, this doesn't interfere with our being directly aware of the object, because focused attention may be single track, but awareness most certainly isn't. Thought is quick, as Hobbes says, and it's powerful and capacious and very rich. Finally, I keep saying finally, this is real finally. Finally, it's important that awareness of one's sensations, figured or apprehended as such, doesn't occur only in relatively unusual cases. It's present when we hear a sound that we assume to be a sound that we assume to be of constant volume grow louder as we get closer to its source or go around a corner, or in any case in which we hear a familiar sound that we've heard more clearly in other conditions. It's present when we see things dimly in dark conditions and then experience being able to see better as we grow accustomed to the dark. These sorts of things happen all the time. So my view is the human mind is overall tremendously aware of itself as mind. However dipping and fleeting this awareness can be, it's not just aware of the surrounding world. It's aware of its awareness of the world as well as of the world. It is in general, for obviously adaptive reasons, aware of much of what's going on locally in the world, and its awareness is part of what is going on locally in the world. So I think some philosophers have us kind of locked fiercely onto the outer world, typically unaware of our conscious mental processes as such. And I think they're sort of rebounding from a fantasy that they call Cartesianism and consider dangerous and falling into a greater falsehood. It's not the case that we're standardly engaged only in thoughts that have to do with their immediate... It's not the case that, with our immediate external surroundings, and that we're rarely, if ever, aware of our sensations, experiences as such. The view is mistaken on both counts. As for 13, that we're standardly engaged only in thoughts that have to do with our immediate external surroundings, we're engaged in thoughts that have nothing directly to do with our immediate external surroundings a great deal of the time, probably most of the time. I don't know how many people know the Russ Hurlburt data. people going around just living their ordinary lives with beepers, and he beeps them. And they have to write down immediately what's in their mind. And they're always there walking down streets and doing things, and they're sort of thinking about something completely different. That does not engage with their actual... As for 14, well, I've already given reasons to doubt it. And I think that the idea that we're rarely, if ever, see-aware, it seems that it's the opposite of the truth. I just want, if I got time just to read a few lines of quotation, which I just like Monsieur Gurvitch. This is this French phenomenologist. He says, this is standard phenomenological stuff. Consciousness is consciousness of an object on the one hand and an inner awareness of itself on the other hand. Being confronted with an object, I am at once conscious of this object and aware of my being conscious of it. This awareness in no way means reflection. To know that I am dealing with the object which, for example, I'm just perceiving, I need not experience a second act bearing upon the perception and making it its object. In simply dealing with the object, I am aware of this very dealing. This actually, I've just realized, is deeply consonant with Damasio's rather interesting account of the way that what we fundamentally learn in becoming sentient beings is, as it were, not just the world, but our relation to the world. That's it.
I just wanted to ask a quick question about the Descartes quote about objects existing in the mind and how that's different from how they exist in the external world. And I just wondered if you said anything about thinking about non-existent things.
I don't know.
So even impossible things. So if I'm thinking of a round square, that can't possibly exist in the external world. So is there some special way that it can exist in the, mind?
I just don't know what to say. I blank on non-existent objects. What would... It's a question. Did he actually talk about that case? I don't know. Well, I mean, he's certainly going to say that there's an idea there, but I don't think that he would have to... It would be like, wouldn't it be like the case of having a hallucination that was qualitatively identical to seeing the sun? That there is indeed a contentful mental presentation, and we can very easily describe the content of the idea of a round square. Let's think. It's a rectilinear, quadrilateral, equilateral. Something else missing there. Figure, closed plane figure. Every point on the on the periphery of which is equidistant to a single point within it. How about that? So there's the content of the thought. But I think that's what I would say on his behalf, that we could have the contentful mental thing, but there would be no sense in which we somehow had the non-existent object in our mind, because it doesn't exist, does it?
Is it me?
Yep.
Yeah. I want to follow up on that, because 2 points really. One is Descartes is talking about thought there, and though he uses the word thought to cover all forms of consciousness, clearly there's going to be a difference between thinking of the sun and seeing the sun, or seeming to see the sun.
Yes.
And you need an account of what that difference is without bringing in phenomenal qualities in a way that's going to please the indirect realist. And the second thought is, I didn't know this quotation from Descartes, and it shows that the kind of degenerate understanding of scholasticism that Brentano mistake enshrines was already there in Descartes. Namely, the thought that individualized forms could be in the mind, whereas neither Aristotle nor Aquinas thought that. The problem for them was how you get from form, which is universal, to either the thought or the perception of the particular. And in the case of Aquinas, at least, the percept has to come into that, and even he can't explain how it does it. So I think in helping yourself to the Descartes here, to tell you what a representation is, and if there's no problem about it,
I'm not sure
it's
I'm
got
doing
two
that,
kinds of mistakes. One is running together the perceptual case and the intellectual case, and the second is thinking there's no problem about either of them because there was some account of how that happened anyway in Descartes or Aquinas or Aristotle when there wasn't.
I didn't get the last bit, but I think you may be right that Descartes is getting it wrong about the earlier, is that right, the scholastic view?
You're right.
I think that the example of the sun is an old trope, but I don't know anything about scholastic philosophy. No, I'm prepared to defend it, to say that it's enlightening. And so what is your challenge?
Well,
I'm prepared to concede that he misreported Aquinas, Aristotle, and Kant.
But you've got Michel's point. If the content is essentially the same in the hallucinatory and the perceptual case, and the content
No,
in the
I didn't say that. I said that the internal, the phenomenological item.
Well, that's either disjunctivism. In other words, we can't tell the difference between them, and in that sense it's phenomenologically the same, or it's the account that there's the real metaphysical structure of the two states is the same. And if it's the latter, then you've got the problem of saying, okay, the state has got this metaphysical structure which, as it were, realizes the phenomenal qualities subjectively, and how is that compatible with a direct realism, which says that the phenomenal qualities of the object itself?
Of course, it's paradoxical, the claim. I mean, I sort of presented two objections which would look like they were conclusive, saying, it can't be the same thing because there's a causal relation to him. But I take it that it's just that the mere fact that this particular mental presentation of the sun is in fact caused by the sun that is why it is the sun itself. That's all you have to say.
Just that it's caused by the sun is enough to make it...
Well, properly, everything as it should be. Yeah.
It's enough to make it of the sun in a direct realist sense.
Yeah, why not? It's the sun itself. The idea of the sun is the sun itself existing in the mind in the way in which things exist in the mind.
Which just means causing the phenomenal qualities in the mind appropriately.
Well, you can say it just means that. I'm saying that I endorse Descartes' much more dramatic claim. It's the sun itself. That's direct realism.
Yeah, it's sort of pressing Howard's question, specifically with respect to the hallucination case. So, in the veridical perception of the sun, tell me if I've got this right, having the representation, which is it's a psychological modification of the subject, but it actually consists of being in direct contact with the sun, and possibly to some extent a different way of saying the same thing is that the sun has objective reality in Descartes' terminology.
In the way that means the opposite of what we normally mean.
Exactly.
Yes, right.
Yeah, the sun out there has formal reality, and in here objective.
Yes.
What's happening in the hallucinatory case? There's a representation, or would you not even call it a representation?
Well, it depends how loaded that term is. I mean, if you decouple representation from any sort of success implication, then I'm happy to call it a representation. It's just it's a sort of phenomenologically, qualitatively indistinguishable experience.
Right, but the sun itself is not existing in one's mind as it is in the veridical case.
No.
Okay.
Right.
Well, that's what I thought, but then I thought I couldn't be understanding it right. Because you said that disjunctivism is clearly false.
Well, it's false because go on.
No, well, I mean, here's why that made me think I didn't really understand, because I thought the disjunctivist view was that you might have two states which were subjectively indistinguishable, say the hallucination of the sun and the perception of the sun, but they were nevertheless not states of the same psychological kind.
That's right.
Now, certainly, I assume we'd have to concede they're states of the same phenomenological kind, because I take it that's just built into stipulating that they're subjectively indistinguishable.
Right.
But then it looks as though as soon as you go beyond the phenomenology, there's got to be all the difference in the world between the states qua-psychological, if qua-psychological, one of them involves the reality of the sun actually being present in the mind and the other doesn't.
Well, no, the argument went, there are two, phenomenology is a matter of psychology, if anything is ever. So that as I take it, I really don't know much about the details of this debate, but they seem to be saying that there's really no important respect in which the hallucination and the veridical perception are of the same psychological type, and I'm just denying that. I'm saying, whatever else you say, there's a tremendously important fundamental respect in which they are of the same psychological type, simply because of the same phenomenological type. So you can have I can say to them, you can have your view that there's a really important respect in which they're psychologically of the same type, of different types, because one's about an object and one isn't, but you can't deny the other point.
Well, okay, but then it just, I mean, surely any disjunctivist is going to concede that, just sort of by abstraction, there's a way in which these two states are of the same type.
Same psychological type.
Well, call it psychological or whatever.
No, if they don't concede that, then they're cheating.
Right, right. I'm surely they would. So then it's not. It's hard to see how it's any more than a verbal.
Well, that's right. That's why I said this is an objection to. Do you remember I said I'm going to define psychology? I defined disjunctivism and said so defined it's certainly false, and it was defined wholly in terms of the claim that the veridical perception and the hallucination are not of the same psychological type.
Okay. So, but if psychological means phenomenological,
presumably, it's 1,000 flowers have bloomed, no doubt, in the disjunctive camp, and every possible position has been taken up. So I'm sure there are lots of people who will say, "Oh, that's fine," but that's why I defined it narrowly.
So on your answer to the question, is there any truth in transparentism?
Yeah.
Which was not much.
Yes. Well, I conceded something that I think is central to some people who hold the view.
Well, my whole life's work is in vain, if you're right, actually.
Oh.
But anyway, what can you do? What can you do? So the three existents, the subject, say me, the object, say the sky, just grant that the sky is an object for the sake of the argument, and then there's the SRE, or the sensation of blue, which is a state of the subject, that is a state of me.
Yeah.
State or condition or property of me.
Yeah, it's either...
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so clarificatory question, first of all. This state or condition of me is the state of seeing blue. Is that right?
Well, you mean when there is blue out there, you mean? It's a blue experience, hyphen.
Okay, I'm looking at the sky. It's blue. I'm having in your jargon a sensation of blue, or there is some item, an SRE floating around, and that is, according to you, a state of me. And I'm certainly in the state of seeing blue, which offhand I can be in even if the sky isn't blue.
Oh, well,
right?
Right? No, not really. I mean, I think seeing is success verb into the...
Yeah, that's right. Well, I can see blue even though...
Oh, I see.
There's no blue object that I see.
Well, I mean, isn't that going to have to put one of those Peacockean dashes on it or something?
No, I can see, I can be aware of the quality blue. Sorry, I'm completely obliterating the crucial Johnstonian distinction between properties and qualities, but that's not really what's at issue. So I can be aware of the property blue, even though the thing that I'm seeing isn't in fact blue. I mean, just offhand.
The thing that you're seeing
even though it's a color illusion, and the thing I'm seeing is not in fact blue.
Even in the veridical case when you're seeing the sky? Yes. So it's not blue as we see it. No.
No, but okay. This is. I think you're raising some other issue. At the moment, maybe. I'm just saying that if you can agree that I can see blue, even though there's no blue thing that I'm seeing, that seems right to me. Well, I can indeed see...
I don't know what you're going to spring on me next, but
then
having a blue experience.
I'm just trying to get clear on what
you're having
what the SRE or the sensation of blue is, and I thought that it's nothing more than the state of seeing blue.
I don't want to use the word see.
Being aware
Does
of
it
blue?
matter? I'm having experience with a certain content, which I will call that content blue, and by blue I will mean color as we see it blue.
Okay, well...
which isn't out there, which is Galileo's right, and in my view.
But I think this is I think this aspect of your view is independent of the present issue, but maybe I'm wrong about that. Anyway, look, so you want to say that when I look at the blue sky, although naively one would think that I'm just aware of the sky and I'm just aware of the property or quality of blue, in fact, I'm also aware of the sensation of blue.
There's one sense in which that's trivially true, I take it.
Okay, well that's what I'm questioning. So look, suppose the sensation of blue. I thought the sensation of blue was just your kind of Moorian jargon for talking about the state of seeing blue. If it's not, then I don't really understand what the sensation of blue is. But
do you understand my sort of hesitation about seeing? I mean, you're prepared to get rid of...
Yeah.
I'm having a visual experience.
If you're worried...
It's visual, and it has the content blue as we see it. It's...
Sure, okay. Yeah, okay. But then let's turn to your argument that I am aware, or there's some sense in which I'm aware of the sensation of blue.
Right.
And the argument seems to be, well, it's because my having the sensation of blue is my seeing the blueness of the sky. But then if what you mean by the sensation of blue is basically the state of seeing blue, or the state of seeing the blueness of the sky, then it looks as if,
well,
everyone agrees with this premise. Yes, that's right. My having the sensation of blue is my seeing blueness, but that's just because this jargon of sensation of blue just means seeing blueness. The conclusion is supposed to be that when I look up at the sky, I'm aware of a certain state or condition of myself, namely the state of seeing blue.
Yeah, I needn't be thinking of it as such, but yeah.
But how are we? And of course, when I look up at the sky and I see blue, I'm definitely in the state of seeing blue. There's no question about that. That state is a state of mind.
I think that.
But the conclusion is supposed to be not just that I'm in that state, but that I'm aware of that state. What's the argument for the conclusion that I'm aware of that state? So far, the premise is I'm in that state. The conclusion is supposed to be I'm aware of that state.
Well, again, I think there's a trivial sense in which you are, because seeing anything as coloured ever is being aware of the qualities of experience you're then having. This may just not work. It's so hard. It may not work, but I think that I can describe the mental thing without seeing blue when I'm sort of properly causally connected to the sky is having a visual experience with a blue as we see it. Sorry, a colour. Yeah, blue as we see it content, and that's what counts as seeing blue. Although colour blue as we see it isn't out there in the world at all.
Okay, let me grant that. So when I look at the sky, I'm aware of a certain quality, call it blue as we see it, which the sky does not in fact have.
Yes.
Right. That's okay.
That's part of it. Yes.
Now, this property is not a property of the sky. Is it a property of anything else?
This is famously difficult, but I think I do want to say I say it's a property of the content of the experience, but I don't think I have to get ontological. I'll say that and see what you say.
Well, okay, but then so
it's
now
a correct description of the.
So we have one state of me, which I think, at least to a kind of first approximation, is something like the state of
seeing blue as we see it, or being aware of blue as we see it, or something like that. Okay. The conclusion of the argument is supposed to be that I am aware not just of blue as we see it, but of the state that I'm in, namely the state of being aware of blue as we see it, or seeing blue as we see it.
Well, again, I want to say
that's what you mean by the sensation of blue.
Well, I mean,
or the SRE.
Isn't I do want to distinguish. I still think there's a sense in which that's trivially true, and a sense in which it may be true but may not be. Why couldn't I say, well, to be aware of since we've agreed that it's a property of a state, to be aware of an actual instantiation of a property of a thing is ipso facto to be aware of the thing. I mean, if there's a thing A and there's a thing F, and I'm aware of the Fness of the A, not just F as a universal, but of the Fness of the A, I'm ipso facto aware of the A, necessarily.
But the F, I thought the F in this question, okay, one more time and then I'll pass it on. The F is not the state or condition of seeing or being aware of blue as we see it.
No,
it is the property or state or quality of blue as we see it. That's the thing that I'm prepared. And you were just sort of quite neutral on whether that is actually a property of anything. But in any case, maybe I misunderstood what the conclusion is supposed to be. But the anti-transparentist conclusion I thought was supposed to be, when I look up at the sky, I am in fact aware of a state or condition of myself.
I do think that, but I don't think that. But I think there's still an important point that's correctly made by the transparent in saying, because that's the bit I think that's trivial, and that, of course, I mean, all the Reedian stuff, it's just no real sort of no configuration of it as a state of yourself in any sense at all.
Thank you very much for a very interesting talk. I'd like to press the notion of direct realism by way of the Descartes quote that you gave.
Okay.
And because it does have, I think, a very strange implication that I'm not sure whether or not to believe it or not, or what exactly it means, but the quote that you give is indeed from Descartes. The idea of the sun is the sun itself existing in the mind, in the sense in which things exist in the mind.
In the way, I think way is better.
Or in the way.
Yeah, I don't know what the word is. Yeah.
But of course, what Descartes is attempting to do here is to distinguish between formal and objective reality, as we were saying before. Yes. And objective reality is, that by which something represents something that is not itself, and that of course is, in a certain way, this is obviously consonant with the kind of the kind of direct realism that you're arguing for. Okay. But Descartes, it's not just the mind. The question here is what's special about the mind. Because, and it seems to me that you may be making something very special about the fact that it's in the mind. And of course, this notion of objective reality can apply to anything that is representative.
Yes.
So, for example,
even round squares?
The idea of a round, well, I'm not sure what to make about the idea of a round square, but ideas are represented.
You could say it can't be represented, but
when I'm
you
thinking
can give a full
right.
definition of a round square.
Right. No, I'm leaving that aside. I'm thinking about things like a photograph or a painting.
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
Those are also representative, and Descartes' language applies just as well.
Right.
To say the Mona Lisa, as it does to an idea in the mind. The Mona Lisa can be said to exist on the canvas in the way in which things exist on canvases, right?
Good. Yeah.
Would you be willing to extend your thesis
I think
of direct realism to to paintings, say?
Maybe I was thinking there was something very special about the way minds represent. But I suppose, why couldn't I concede that the picture could do it too?
Well, you could very well. The interesting question is what becomes then of the thesis of direct realism when it's extended to those sorts of things.
I think I know what I would do. I would start a spiel about how really representation is necessarily a mental process and is, or when representation is genuinely intentional. Sorry to break some of your rules, but it has to be mental, and indeed it has to involve consciousness, and it's there is no intrinsic respect in which even a photograph can be said to represent the thing it's on.
So in other words, what you would say is that a photograph or a painting are representative only in an extended sense.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, exactly. The argument goes, once you allow representation out of the box, as it were, it goes everywhere. So even the ripples that a passing car makes on a puddle because of the sound waves is a representation of the car. And so if you want to constrain representation, you have to. I wrote a paper where I said, if you don't do this, then it wins. He wins across the board, and that's why I want to constrain it.
So Malebranche famously does have a version of the argument from hallucination, and he says, if God would freeze my brain in the same state as some Chinaman, quote unquote, then I would see China in all its glories. That's a very early expression of this.
Sorry, I missed it.
I'd see China in all of its glories.
If what?
If God froze my brain in the same state as a Chinaman, I'd have, as it were,
you don't mean the whole of China. You mean just the bit of China the Chinaman was in?
Right.
Okay.
The glories, I take it, are the things that you're calling the sensations, or the objects of the sensations, or the things that in another context I would call the sensible profile. And I agree with you, I agree with your characterization of direct realism, but I still think it's mainly an aspirational thesis rather than a thesis that has been adequately defended, because then the worry is, and this is going back to the first question, that salient difference between the hallucinatory case and the seamlessly indistinguishable veridical case seems just to be having the external cause out there producing the stuff in the box. The stuff in the box will occur. The stuff in the box will occur just because the brain's in a certain state.
Why is the guy on the ceiling?
That's because the world doesn't look upside down to us, so the homunculus
the world
must be upside down.
Yeah, okay.
Right? The homunculus must be upside down.
Right, okay.
But the brain's being in a certain state determines what's in the box, that is, the mind here understood in this way. Now the brain can get into that state by just being caused by an external object, or it can just get into that state because God has put the brain into that state. And now the difficulty for direct realism is explaining how this further surprising feature of the mind, or that box, namely it being directed upon an external object, arises simply because of an external causal relation. That's where we move beyond aspirational direct realism to an account of how it could be true. And the difficulty with that account, I mean, this is just anecdotal stuff. The difficulty with that account is every perceptual psychologist just thinks direct realism is sort of silly. I mean, and it's not because of any argument. They just see how much the states of the brain determine, quote unquote, what's in the mind, and they think, well, the only role of the external objects is causal, and what is this magical extra thing
when you have the right kind of causation. What's this magical extra thing where the box now stands in another entirely unprecedented relation to the thing in the world? The relation that you were reading Descartes as describing as existing in the mind. Of course, that's just a phrase for this, but, you know, intentional directedness towards that object. And so that to make direct realism not just aspirational, but to make it come alive, we have to explain how what seems like simple causal transaction can be the constitutional basis of this intentional relation to the external object. And that's why I also find your physicalism aspirational. That is, it's the right position, but in the absence of the explanation of how these causal transactions can inter alia constitute these mental relations to the external world. In the absence of that, we've just got aspirational theses, not things we really understand as things that could be true. So physicalism is in trouble here if you're right, because
well, remember, I'm a
the physical,
real physicalist.
I know.
So.
But the ordinary relations that we find in nature, the ordinary transactions between physical things, are things like, you know, spatiotemporal juxtaposition, causality, and so on. None of those relations, are like. However you want to carve up the doctrine, no, none of those relations are like existing in the mind, intentional directedness towards an object. And out of no conjunction of those relations, or any logical construct out of those relations, all of which are essentially non-disclosive, non-intentional, can we see how to get this intentional relation existing in the mind. So that's not meant to be a criticism, it's just meant, as it were, to express where the next stage is for a direct realist. And we don't know, well, so far we've been given no hint about how to implement the aspiration.
Okay. Well, I sort of sympathize with that. The first thing I want to say is that there are people who call themselves direct realists who'd say, basically, to me, you're an indirect realist. So, right, because I'm stressing the absolute crucial notion of representation, and so aren't there something sort of Salafist, as it were, I mean, extreme Puritan direct realists who won't even have any truck with representation. So. I think the main point is that you might think this is just an evasion, but I just think the word direct doesn't bear this kind of weight. I mean, the way I started was to say, this is what we ordinarily think, and I think we can say that direct realism is true. So as it were, if we're going to choose the word direct at all, that's what I actually said in discussing perception.
But it can't just be the thesis that what goes on in the box is caused by something in the external world, because everybody accepts that.
I really was precisely saying that it's, as it were, the right kind of representation plus causation.
Yeah, well, that's...
And I was saying that's what I'm going to say is enough. But
okay.
So that's too crude. But
well, I guess I'm one of the Salafists then. That's not direct realism.
No, okay. I think that's a perfectly reasonable...
So now the object just gets to be the object of awareness. The external thing, the tower, just gets to be the object of awareness because it stands in a causal relation to, well, the visual system.
Correctly, properly functioning and...
Right. No, look, the direct realist thought is objects are much more intimately present in experience than any mere cause could be. They're there, available for demonstration. How do you get open to view?
No, I don't know.
Open to view.
I don't.
They're more available than any mere cause. Of course, they are causes of our experience, but in our experience, they're not figuring as mere causes. Hence, the obscure but attractive thought of existing in the mind.
But I mean...
Directedness towards an object where it goes all the way out to the object as a mental phenomenon, not just as a causal add-on to
absolutely
to mentality.
Definitely
So
more.
you're not a direct.
Definitely more. No, definitely more than any mere cause. Because, but what we've got, there's some other incredibly important things in play, which is representation, conscious representation, which means that you are present to me now more than any one billiard ball could be to any other. I mean, far more so.
That's the aspiration, to be able to vindicate that.
That's the power of the mind.
Right. The aspiration is correct. That's the fact we want to vindicate. But the challenge is to develop a philosophical theory in which it is vindicated, and the external thing is something more than a mere cause of the very same state that you are in the hallucinatory case. Now, that's the project.
I think that's...
We're down to the last couple of minutes. There's a gentleman who's had his hand up.
I want to ask something about how your definition of direct realism actually relates to some of the earlier discussion of direct realism. People like, say, James Gibson, the psychologist, who's taken to be at least sort of direct realist by some of people who are friendly to him. Right. And the idea there is they accept some condition like one that you stated, that there is the mind registers the object in some way. And what they take that to be is not representation, but a weaker notion. You haven't really said what representation is, at least so far in this paper. Okay. What these people tend to do is to distinguish between information and representation, where representation requires something like being able to be, well, representation can be in the absence of an object. An object can be represented in its absence. Information is not a mental notion primarily. It's a kind of a causal relation where an object, like reflecting from an object, carries information on the boards, anywhere else in this room. And if you put an eye or if you put a human being there, they will see the object because they are sensitive to that information. But they don't process that by forming a representation of that object which can exist in the absence of this causal link between the two. So that kind of, this kind of psychologists were called direct realists because they were trying to keep the notion of mental representation out of perceptual psychology as much as they can, and depending only on this notion of information, which would not be a mental intermediary between the subject and the object, but you're positing the mental representation as a mental intermediary between the...
Well, there is...
And I just want to say that this is the kind of... these are the kind of people who are called direct realists, primarily because of this reason, because they reject representation.
I don't know enough about this. I thought you were going to say something like affordances, or awareness of affordances is a way of being aware of an object which really doesn't look like it should be called a representation, but you didn't mean, you weren't saying...
No.
Well, I mean, information is registered then. What's wrong with the sense that there's the claim? I mean, remember I said that representation didn't have to be conscious, but I was only going to talk about conscious representation. But if there is registration of information by the creature, there is a natural, very Catholic sense of representation in which there is a representation.
Now, here is at least part of the debate in the 80s, I think. So the notion of information was supposed to be a more general notion, and representation was, for instance, by people like Fodor and others, was supposed to be explained in terms of information, but it had to be more involved. So not every representation was some state carrying information about another state. So information had to be in the presence of the object. It couldn't exist without the object interacting with the mind. Okay. Whereas representation allowed for representation in the absence of that object. And that's the crucial notion in which these people were called direct realists, because they did not want to invoke any representation in this sense. They didn't want anything to be involved in perception.
I get it. Yeah.
That's why some people. I mean, that's what I want to ask was, you defined direct realism in a certain way, but this was operative notion of direct realism, at least among some people.
I didn't know about that.
Yeah, thank you very much, and I'd like to take this occasion to invite you to join me in thanking Mark Johnston and Robin for organizing this wonderful event. Okay, I'm going to talk about the particularity of perceptual experience, more specifically the following questions. So when we perceive an object in our environment, we're perceptually related to a particular in our environment. And the question is, what kind of mental state are we in when we're perceptually related to such a particular? Is the perceptual state individuated by the particular? So say if we think of perceptual experience as having content, is the content a singular proposition? Now, when we suffer a non-vertical hallucination as of an object, then it seems to us that there is a particular object present, where in fact there's no such object. If perception is individuated by particulars, what's the nature of a subjectively indistinguishable hallucination? Okay, so to motivate these questions, consider Kim, who has 3 distinct consecutive experiences that are all subjectively indistinguishable to her. First, she sees a cup. Then she sees a numerically distinct but qualitatively indistinguishable, qualitatively identical cup. And in a third experience, she hallucinates a cup. And now the question is, how does these 3 experiences differ? So everyone agrees that they differ in that Kim is causally related to distinct environments. The first case, she's causally related to cup 1. Second case, cup 2. Third case, no cup at all. And the interesting questions are, what other differences, if any, are there? So is there a difference in virtue of this causal relation in the metaphysical nature of the experiential state? Is there a difference in the sensory character of the experience? Is there a difference in the epistemic relation that Kim holds to her environment? And finally, is there a difference in the content of her experiences? And so as not to keep you in too much suspense, I sort of indicated which of these I will affirm and which I will deny. Okay, so there are 2 central questions that structure the debate on the particularity of perceptual experience. One question is whether experience is altogether particular, whether it's altogether general, or whether it should be thought of as having both particular and general elements. So people who think that it's altogether particular include Brewer, Campbell, to some extent Mike Martin, my wonderful student Lisa Meraki. People who think it's altogether general include Frank Jackson, Colin McGinn, Michael Tye, Dretsky, and many others. And people who think that includes both general and particular elements include Alex Byrne, Chris Peacocke, Tyler Burge, and I would also like to say that experience includes both particular and general elements. I think Mark Johnston can also be included in that group. And a second question that structures the debate on the particularity of perceptual experience is if experience includes particular elements, whether those particular elements should be understood in terms of some metaphysical facts about experience, in terms of the sensory character of experience, in terms of the epistemic relation the perceiver holds to her environment, in terms of the content of experience, or in terms of some combination of the above. Okay, so I'm going to be arguing for the particularity thesis, namely the thesis that a subject's perceptual state is individuated by particulars in her environment. And I'm going to defend this thesis and critically discuss various ways to understand it, more specifically metaphysical, psychologistic, epistemic, and semantic ways of understanding. The particularity thesis, as formulated here, is neutral on the various interpretations of it, and I will remain neutral on it for as long as possible, so as to speak to as large an audience as possible. So for the most part, my arguments are going to be neutral on whether you understand this thesis as a thesis about the metaphysics of experience, some sort of epistemic relation, some of the content of experience, and so forth. Okay, so when I speak of particulars, I mean, of course, objects.
But I also mean events, and I also mean property instances, where property instances could be understood as tropes if you're so inclined, but they needn't be understood as tropes. Some people do not like the idea of tropes and property instances. If you're one of those people, you can just think of the particulars as objects. I'll be using examples of perceiving particulars that are property instances, but my argument doesn't depend on it. And when I speak of a perceptual state, I mean the mental state a subject is in when she is accurately perceiving her environment. So I mean, the good case of perception. Okay, and the view that endorses the particularity thesis is to be contrasted from a view on which perceptual states are entirely general. So, for example, a view on which the perceptual state is an existentially quantified content. And when I speak of the generalist, what I mean is a person who endorses that view, the view that the perceptual state is entirely general. Okay, so here's the plan. First, I'll discuss a bit what is at issue in this debate. Then I will spend quite a bit of time appealing to or discussing what one could appeal to in adjudicating this debate. Then I'll present you with what I'll call the particularity argument. Then I will present you with 4 different ways of interpreting this argument. And finally, I will present you with a particular version of the particularity argument, namely the singular content argument. Okay, so what's at issue in this debate? So everyone agrees that when we perceive or when we suffer hallucination as of an object, then it seems to us as if a particular object is present. So when I hallucinate a white cup, it seems to me that an object is present, even though in fact there's no such object present. And we can call that seeming as if a particular object is present phenomenological particularity. So a mental state manifests phenomenological particularity if it seems to the subject that there is a particular object present. And this is entirely uncontroversial. So I think everyone accepts that that's part of the phenomenology of perceptual experience, be it a perception or hallucination, that it seems to us that particular objects are present. You can contrast that idea from a much more contentious idea, namely what I call relational particularity, which is the idea that a mental state instantiates relational particularity if and only if the mental state is individuated, constituted by the particulars perceived. So when I speak about the particularity of perceptual experience, I always mean this second thing, not the first thing, although in some cases there are interesting connections between the two. And obviously the distinction between phenomenological particularity and relational particularity is analogous to the distinction between what we intend to refer to and what we in fact refer to in some cases. And this distinction between phenomenological and relational particularity allows one to reformulate the key questions more specifically. So why think that in the case of an accurate perception, the perceptual state instantiates relational particularity, and how should we account for the fact that when we suffer a hallucination, our perceptual experience manifests phenomenological particularity despite failing to instantiate relational particularity? Okay, so moving on to the second question, what could adjudicate this debate? And here I'm going to go through a whole bunch of arguments that you might give in support of the particularity theses, to which I think the generalist has good responses to. I mean, has good ways to avoid accepting the conclusion. Okay, so one thing you might appeal to adjudicate the debate is the role of experience in our cognitive lives. Right. So experience plays a number of roles at the intersection of mind and language. It grounds demonstrative reference. Perception grounds definite descriptions. It grounds the array mental states, such as singular thought. It fixes the reference of singular terms. And more contentiously, one might say that perception grounds language in the world. And for each one of these claims, you might say that, if true, then perceptual state must be individuated by particulars. For example, you might say perception could not fix the reference of singular terms if perceptual states were not individuated by particulars. And for each one of these claims, you could formulate an argument along the following form. Here's just randomly picking out singular thoughts, here's an argument from singular thought in support of the particularity thesis. There are singular thoughts, almost everyone accepts that. Some singular thoughts are based on perception. Singular thoughts that are based on perception inherit, whatever that means for the moment, inherit their singular content from perception. If singular thoughts that are based on perception inherit their singular content from perception, then perceptual states are individuated by particulars, and so it follows that perceptual states are individuated by particulars, which was just the particularity thesis for which we wanted support. Now, I don't think this is a good argument, and in a moment I'll tell you why, but this is one way you might motivate the idea that perceptual states are individuated by particulars, and you could formulate an analogous argument with regard to the other issues at the intersection of mind and language, for instance, demonstrative reference, fixing the reference of singular terms, and so forth. Now, before I say more about why I think the generalists needn't accept this kind of argument, I will say a bit more about a second way you might motivate the idea that perception is particular, is individuated by particulars, by appealing to issues at the intersection of mind and epistemology. So here again, you're motivating the idea, the particularity thesis, by appealing to the role of experience in our cognitive lives. So arguably, we have knowledge of objects, we have knowledge of particulars in our environment. I think everyone agrees with that. And arguably, perception is one way we can gain such knowledge. So perception arguably provides us with knowledge of particulars in our environment. And now you might say that if perception yields knowledge of particulars in our environment, then arguably perceptual states must differ depending on which particular is perceived. So, when I see this, black pen lying on this lectern, I have perceptual knowledge that, this very black pen is lying on this lectern. It's plausible that a condition for perception to yield such knowledge is that we represent the very black pen to which we're perceptually related. And there are further issues at the intersection of mind and epistemology, for instance, perceptual evidence of particulars. So arguably, perception provides evidence for singular thought, perception justifies singular thoughts. If perception yields evidence for beliefs about particulars, then it's plausible, again, that perception yields such evidence in virtue of perceptual states being individuated, being constituted by particulars. And here again, we can, as with the argument from singular thought, we can formulate an argument from perceptual knowledge of particulars along the following lines. And we can formulate a singular argument from perceptual evidence of particulars. So focusing on knowledge, perception yields knowledge of particulars in our environment. If perception yields such knowledge, then perceptual states differ depending on which particular is perceived. And if perceptual states differ depending on which particular is perceived, then perceptual states are individuated by particulars, and it follows that perceptual states are individuated by particulars, which again is the particularity thesis for which we wanted support. Okay, but now I think the generalist has a pretty good rejoinder to these styles of arguments, that appeal to the role of experience in our cognitive lives and have the form of an inference to the best explanation. For each one of these arguments, an alternative is to say that experience is entirely general, and that the general experience in conjunction with a causal relation to particulars is what gives rise to singular thoughts, demonstrative reference, definite description, and knowledge of particulars, and so forth. More specifically, in the case of, say, the argument from singular thought, the generalist could reject premise 3. Here's premise 3. Singular thoughts that are based on perception inherit their singular content from perception. The generalist could reject that premise in favor of premise 3 star, which is the following. A singular thought that is based on perception inherits its singular content from the conjunction of the general content of perception and the causal relation between the perceiver and a particular in her environment. Now, such accounts may be significantly more cumbersome in that they have to sort of appeal to a conjunction rather than just the singular content of perception. And I would say they're a bit unmotivated, but they're available, and I think they sort of exist in logical space. Now, this might be a generous concession, perhaps too generous. So I think there are things you might say with regard to both the singular content argument and the general content, the argument from perceptual knowledge in support of the particularity thesis. So you might say that the cause relation just isn't sufficient to play the role that the generalist wants it to play. But for the purposes of this talk, my strategy is to be maximally generous to the generalist, but ultimately take him down nonetheless. Okay, so much for appealing to the role of experience in our cognitive lives. Here is a second way you might want to adjudicate this debate, which is to appeal to introspection. Right, so one might argue that the particularity thesis is supported by the sensory character or the phenomenal character of perceptual experience, and so use introspection to adjudicate the debate. So an argument from sensory character could take the following form. When we perceive an object, say a coffee cup on a desk, it seems to us that there is a particular object present. When it seems to us that there is a particular object present, then our mental state is characterized by particularized sensory character, or what I called phenomenological particularity. And then one would need to argue from this phenomenological evidence that perception is individuated by particulars. So one would need to argue that the fact that perceptual states manifest phenomenological particularity, which everyone accepts, supports the thesis that perceptual states instantiate relational particularity, which is the contentious claim I'm trying to establish. I think the generalist has a very good response to that kind of line of argument. So the generalist could say, look, arguably a view on which the content of experience is entirely general and perceptual experience includes no other notable particulars could account for the phenomenological particularity of perceptual experience just as well. So there's no route from introspection revealing that perceptual experience manifests phenomenological particularity to establishing that perception instantiates relational particularity. Now, this again might be a generous concession, and again, maybe too generous, but if this is right, then the fact that introspection tells us that experience manifests phenomenological particularity is not useful to adjudicate the debate on the particularity of perceptual experience. And I suppose more generally, I think introspection is a terrible guide to most things, in that I regularly confuse states of hunger for states of anger, and to that extent, it seems like a pretty bad strategy to try to adjudicate something as subtle as this by using introspection. Okay, so I think so much for appealing to the role of experience in our cognitive lives, so much for appealing to introspection. A third thing you might appeal to are properties of experience. And I think this is a more promising way to adjudicate this debate. The first option is to argue from accuracy conditions. Right, so perceptual states have accuracy conditions that are individuated by the particulars perceived. If perceptual states have accuracy conditions that are individuated by the particulars perceived, then perceptual states have singular content, and if they have singular content, then they're individuated by particulars, and so perceptual states are individuated by particulars, which again just is the particularity thesis for which we want support. Okay, now why would you accept such an argument? I mean, here are some reasons in support for this kind of argument. Look, the accuracy conditions of perceptual experience specify the way the world would have to be for the content of the experience to be accurate. That's, again, something that almost everyone would accept. And now, arguably, the condition that needs to be met for an experience to be accurate is not just that there is an item in the world that possesses their properties specified by the content. It's necessary to specify which particular in a subject's environment is represented to determine whether the subject's environment really is as it is represented to be. So if the content of experience lays down a condition under which it's accurate in a way that is sensitive to which particular, if any, is perceived, then the particular object to which the subject is perceptually related will make a difference to the content of the experience. And a more sort of intuitive way you might support this idea is to appeal to Kim, who first sees cup 1 and then sees cup 2, where cup 1 was replaced by cup 2 without her noticing. So intuitively, Kim is deceived post-switch in the sense that the content of experience will fail to be accurate post-switch. Okay, now I think, again, the generalist can avoid accepting the conclusion of this argument. I mean, the generalist is going to say something along the following lines, that the problem with this approach is that it presupposes that perceptual states are individuated by the environment. I mean, that's the first premise basically states that perceptual states are individuated by the environment. And in order to make explicit these presuppositions, we need to look for a different argument. And that's what I'm going to do in the next section. So here's the particularity argument. I'm going to spend this section motivating the premises of this argument. Okay, so here's the argument. If a subject S perceives a particular, then S discriminates and singles out O. If S discriminates O, then S's perceptual state is constituted by discriminating O. And if S's perceptual state is constituted by discriminating O, then S's perceptual state is individuated by O. So if S perceives O, then S's perceptual state is individuated by particular O. Okay, so why would you accept the first premise? I think the first premise is really hard to deny. I mean, so the first premise is that if a subject S perceives particular O, then S discriminates O. It's really not clear what it would be to perceive a particular without, at the very least, discriminating it from its surround. By the way, if you're wondering what the pictures are doing, there's no relation between them and the text. In fact, the painter of these pictures, Gerhard Richter, was probably generalist to the core. Okay, so the second premise is if S discriminates O, then S's perceptual state is constituted by discriminating O. So why would you accept that premise? And here I'm going to appeal to a way of thinking about perceptual states that I've argued for elsewhere, and I'm happy to sort of fill out the gaps in the Q&A. So look, here's one way you might think about perceptual states. And I should say there are other ways to support premise 2. I'm just going to present you with one way you might support it. Look, perceptual states are constituted by employing perceptual capacities that function to single out particulars. The idea being that when we perceive, we employ perceptual capacities, for instance, discriminatory selective capacities, by means of which we single out particulars in our environment. So what do I mean with these perceptual capacities? There are all sorts of ways you might understand them. You might understand them as concepts. You might understand them as more low-level discriminatory selective capacities. I don't want to understand them as concepts, though perhaps sometimes concepts come in play in perception. But I do want to say that in perception, we, at the very least, employ discriminatory selective capacities. So what are these capacities? They're a kind of low-level mental capacity that function to differentiate, single out, and in some cases type the kind of particulars that the capacity is of. And this is sort of a notion that's well-based in vision science. Discriminatory selective capacity is determined by general functional relations between the organism and its environment, for instance, global patterns of the organism's response to its environment. And if we possess the discriminatory selective capacity that functions, say, to differentiate and single out red, we're in a position to differentiate instances of red from other colors in our environment and to single out instances of red. So more generally, to possess a discriminatory selective capacity is to be in a position to differentiate and single out the type of particulars that the capacity is of, were one related to such particular. And it's important for me that, once you possess a discriminatory selective capacity, once you possess such a perceptual capacity, you can employ it even if you're not in the good case. You can employ it if you're hallucinating. And I'm also happy with the idea that you can come to possess a perceptual capacity by means other than perception, that you can come to possess it, for instance, because they're innate or because you hear about them through testimony or imagination, you gain them through imagination. But the point is that, if you possess the capacity to discriminate and single out red in your environment, and you are related to red, then you're in a position to discriminate and single out red in your environment. And that counterfactual holds even if you're unlucky and are never in an environment in which you could encounter red, as Frank's unfortunate Mary. Okay, so how does that get us to support for premise 2? So S's perceptual state is constituted by employing perceptual capacities, where those perceptual capacities are discriminatory selective capacity. And our perceptual state of O is constituted by discriminating particular O due to being brought about by employing perceptual capacities that function to single out particulars of the type that O falls under. Okay, now what about premise 3? So premise 3 just involves, the move from having discriminating in here to just dropping that and just having individuation here. So perceptual capacities function to single out particulars, and in the case of an accurate perception, they in fact single out particulars. Now, if the fact that S is singling out a particular rather than failing to do so has any significance, you might say semantic significance, then S's perceptual state will be individuated by the particular when she's accurately perceiving the particular. So to think otherwise would be to cut the link between the function of the capacity and the individuation of its output. And another way to motivate the idea is to say that, look, discriminating O and discriminating O prime is doing different things. Okay, so I started out asking or articulating 2 questions that structure the debate about the particularity of perceptual experience. And this particularity argument establishes, takes a stance on one of the 2 questions, namely it establishes that perception is individuated by particulars, though it's neutral on whether experience is individuated only by particulars or whether it also includes general elements. But the particularity argument is neutral on whether the particular elements are understood in a metaphysical, psychologistic, epistemic, or semantic way. And in the next section, I'm going to be discussing these different ways of understanding the particularity thesis, and so understanding the upshot of the particularity argument. Okay, so is the particularity of perceptual experience a question of certain metaphysical facts about perceptual experience, the sensory character of experience, perceivers having a certain epistemic relation to their environment, or certain semantic properties of experience? So corresponding to these 4 options, we can formulate the following 4 theses. Namely, a metaphysical particularity thesis that has it that an accurate perception of a particular O has the property that the existence of that experience metaphysically depends upon the existence of O. A psychologistic thesis that a perception of the particular O has the property that its sensory character or phenomenal character is at least in part constituted or individuated by O. An epistemic thesis that an accurate perception of the particular O has the property that having that experience requires standing in a special epistemic relation to O. And finally, a singular content thesis that an accurate perception of the particular O has the property that its content is at least in part constituted of or individuated by O. And again, to not keep you in too much suspense, I indicated which of those theses I ultimately want to accept. But first, there's a question of which of these theses are true, and of the true ones, which is the most fundamental. And I'm going to be arguing that the semantic thesis is the fundamental one, which is what is going to get me to the singular content argument. But first, I'll just quickly say a bit more about each of these theses. So there are obviously going to be different possible metaphysical theses. You can understand it in terms of constitution or in terms of individuation. I'm always using the individuation idea just because it's weaker than the constitution theses, and you don't need to talk about constitution to make the case that there's a metaphysical particularity thesis. And in both cases, if E is perception of object O and E star is a perception of object O star, and O is not identical to O star, then E and E star are distinct perceptual states. The psychologistic thesis is a thesis that Brewer, Campbell, and Martin have argued for, that some perceptual experiences have the property that their sensory character is at least in part constituted of or individuated by the particular that the experience is of. The epistemic particularity thesis has it that that there's a special epistemic relation where that relation is probably going to be understood as an acquaintance relation. Now, Russell defined acquaintance as follows. I say that I'm acquainted with an object when I have a direct cognitive relation to that object, i.e. when I'm directly aware of the object itself. On at least some ways of understanding directly aware, if this is the kind of epistemic relation in play, then the epistemic approach just will be a version of the psychologistic approach. But there are other ways of understanding epistemic acquaintance, namely in terms of awareness, that does not amount to sensory awareness. So the epistemic thesis need not be understood as collapsing into the psychologistic theses. And on the singular content theses, you can, the standard way of understanding singular content is in terms of Aristotelian structured proposition, as Alex and others do it. That is attractive because it provides a metaphysical basis for the notion of singular content, grounding it in terms of constituency. I'm more inclined to a Freudian approach, and a Freudian approach can equally lay claim to understanding singular content via constituency. The Freudian just adds some more constituents, namely modes of presentations under which the environmental particulars are grasped. Okay, and the contrast to the singular content theses is the general content thesis, on which the content of experience is, for instance, an existentially quantified content. Okay, now it's important that each of these theses is independent of the others, so we can accept each of these theses without accepting any of the others. For example, you might argue that the cognitive role of experience is to single out particulars, leaving open whether that cognitive role is grounded in any metaphysical facts about experience or whether it has any metaphysical repercussions. Or one might argue that perceptual experience is a matter of being epistemically related to particulars, at least in the good case, without accepting that there is a sensory difference between experience of distinct particulars. After all, one might argue that the epistemic role of experience is independent of the sensory character of experience. But while each of those theses are independent, it's plausible to combine them in various ways. For example, one might argue that it's in virtue of the sensory character of perceptual experience that it has a certain cognitive and epistemic role, which is what Mike Martin argues. Or one might argue that it's in virtue of certain semantic facts about perceptual experience, for instance, its content, that it plays a certain epistemic and phenomenological role in our cognitive lives, which is what I would like to argue. Okay, now I'm going to say some things in support of the idea that the singular content thesis is most fundamental. And this, okay, so look, the metaphysical thesis is either trivial if understood merely causally, or it amounts to the singular content thesis or the psychologistic thesis for the following reasons, right? The metaphysical there's something with regard to the metaphysics of experience in virtue of which the metaphysical thesis must hold, and the obvious contenders are that the metaphysical thesis holds in virtue of the content being singular content, or that the metaphysical thesis holds in virtue of the sensory character being constituted by particulars in the environment. There might be other options, but it seems that most of them are going to amount to the idea that the metaphysical thesis holds in virtue of some other theses. The psychologistic thesis is problematic for a number of reasons. I'm just going to briefly appeal to one, which is that it presupposes a notion of brute acquaintance. in that it presupposes the idea that in virtue of being causally related, perceptually related to, say, this blue chair, I am aware of that chair, where no other things need to come in play. And it arguably has counterintuitive consequences about sensory character, or it amounts to the singular content thesis. So to say just a little bit more about that, look, the person defending the psychologistic thesis needs to say of, Kim, who first sees cup 1 and then sees cup 2, where cup 1 and cup 2 are qualitatively indistinguishable, that there is a sensory difference between perceiving those two cups in order to support the singular content thesis. And now that's surprising, and it's not surprising because it couldn't be the case that there are differences in one's sensory character that aren't accessible to one. I think that idea is not surprising at all. But it's surprising because in this case, the objects perceived are in fact qualitatively indistinguishable. So even in the best possible case, a perceiver could not, on the face of it, distinguish between them via sensory means. Now, Mike Martin is well aware of this problem, and in order to deal with it, he introduces a distinction between phenomenal character and phenomenal nature, where phenomenal nature is repeatable. Actually, no, I think phenomenal character is the repeatable, where phenomenal character is repeatable and phenomenal nature isn't. But by doing so, it seems as if a notion of content is sort of snuck in through the back door, because the repeatable phenomenal character seems to be one that can come in place by being related to different environments. And so it seems as if it amounts to something that is very close to the singular content thesis. Anyway, there's a lot more to be said about this, obviously, but the semantic thesis seems to be most fundamental since it's independent of the metaphysical and the epistemic thesis, and it explains the truth of these theses. So to support the idea that the semantic particularity thesis is more fundamental than the epistemic theses, it's in virtue of perception representing particulars that a perceiver can be epistemically acquainted with particulars. So it's not clear what it would be to be brutally acquainted with a particular. It's unclear what it would be to perceive a particular without, at the very least, employing discriminatory capacities. But employing discriminatory capacities just is to be in a perceptual state with content. After all, you can employ the same capacities in different environments. They yield perceptual states that are either accurate of those environments or fail to be accurate of the environments. And so the idea that in perception you employ discriminatory capacities, the way I want to understand it, just amounts to the idea that in perception you, in virtue of employing discriminatory capacities, are in a perceptual state with content. So it follows that the representational content is more basic than the epistemic relation. The former makes the latter possible, not vice versa. So it's in virtue of perception representing particulars that the epistemic particularity thesis holds. And the semantic thesis is more fundamental than the metaphysical thesis, since it's in virtue of perception representing particulars that an accurate perception of particular O has the property that the existence of that experience depends upon the existence of O. So it's in virtue of perception representing particulars that the metaphysical particularity thesis holds. Okay, with that, I'm going to present you with a specific version of the particularity argument, which is the singular content argument. And here's the argument. The first two premises are just the same as the particularity argument. If a subject perceives a particular, then she discriminates that particular from its surround. And if she discriminates the particular, then she's in a perceptual state that is constituted by discriminating the particular. And if she's in such a perceptual state, then she represents O, perhaps under a mode of presentation. And if she represents O, then her perceptual state is individuated by O. And you can sort of include a couple of premises in between to say that if she represents O, her perceptual state is a singular content, and if her perceptual state is a singular content, then her perceptual state is individuated by O. So if you accept the arguments in support of the particularity argument, they'll just carry over to support these premises. So I'm not going to walk through why these premises hold in any more detail. Okay, so the singular content argument relinquishes neutrality on both the central questions that structure the debate on the particularity of perceptual experiences. It establishes that perception has particular elements and general elements, and it establishes that the particularity of perception is a matter of the content of perception. Now, how am I for time?
You're almost at 40 minutes.
And how?
You can take 5-10 more?
5-10 more? Okay. So I'm now just going to briefly present you with a particular way that you could understand the singular content, just in order to make things more specific. But everything I've said so far doesn't depend on this. This is just the way I happen to want to understand the singular content. Okay, so the idea is this. Look, perceptual experience is a matter of employing perceptual capacities. That's what we do both in the good and the bad case. And experiences can be, and employing perceptual capacities generates a content type that's in common between the good and the bad case. So this is all sort of a way of saying that there is a metaphysically substantial common kind between perceptions and hallucinations, thus avoiding any disjunctivist commitments. So there's a token content that subjectively indistinguishable experiences have in common, but the token content of experience co-varies with the environment of the experiencing subject. So if I employ a perceptual capacity in an environment where cup 1 is present, I single out a different cup than if I employ a perceptual capacity in an environment where cup 2 is present. And in virtue of that, the token content is going to be different. And more specifically, the token content will look like this. So the way I'm understanding perceptual capacities is basically sort of a proto-conceptual form of concepts, and the content it yields is structured by a mode of presentation of object O1, a singular mode of presentation of object O1, and a singular mode of presentation of the properties that the object instantiates. Now, in the case of a hallucination, of a subjectively indistinguishable hallucination, you employ the very same perceptual capacity, but since you fail to single out any particulars, after all, there are no particulars present, it's a hallucination. Since you fail to single out a particular, while you're the same, your experience is individuated by the same content type as the perception, the token content is distinct. The token content is distinct because you fail to single out a particular. And the way I want to understand the token content, it's defective. And the way I want to understand the defectiveness, it's defective in virtue of being gappy. So the gap here just marks that there is a reference failure. So more specifically, the idea is this, that the content of any two perceptions in which the subject is related to the same particular, the same way, will include a token singular mode of presentation that's constituted by employing perceptual capacity that function to single out particulars of the type that O1 falls under. And I'll skip over this and just say that in a hallucination, subjectively indistinguishable, that is subjectively distinguishable from me, is constituted by employing the same perceptual capacity. But since there's no particular present, the perceptual capacity remains baseless in much the same way that concepts that are employed while failing to refer remain empty. And the token content is defective, or more specifically, the token content is gappy. But it's important to say that there's still lots of structure in the token content, right? There's still lots of structure in virtue of one having employed perceptual capacities. So it's not as if there's just a gap in the object place. And this is very important because that allows you to say that you can have very complicated hallucinations of, say, a green dragon playing a piano. In my case, you're employing lots of perceptual capacities that give structure to that experience, and end up in the content of your experience, and make it the case that you don't just have lots of gaps. You employ the perceptual capacity to discriminate the dragon and discriminate the piano from its surround, And in virtue of that, the content of your experience, the gappy content of experience, has structure such that you can, that it seems to you as if you are perceiving both the dragon and the piano. Okay, so I'm arguing that there's a metaphysically substantial common element between perception and hallucination, namely the content type that is constituted by employing perceptual capacities, such as discriminatory selective capacities. The token singular content is constituted by successfully employing these capacities in a particular environment. So while the token singular content co-varies with the environment in which the relevant capacities are employed, the same content type, the content type is independent of the environment in which they're employed. Now, in what sense do the content types have the form of a singular content? So why are they not just general contents? The way I want to understand the content types, there's a potentially particularized token contents. Okay, so I started out asking two questions. Why I think that in the case of an accurate perception, the perceptual state manifests relational particularity, and how should we account for the fact that when we suffer a hallucination, our perceptual experience manifests phenomenological particularity despite lacking relational particularity. The suggested way of thinking about singular content of experience shows that there is room for content that manifests phenomenological particularity but lacks relational particularity. So first, an analogy to singular thought. If I have a thought of a white cup, but there's no white cup present, I fail to refer. In such a case, most people would want to say, although some disagree, that the content of my thought is not singular. After all, I failed to refer. But now, being singular content does not imply that the content is general. It seems that there are more options than just those two, singular and general. An alternative is to say that the content has the form of a singular content while failing to be a token singular content. It's a potentially singular content. So, and I want to say, as in the case of a failed singular thought, in the case of a hallucination, the content is not simply a general content. It's structured by two levels: the content type, which is a potentially particularized content, and a token content, which is a defective, gappy content. And I want to understand the sensory character of experience in terms of the content of experience, and in that sense, I'm just sort of a run-of-the-mill representationalist. And the potentially particularized content type is what, in virtue of its singular form, makes it the case that the hallucinatory experience manifests phenomenological particularity. Okay, and a more general conclusion is the following. Look, arguably, perception grounds demonstrative reference, definite descriptions, deray mental states, such as singular thoughts, fixes the reference of singular terms, and arguably, perception provides us with knowledge of particulars in our environment and justifies singular thoughts about particulars in our environments. And I've provided an argument for the thesis that perception is individuated by particulars, that does not itself depend on perception playing these epistemological and cognitive roles in our lives. So I've given an argument for how it is that perception can play this role in our epistemic and cognitive lives. Thank you very much. Casey.
So, clarificatory question about the initial argument for particularity. So, you say that when you perceive something, that involves deploying these discriminatory capacities in regard to some object O, and that if you deploy those discriminatory capacities in respect of O, then they constitute that perceptual episode.
Right.
So the question is just, why can't someone unfriendly to the argument say you're deploying the capacity to discriminate something from its background, and O happens to be it. So you're deploying some discriminatory capacity to distinguish something from its background, and O is it. If that's the case, it doesn't seem to follow that deploying the discriminatory capacity to discriminate something which is constitutive of the perceptual state requires that the particularity claim follows.
Right. Yeah, okay, so, I mean, that's precisely the way that generalists would respond to this kind of argument. And I suppose in response, I would say, look, I'm not sure, it doesn't seem as if that counts as discriminating. I mean, what you discriminate between are, I mean, you know, there's something you need to be discriminating between. And the idea of discrimination requires that there's something there to discriminate between.
Something and something else.
Sorry?
Something and something else. So figure and ground.
Well, and both the figure and the ground are, you know, particulars in the environment. So this object is a particular and the ground is presumably the lectern. Those are both particulars that you discriminate between when you're perceiving, right? So the idea of I mean, you know, the idea is that, look, when I see this black pen on this brown surface, I employ the capacity to discriminate between black and brown, and that's what allows me to, you know, perceive the blackness of the pen and single out black, and similarly employ the capacity to discriminate, you know, this shape from the surround, and that's again what allows me to single out this shape from the surround. I'm sort of inclined to think of the content of experience as being very thin, but if you want to bring in higher level properties, that's everything I say here is neutral in that. You might also say that I employ the capacity to discriminate pens from desks, and in virtue of that come to single out the desk. But in each of these cases, what you're discriminating between are, you know, particulars. So I'm not, I mean, you know, I get that what you were saying is precisely the way the generalists presumably would respond to this kind of argument, but I'm not sure that kind of response is going to work. I think the generalist would have to say something a bit more radical, which is to say, discrimination the way I'm talking about it just isn't in play in perception, or something like that. Or, yeah. Michelle?
I was just wondering if you could go over the last part of the argument where you distinguish between type contents and token contents, and the token contents had to include particulars in the good case. Because why couldn't the generalist, I don't know if this is a version of your question, but why couldn't the generalist say, yeah, there are these type contents and token contents, but the token contents are just a existential generalization, and you get to discriminate the particular because of some sort of causal relation. I just didn't get why the token contents had to have the particular.
So this here was not supposed to be part of the argument. This was just supposed to be one, you know, now that the argument is established, one specific way that you could think of the singular content. The whole distinction between content types and token contents only came in here in order to present you with one particular way that you might think about the singular content of experience, which is a way that you can think about the singular content of experience while nonetheless avoiding disjunctivism and saying that there is a substantially common element between perception and hallucination. Right? So one reason why people are nervous about singular content of experience is because it seems to lead you straight into a disjunctivist view. But this is a way of thinking about the singular content of experience on which it doesn't, right? Because there is both the perception and the hallucination are constituted by employing perceptual capacities, and they generate a substantially common element between the good and the bad case. Right, the common element, you can articulate the common element in two ways. One, on the level of token content, by saying in both cases you have this mode of presentation in play, which is just brought about by employing perceptual capacities. So perceptual capacities make you, it's a tool by means of which you grasp the particular. The only difference is that in the one case you fail to grasp one, in the other case you don't. Another way to articulate the common element is to sort of, distill out a content type of which these two contents are tokens of. But in the argument, in the particularity argument, none of this played a role, right? In the particularity argument, all that played a role was just the idea that we discriminate in hallucination, in perception, that we discriminate particulars, and that when we discriminate particulars, our perceptual state is constituted by doing just that. And when our perceptual state is constituted by doing just that, our perceptual state is individuated by the particulars.
I found that very interesting. These are just sort of comments to get your reaction. One is about this crucial connection between constitution and individuation.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem that it holds quite generally, does it? Because there's an unimpressive lump of flesh here that presently constitutes me, but I'm not individuated by it. After all, my matter is exchanging over time. Maybe I'm individuated on certain views by my brain. You know, I go where my brain goes. So there's the idea of a object, anyway, capable of variable constitution over time, so that its particular constitution at particular occasions doesn't enter into its individuation. A living thing is a characteristic such object. Its constitution is, as it were, given existentially or generally. There has to be some matter or other around sustaining the life functions of the living thing. And I'm wondering whether there is I'll just leave this as a question. I'm wondering whether there is a version of that thought when it comes to the perceptual state. The second observation is just this. You're thinking of these modes of presentation as Fregean, right? And and this is the standard way people do it in the literature. I've always found that sort of a bit puzzling, because on Frege's view that you have the sense and the referent. The referent is determined as the referent of that sense by something like descriptive satisfaction. Now, so now the trouble is that, particularly with perceptual discrimination, you can discriminate an object where you get its character quite wrong. So it's not just, I mean, every case of an illusion. Illusion's present all the time, obviously, in perceptual experience. But in the bent stick case, the stick is given to me by way, that particular stick is given to me by way of a mode of presentation which misrepresents the stick. The stick's not separated in the way that it appears. In the case where we're walking in the countryside and you point to the dot on the mountain and you say, is that your cabin? That is a way of getting singular reference to the cabin. We're discriminating the cabin in this case. But it's a dot. So that's a very minor thing, but I just think it should be taken as read in this discussion, that we need to say something about the relation between the mode of presentation and what it's presenting in the discriminatory case, which is not just taking over the Fregean thing. The other thing is, I take it you can hallucinate your mother. And she's a genuine singular thing. And so there are some cases of hallucination where there's genuine singular content. And that has to be allowed for. There's a certain, I would say, canonical way of doing that that I'd recommend, but that just has to be just has to be taken into account.
Sure. Yeah. So with regard to the first, this is something, the constitution individuation thing here. So there's been various versions of this. On ones there was constitution throughout, and others there was individuation throughout. And I'm not quite sure where I'll end up with, but I can say why I speak of individuation here, because given that I want to think of the content as Fregean, the constitution idea is just too strong. I mean, I don't want to say, it just seems a little bit odd to say that the perceptual state is constituted by the pen, whereas it seems perfectly fine to say that it's individuated by the pen, and nothing more needs to be said to talk about singular content. So that's why I speak of individuation here. It will be sufficient for me to talk about individuation up here as well. I chose to talk about constitution, and maybe that was a mistake. I chose to talk about constitution just because it's sort of very straightforward what it means to say that the perceptual state is constituted by discriminating or by employing perceptual capacities, that the perceptual state is constituted by the perceptual capacities employed. People don't seem to quite people don't seem to quite know what I'm talking about when I say that it's individuated by the perceptual capacities employed. But you're right that switching from constitution to individuation raises the issues you raised, and they're not really ones that I should be raising here. With regard to the modes of presentations, of course you're right that lots of people understand Phrygian modes of presentations as descriptive, but I don't want to do that. And I haven't here argued for why understanding them as Dirac modes of presentations is the good way to understand them. But I've just sort of helped myself to the idea of a Dirac mode of presentation. So I don't want to understand the relation between modes of presentation and the object perceived as that of semantic satisfaction, but rather want to understand the idea such that if an object is presented to you under a mode of presentation, you represent the object under a mode of presentation such that the mode of presentation is individuated by the object, or tying it into the way I was talking before, if you perceive an object, you perceive it in virtue of employing perceptual capacities by means of which you single out the object. And to translate the one talk into the other talk, the talk of perceptual capacity just is a way of saying that you grasp the object under a mode of presentation. With regard to the bent stick, this has nothing to do with what I'm talking about here, but just since you brought it up, I don't want to think of the bent stick as one employing a mode of presentation by which one singles out a straight stick in some kind of wrong way or something like that, but rather I would say, look, it's a fact of the matter, an external mind-independent fact of the matter, that the stick is presented as bent due to the way that light travels through water, and so there's an external mind-independent property in the world that presents you with a stick as bent.
A standing appearance, as it were.
Yeah. Standing appearance, or sort of, I would call it a situation-dependent property. But yeah, so I mean, to sort of draw a more general conclusion from that, I mean, basically these contents that I want to say that are the contents of experience are extremely fine-grained. Okay. And the third thing is, you're of course right that, well, I'm not sure. I mean, you're of course right that one can hallucinate one's mother, and at least when one talks about singular thought, it would seem as if one has a thought about one's mother, one has a singular thought about one's mother. It doesn't matter where she is. Now, I would say if I have a hallucination of my mother, the fact that my mother is existent, alive, and all these things is irrelevant. It's nonetheless hallucination, and in that sense doesn't have singular content. But I could see why you might go another route on that. I would say it doesn't have singular content because you're not perceiving your mother, right? So if what's going on...
Suppose I'm remembering my mother. Suppose this is a
okay, that's different,
hallucinatory way of recalling my mother. Suppose it's prompted by Dirac singular memory.
Right. Yeah. Okay, so there are various cases, right? So if I now hallucinate my mother standing right here and start talking to her, then I would say the content of my experience is defective and non-singular, although it has a singular form. And that's sort of, the sort of way that philosophers talk about hallucination, where it actually seems to me as if I'm perceiving my mother. Now, there are sort of cases that are sort of the ones that you have in mind, I think, where I I wouldn't talk about hallucination there. Maybe I'm too tied up with the philosopher's way of talking about hallucination. I would say I could imagine my mother, hiking through the Swiss mountains, which she's probably doing at the moment.
And then you have an auditory presentation of her calling to you, which is a hallucination.
Yeah, they're tricky cases. I mean, in some cases, I would be inclined to say you're not hallucinating your mother, although I agree that the terminology here becomes very messy. But you're not hallucinating your mother, you're imagining your mother. Or you're having some thoughts about your mother that are, of course, singular thoughts about your mother. But it's not as if it seems to you that your mother is present.
Well, so I don't think that's the way to go, because I think it leaves you with a problem in another case.
Okay.
Which is you could hallucinate. Macbeth could have hallucinated his dagger twice. So, is this a dagger that I see before me, or a fatal vision proceeding from a heat oppressive brain? And is this the same dagger that I see before me?
Right.
Well, he could get into successive states, which we would report as he's hallucinating the same dagger twice, even though there's no dagger there. So there seem to be two subjectively different states. Macduff could hallucinate, as it were, two daggers of exactly the same type, and Macbeth. So it looks as if you've got to make room in the first place of the token content for things to cross-individuate on this way.
Okay, so that's interesting, because I think one of the many things I like about this way of thinking about hallucination, I'm obviously a bit partial to it, is that when, say, you and I both hallucinate a dagger and then talk about it, and we wonder, was it the same dagger? There's no fact of the matter.
Right.
And the fact that there's no object in any way present in the content supports that. Right. So on many views of hallucination, you have some intentional object, which makes it seem as if it becomes, there is a question to be answered whether there is the same dagger. And now you're of course right that it could seem to someone, it could seem to Macbeth that it is the same dagger in the first case and the other case, but that's just part of the hallucination, I would say, because there never was a dagger, and so there's no fact of the matter.
Yeah, so it's an interesting question why we report. As it were, we go with how it seems to the subject in the reporting of hallucination. Right. That's the right.
Yeah. And I suppose, this is why the notion of phenomenological particularity is important, because of course to the hallucinating subject, at least if the hallucinations are subjectively indistinguishable from perception, it will seem as if there is a dagger present first, and then again the same dagger present, and all these things will be part of the hallucination. Yeah. Miloš back there. Miloš back there was there.
So this is about the part of your review when you said that the selective discriminatory capacities can be acquired even through, say, testimony.
Yeah, that's it.
So on the one hand, if you think about them as these low-level visual proto-conceptual capacities, I find it. I'm not sure I can really see how those can be acquired through testimony. I don't know if you have a story about that. And on the other hand, if you think about them as more full-blown conceptual capacities, more something that's kind of cognitive, whichever way you want to put it. In that case, it seems to me that it becomes more difficult to draw a clear line between like thought and perception. So that, for instance, having a false thought in which you employ a selective capacity acquired through testimony might be hard to distinguish from having a hallucination employing the same, I guess, capacity.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So these are excellent questions. So I'm just going to go to that slide just so it's here for everyone. Look, it's important to me that this idea about hallucination, on which in hallucination you just employ the perceptual capacities that you would be employing in perception, doesn't commit one to a conservative view on hallucinations, on which one could only hallucinate what one has in the past perceived. And so that comment, that offhand comment, was just a way of saying, you don't need to have acquired the relevant perceptual capacities through perception. There are all sorts of ways you could have acquired them. They could be innate, and you could just never have employed them in perception, but only ever have employed them in hallucination. And there's lots of empirical evidence that at least some perceptual capacities are innate. Or they could be acquired through imagination. And of course, you're right, just sticking to imagination for a while, that imagination is a very high level of cognitive capacity, and presumably not many mammals have the capacity to imagine. And that would mean that more imaginative beings or more cognitively high level beings can acquire perceptual capacities that less high level cognitive beings could not acquire. So I don't have a story about how you could acquire perceptual capacity through testimony, but here's an example. Let's say I live in a city where everything is a little bit gray, sometimes a little bit black, sometimes a little bit brownish. But I've seen most of the colors. And then you've been in some desert where there's where you saw all these rich yellow colors, and you come back and you talk about it, and despite the fact that I've only seen some the kind of yellow you see on despite the fact that I've only seen certain yellow shades of color, I can, via your testimony and my imagination, extrapolate from what I have seen and come to imagine, and perhaps later come to hallucinate shades of yellow that I have never seen before.
But that would
that's kind of the idea.
But that would be contingent on the testimony, on actually having the testimony. That's the
that's the idea. Look, nothing much hinges on this, and you might be right that testimony is not a good way to acquire perceptual capacities, but I don't see any intrinsic. I don't see why it didn't be. One background here is that you might say, and I'm not unsympathetic to this idea, that while it's the case that an individual perceiver could possess perceptual capacities that she employs in hallucination but has never employed in perception, there can't really be a perceptual capacity that has never been employed in perception. So if you hold that, and I think there's something to be said for that idea, then there needs to be some link between my employment of a perceptual capacity, which I've never used in the good case, which I've never used in perception, and an employment of the perceptual capacity in perception. And testimony might be such a link. That's sort of the idea. But this is stuff that you don't need to accept what I'm saying here. Galen. Oh, were you just as well?
Yeah.
And then you. Sorry.
Okay, so I wanted to figure out a little bit more about these discriminatory capacities, and in particular how they avoid, as I think was suggested a little bit over there, having this sort of existential quantificational character where they aren't really particular.
Right.
So, the general, as I took it, the general argument proceeded to the effect of hopefully, accommodating some of the relationalists' concerns and their motivations in talk about singular thoughts and so on. And by referring to these discriminatory capacities and that being the way particulars come in, I was worried that wouldn't really do that job.
Do which job?
The job of satisfying the relationalist.
Oh, okay.
So it seemed to me that the questions you raised in the beginning, singular thoughts and these things can seem mysterious because on the one hand they're general capacities that we have for thinking, like the rest of our thought is general, but on the other hand they manage to link on to particulars in a way that doesn't seem explained by thought in general. And so then the relationalist comes along and says, okay, well, I've got a solution. Here's this very different thing than thought, which is thoroughly particular, perception. And then you explain perception in terms of a general capacity, which links onto particulars. And so my question, I guess I'm putting it quite vaguely, but the point is, the difficulty seems to me in moving from a general capacity that's responsive to, that's general in nature, to particulars. And I was wondering whether you really solve that problem by, shifting the question from singular thoughts, having that mysterious character, to discriminatory capacities, having that mysterious character.
Yeah, I mean, right. So the idea is, you're right. The perceptual capacities are general in that they're repeatable and, their existence doesn't depend on being used in the very moment and so forth. They have a natural function, and their natural function is to single out particulars. And you're right. The idea is, in part, right. The idea is to go along, as you said, with the relationalists and saying that relations to particulars are sort of a crucial part of the story, but to then move away from the relationists by saying, there's no such thing as just being brutally acquainted with particulars. You always need to bring in some cognitive element, or the way I would put it, this discriminatory element, which is a kind of cognitive element, by means of which you are able to single out the particular, be sensorily aware of the particular, be acquainted with the particular. I don't know, does that answer your question? I'm not sure what the question was.
Yeah. So I guess my question would be, so how does the discriminatory capacity gain a particular character, like singling out individuals rather than general qualities, right? Things that are repeatable, in a way that singular thought couldn't already. I mean, that was there the mystery, where the mystery was.
I see. Okay, look, I see. So is the question, why not say that you employ these discriminatory capacities to differentiate between properties, where those properties are understood as universals? Is that the idea? Is that the? Okay. Yeah. Okay. So with regard to that, I mean, look, properties are universals. They're not spatio-temporally located. They're abstract entities. They're not causally efficacious. So while it's many people who I admire and respect hold this view in this room, and many people elsewhere hold this view that you are aware and essentially aware of properties and experience, I find it a very mysterious view, because I find it very mysterious to think that you could be sensorily aware or something that's not spatio-temporally located, that's not causally efficacious. Now, I should say this is not supposed to be a claim against properties in general. That would be crazy, right? It's not mysterious to me what it would be to be intellectually aware of something. But there's something about perception that puts us in touch with, the very stuff in the environment. And one reason why I talk about property instances rather than properties is to be able to say that you are sensorily aware of property instances, or if you like, tropes. So, look, I definitely see that you could say what you discriminate between are properties. I mean, I could understand the idea, but I think it's a really mysterious idea in that you have to say that you're discriminating between things that are not causally efficacious, that are not spatio-temporally located. And that's a very strange thing to be saying. Yeah, so Galen has been on the list for a long time.
Yeah, actually, the first thing is a very old point there's a doubt about the first premise, because the Cartesian doubt, really, that you can, if I'm looking at a forest, I may be perceiving a particular tree, but I can't discriminate it. The perception can be clear without being distinct. That would perhaps that first of all. I just don't think it's true, premise one.
Okay. Okay, so, yeah, okay. Sorry, should I speak to that?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, okay, so you're of course right. I mean, very right. That sometimes I just see robin. I'm not aware of the colors of what's going on. I just see that it's robin. That's all I see. So I see it's robin. That's all I see. I'm not aware of. I mean, so this idea here, and I think what you're suggesting is, it seems to presuppose that you start out perceiving the colors and shapes and then build up to what's important, namely that it's a tree or that it's robin, and who cares?
You can see a whole forest, the border of
Right.
a forest very clearly, and you're seeing a particular tree which is part of that.
Right.
But you're not discriminating it. I mean,
So there are two things in response to that. One is, I'm seeing this room and there's all sorts of details that I'm not aware of, but this idea does not require that I need to be aware of all the details in this room that I could discriminate between would I be attending to them in order to see the room.
The thing is, I don't think
so. That's one idea. So a second idea is, and this is what I thought you were speaking to initially, is I can, things are cognitively important to me, and so for instance, the tree is cognitively important to me, or that it's robin is cognitively important to me. Whereas the little leaves on the tree are not that important to me, but I want to say that in many cases you will be discriminating between things, even those will not be the things that are in the foreground of your awareness.
the thing about the tree is that you can't. I mean, you can't discriminate it, even if you attend.
What do you mean, what can't you discriminate?
Well, there's the border of the wood, which is made up of trees.
Right.
And you can't tell where one begins and one ends, but you're seeing everything very clearly. So you are perceiving that tree. But you can't even discriminate it by concentrated attention.
Oh, okay, but that's fine. I mean, all you need is to discriminate, say, let's say there's the sky up here and the trees here. All you need for this to be true is that you discriminate between the blueness of the sky and the greenness of the tree. That's all that's going on. You don't need, there's at no point the requirement that you need to be aware of the very outline of the tree or anything like that. And the whole idea is it's very flexible in the following sense. Say you're, I'm perceived. Well, I'll take a different example. So say I'm perceiving a field of red and yellow flowers. I can employ the capacity just to discriminate between red and yellow, and thereby just become aware of the red and yellow flowers. Or I can employ my capacity to discriminate between much finer color shades, crimson and scarlet and whatnot, and thereby become aware of much finer shades in my environment. So the point here is not that at any given point do you have to be discriminating at the finest level possible, nor is the point that you need to discriminate between everything. You could be discriminate, the speck of dust over there on the chair, nor is the point that you need to, if you see a forest, sort of build up to the perception of the forest by perceiving all the trees. I mean, that would be incredibly, implausible. Yeah. No, you just discriminate between the outline of the forest, presumably in the sky, and I mean, I think one thing that kind of comes out in your question is how would you apply this to cases of, say, I don't know, the speckled hen or something like that? Is that the kind of part of the issue that you have in mind?
The other case is Dennett's case of hunt the thimble, where the thimble's right in front of you and you're perceiving it, but you don't I would say there's no sense in which you discriminated.
Okay.
Right. So I don't know if it's about speckled hens. It's
well, so in the case, I mean, look, there's it's not a problem for me that there's a thimble right in front of me, and it's in my visual field, so obviously I could be perceiving it, and I happen not to notice it, and therefore not. I would. Well, there are various things you could say. I would say, one thing you might say is you don't perceive it at all, even though it's there for you to be perceived. Another thing you could say is you do discriminate between the thimble and its round and represent the thimble, but in the moment you don't note the thimble, and now afterwards you might remember where the thimble is. And if it's a case like that, I would say yes. If you afterwards remember where the thimble is, then it better have been the case that when you were perceptually related to the thimble, you were representing it. So this idea is compatible with saying that there are many cases where you discriminate between stuff in your environment. So it's compatible with two things. It's compatible with one, that there are many cases where you discriminate things in your environment and thereby represent those things in your environment without noticing them and without being aware of them. So it's compatible with that, and that would be the car key case or the thimble case. And it's also compatible with the idea that there are things right in your visual field that you could be perceiving, you could be aware of, but for whatever reason you don't notice, and thereby and I would say in those cases you don't employ your perceptual capacities, and thereby don't, and in virtue of that do not represent them. So this is actually one way in which I think, this is one of the many reasons why I find this way of thinking about perceptual states more attractive than, the naive realist way of thinking about perceptual states. Because by bringing in these perceptual capacities, I can quite easily take apart all these cases, right? Cases where something is in your visual field, you don't represent it at all, despite it being possible for you to represent it. Cases where something is in your visual field, you do represent it, but you don't in the moment notice it. However, at a later point, you remember having seen it, which is a case that many people sort of are in quite frequently. A third case, there are many more. A third case that you can see the same scene in many different ways, right? You can see it very fine-grainedly or not fine-grainedly at all. And the way I would explain that is in terms of you employing more or less fine-grained perceptual capacities, right? So so it easily allows you to explain expert perception, right? So right, if one hears a kind of music for the first time, even if one has excellent hearing, one hears less than if one becomes accustomed and knowledgeable about that style of music. One comes to hear more. And similar with wine tasting and so forth. Lisa.
So I'm worried that the generalist has a response that's fairly similar to the generalist responses to the other arguments. So in particular, I'm worried about the notion of accuracy that you bring in. So I think the generalist would say, sure, perceiving a particular involves discriminating it, but you discriminate it in virtue of having an experience with a general content and further causal relations obtaining. Now, the experience is accurate just in case the general content is satisfied. Of course, we can also evaluate the experience with respect to the objects discriminated. But that doesn't require that you have, so the ability to evaluate the content with respect to the objects discriminated doesn't require that the particular objects make it into the content. Yeah. So I was worried that the generalist would not agree with the way you set things up.
Well, right, but here's why this argument is different in kind from the other arguments, which is that in this argument, there's the thing that you're discriminating, and the thing that you're discriminating is particulars. And now, as came out in discussion with, I'm confused now, with you, right, and Casey also a little bit, the generalist could say, the way the generalist would have to respond is by saying that what you're discriminating between are not particulars. And I think that's a very embarrassing thing to say.
Well, I don't see why the particularist has to say that. So they can say, yeah, you discriminate particulars, but what it is to discriminate particulars is to entertain this general content in the right kinds of causal relations to objects. So they just have a different account. Now we can argue with whether that's a good account of discriminating particulars or not, but it seems like that kind of generalist response is going to block.
Look, generally with regard to the dialectic, I think with every one of the arguments I gave, I was very concessive to the generalist. We've talked about this. I think in every one of the arguments, the particularists could say all sorts of things, right? The particularists could, for instance, with regard to the singular thought argument and the knowledge of particulars argument, say causal relations just can't provide you with what the generalist wants them to provide you with. Yeah, I mean, and look, I definitely see your point. I mean, I understand, the words you're saying and so forth, but, and I understand how they hang together, and how they form sentences. but yeah, it strikes me as more of I think saying that you are discriminating particulars, but doing so only by means of being in a causal relation to particulars. That strikes me as a baffling thing to say. But yeah, that's definitely something to explore more.
Right. Lisa's point was not that different from mine in a way, because I was going to object to 2 on the grounds that all you've really got the right to is that if S discriminates O, then S's perceptual state must be such as to be adequate to constitute a discriminating of O. I mean, it doesn't have to be the essential, as it were, constitution of the state that it's discriminating. It must be something which is able to do that job. And you then defended the way you put it by saying, well, perception just is the discriminating of objects. Well, your account of perception must be such as to show how you're able, using it, to discriminate objects. But I think it's just going there too quickly to say that that's what perception is, and therefore justifying too. And obviously, if the generalists wanted to come in, then they'd have to find some way in which it could be stated, which could be like what Lisa was saying, how they might have another way, an account. But I'm not sure what a generalist is, because if you seem to perceive a particular property instance, now I'm a sense datum theory, I think you perceive property instances all seeming. Is that particularism in your sense? You really need the object out there in it, a qua-object, not just, as it were, some particular individual phenomenal patch. So I'm not even sure what's particularism at that point.
Well, all I need is some particular. All I need is that the perceptual state is individuated by some particular, or that particular could be an object, a property instance, or an event. And I didn't say this at the beginning, but one reason why, there are many reasons why I want to include all those 3 as particulars. One is to avoid the idea that you perceive properties where properties are abstract entities and not spatiotemporally located, which I think is a problematic idea. I think it's problematic to say that we perceive those kinds of things. So that's one reason why I talk about perceiving property instances. A second is that, look, in vision, if what your focus if your focus is vision, then it's quite plausible that in vision we perceive objects, though many people have denied that. In the cases of sound, it's much less obvious that what we perceive are objects, right? So, like Casey has argued, what we perceive are, in the case of audition, are events. So sounds are events. Now, events are, very easy candidates for particulars. So it's easy to say that we perceive particulars if we perceive events. In the case of olfaction, it's. People have, various different views about olfaction, but a pretty good view is to say that what we perceive are properties or property instances. And I would want to say that, I want to give a unified account of perceptions. I want to say in all these cases, what we perceive are property instances. Yeah.
The number of generalists who say that we just perceive properties in the non-spatio-temporal abstract sense must be very rare. I mean, the generalists you're arguing against are thinking that these are scenes of a general character.
I don't think it's rare at all. I think it's actually the orthodox view in philosophy of mind. I mean, Frank, you hold this view, right?
I think it's property instances you perceive. I don't quite understand why we're talking about abstract particulars, but.
Right.
So when you have perceptual experience,
right,
you represent the instantiation of a whole lot of property instances. And of course, property instances are causally efficacious.
Right, but you would want to say that the content of experience is an existentially quantified content.
Yes.
So I didn't want to put you on the spot.
The reason I'm giving that nervous first is, of course, when you have a perceptual experience, you represent that you yourself are here and now,
Right.
seeing things that are thus and so.
Right.
And the you yourself and the here and now,
Right.
of course,
Sure.
aren't to be understood generally for reasons people are very familiar with.
But no, I
it's
mean,
the other stuff that's to be understood
right.
generally.
I mean, Dretske thinks what you are aware of in perception and hallucination are properties, and I mean, he's very aware that this is in some sense a surprising thing to say, and this is a direct quote. At some point, he writes, he says, "Are we really aware of uninstantiated, potentially uninstantiated universals?" And then he says, "Yes, we are." So, I mean, yeah, it's, and Tai holds this view as well. It's lots of people hold this view that what we perceive, right, the motivation for the view is that, in hallucination, we can't be perceiving, when we hallucinate this chair, we can't be perceiving this chair, and now we're aware of something. So what is it that we're aware of? And then something gets plugged in that is the thing we're aware of. And a quite reasonable candidate for that thing is to say that the properties that this object instantiates is what we're aware of.
The kind of generalist I am thinks that actually the talk about awareness is highly misleading. What's happening is you're representing.
Right.
There is an instance of such and such. And of course you can represent as an instance of such and such without standing in any relation in the traditional sense to such and such. So I wouldn't talk that way at all.
Right.
Of course I did once upon a time.
Sure. I mean, everyone,
awareness is a relationship between a subject and sense data, as Howard was mentioning earlier.
Right.
But the modern day generalist says it all in terms of representation. So they don't get involved in this issue about how you could be aware of abstract entities and all that sort of thing.
Right, and then the idea is the content is general in that it's just, an ordered pair of various properties.
Thank you very much.